The special thing about the MC of this story is that no matter how many times he dies, he is always reborn again. It's happened so many times that it's not funny anymore, and each time he is reborn in a different world and time, from the most primitive civilizations to those who conquered outer space. This time, our hero's carelessness cost him his life in a battle against a monster, and he was reborn as a baby again. But he's a pro at reincarnation for a reason. Let's see what he comes up with this time. In this current life he begins to scan his surroundings, and by the looks of the furniture and room decor, he's sure this must be somewhere in the Middle Ages. With the expertise he's built from his past lives, he can tell this isn't Earth, which makes him wonder if he's in a fantasy setting this time. Personally, though, he's found the sci-fi worlds to be more comfortable. They were clean, high-tech, and had other perks. But after taking in his current surroundings, he's at least glad he's not born into a poor family. They've even got maids, which leads him to believe this must be a humble upper-class family in a fantasy world. But more than anything, he's pretty glad that this hot chick is his mother, and he's enjoying every kiss from her to the fullest. Though the language she's speaking is unfamiliar, there's something he can understand without knowing the words. The feeling of her holding him so tightly, out of fear of dropping him, and the warmth in her eyes tells him that he's gotten a loving mother in this life, which is a blessing in itself. You see, through his countless lives, he's met and gotten to know all kinds of mothers, but motherly love wasn't always given. Sadly, he's even been abandoned right after birth, and there was also a time he was exploited as child labor. But this time around, he has a good feeling that this life won't be as hard as many of the ones he's lived. That's when a maid comes in and insists on holding the prince as the lady might be exhausted. The mention of prince catches our boy off guard. He wasn't expecting to be reincarnated as royalty this time. Still, he can't quite figure out why his mother does not look so happy. He gets his answer soon enough when his mother reminds the maid that people might not consider this child a prince. Apparently, this lady, Rifana, had a humble background. She used to be a maid, just like the one before her, named Chenna. She tells Chenna to simply call her by her name, saying there's no need for formalities since no one else is around. Rifana believes the only reason they call this child a prince is because the king's blood flows in his veins. However, the truth is far from honorable. This child also carries the blood of someone of lowly status. She already knows that the nobles and royal concubines have rejected her son, claiming he has no right to succession or power because of her humble origins. Seeing his mother drowning in sorrow, the kid quickly tries to wipe away her tears, which genuinely makes her happy. She thinks it's heartwarming that her baby is trying to comfort her. The maid, though, dismisses it as the actions of an infant simply fidgeting. By the way, our boy goes by the name Erel in this life, and we know for a fact he was indeed trying to console his mother. He personally doesn't care about having no right to succession or loyal followers. In fact, he's glad about it. Being overshadowed means the powerful aristocrats won't give him a second glance, making him practically invisible to the rest of the royal family. This suits him perfectly. He's ready to live the life of a carefree prince with nothing to worry about, and his gut feeling tells him that this 101st life is going to be amazing. The main guy is feeling pretty good about himself because he's got both royal and commoner blood. To him, it's like hitting the jackpot since he just wants a simple life away from all the rich dude's drama. Lady Rifana and Chenna are keeping an eye on him. Rifana looks at him, thinks he seems so happy, and wishes she could keep him that way. But she knows she can't. When Errol hears the word power, he wakes up from his dream and starts sucking his thumb. Errol starts thinking about his situation. In a world where everything is about family and rank, being a prince who can't inherit anything feels like being a pawn with no throne to fight for. He realizes he has no power, no backup, and no future. He figures people will just use him until they get rid of him. But then, he reminds himself that his mom doesn't need to worry because he's confident he can handle things, especially since he was a pro in his past lives. 3 months go by, and Lady Rifana looks at baby Errol while he's sleeping. She thinks he looks like a little angel. She strokes his hair and wishes it felt like the king's. Just then, Chenna tells her the carriage is ready. Rifana quickly kisses Errol's cheek and tells him to be good before she leaves. As the door shuts behind her, we see Errol wasn't really asleep. He was faking it. He laughs but quickly covers his mouth so Chenna doesn't come running in to check. Errol thinks it's tough work being this charming, especially as a baby with everyone watching him. He then sits up, ready to do something no baby should be able to do: power up. He knows time is short, and he needs power to make his life easier. In every world, he knows one thing is always true: strength is everything. If he's strong, nobody will mess with him. While cultivating, Errol starts thinking about all his past lives and how he didn't waste them. One of his biggest wins was creating a method that lets him train even as a baby, the origin creation Qigong technique. It's something his 30th reincarnation invented, and it's a total game changer. This method lets Errol work on both his natural chi and origin chi at the same time. The best part? Nobody can even tell he's training. Arl does some quick math and figures out he'll have 60 years worth of inner chi by the time he's 10 and 180 by 20 if he keeps this up. Once he gets past the early stages, he won't even need to focus so hard. He could train while chilling in Chaina's arms if he wanted. To speed things up, Errol uses his energy to stimulate his nerves, moving all the chi to his brain and frontal lobe. The heat from this process spreads through his body, making him sweat like crazy and feel sharp, unbearable pain. As the energy builds up, Errol feels like he's about to lose control. He screams but quickly stops himself. Chaina hears the noise and rushes into his room, but when she looks at him, Errol is lying still in his crib, pretending to sleep. She wonders if he needs a diaper change and leans in to sniff. Errol panics inside, knowing any touch from her might ruin all his hard work. But to his relief, Chaina smells nothing and mutters something about him having a bad dream before walking out. Once she's gone, Errol's body is like a mini furnace, with his energy leaking out everywhere. He struggles to keep it together, feeling like his body might not survive the strain. Nonetheless, he pushes through the pain, determined not to let anything or anyone control his life. Even if it means risking everything, Arl is set on using the origin creation Qigong technique to become powerful enough to live comfortably and on his own terms. Just as he steadies himself, another scream escapes him, loud enough for Chaina to hear outside his door. Chaina suddenly rushes into the room, thinking something terrible has happened. She finds Errol sweating buckets but still lying there, looking like he's peacefully sleeping. Deciding he might need some extra care, she runs off to prepare a bath with herbs. The moment she's gone, Errol jumps to his feet, happy because everything he's been working on is finally paying off. When Chaina returns, she carries him in her arms and says good things to him for being such a strong little guy. Errol just smiles, feeling lucky she hasn't noticed anything unusual. Thanks to his mana concentration technique, his body is constantly absorbing energy even when he's just eating or sleeping. He feels thrilled knowing that in just 3 years, he'll be stronger than most adults. By the time he's 10, his power will be unmatched, and the thought makes him really happy. As Chaina holds him, she hears a strange noise from above, but gets distracted by Errol's cheerful expression. Meanwhile, Errol is already imagining the life ahead of him, powerful, respected, and living like a king. He can't wait for that future to arrive. It's been only 5 months since Errol was born, but thanks to his mana absorption technique, his physical strength and inner energy are leagues ahead of any baby his age. Crawling on the floor, he doesn't stop pushing himself, knowing he's on track to surpass everyone soon. Just as he's focused on his training, Lady Rafana walks in and carries him up off the carpet. She brings him a toy he wasn't expecting, and for a moment, his eyes are glued to it. Seeing her disappointment when he hesitates, Errol quickly starts playing with the toy, pretending to have a blast. Inside, though, he feels secondhand embarrassment for very obvious reasons. Still, Lady Rafana and Chaina laugh at how happy he looks, talking about how handsome and perfect he is. Errol secretly loves the praise but knows it's mostly thanks to his mother's good looks. Even so, he decides to embrace these moments of being the fun baby, knowing this time won't last forever. The baby protagonist suddenly shows them that he isn't happy, and Chaina can't figure out what he wants at first, but all he really wants is food. He starts to cry as he tries to make it obvious. Finally, Chaina guesses right and gives him some milk. While he is busy drinking, the adults start talking about money. They talk about how the funds for the house are running low since yesterday. Even though Errol needs proper food as a prince, there just isn't enough money. The mansion's budget has been cut hard this year, and even raising one child is becoming a struggle. This is quite odd for a royal family. Errol overheard the maids talk about this before. They say his mother, Lady Rafana, will have to eat less to save money for everyone else. If she doesn't, nobody will make it through the season. Errol can't believe it and thinks it has to be a joke. But his mother stays positive, saying it doesn't matter if she doesn't survive as long as others can. Hearing this makes Errol upset. How can they treat his mother like this? She isn't powerful or important in the eyes of the nobles, but she's still his mom. Even though she gave birth to a prince, neither of them have any real status or protection. He starts to understand why she is always going out in the carriage. She's been trying to meet the king, but it seems like she keeps failing. Errol thinks it's cruel. Even if the king doesn't care about her, she is still the mother of his child. How can he let others treat her so badly? He starts crying again because of this, and Chaina hands him over to Lady Rafana, and he calms down in her arms. Even as a baby, Errol wants to help his mom. He knows he can't do much, but he has to come up with something. Winter is coming, and things will only get worse with the cost of heating. In his baby bed, he puts his boss baby brains to work and starts thinking hard about what he can do to help. Then suddenly he gets an idea. As Errol stares at the charcoal in the fireplace, he suddenly remembers that charcoals are made out of carbon, and jewels like diamonds are made of carbon as well, and his brilliant mind sees a way to solve their money problem. If he can turn charcoal into a diamond, he could change everything. Even though he's dying to jump out of the crib and get started, he knows his tiny baby body isn't strong enough yet. Instead, he decides to use his mana to float himself out safely. Nobody else knows that charcoal could be this useful, but to Aurel, it's like finding treasure. So he immediately pushes away his self-praise and gets to work while the rest of the house is asleep. Aurel focuses his mana, combining it with heat to put pressure on the charcoal. He pours every ounce of energy into compressing it, repeating enchanting spells to keep himself going. The process is tough, and the pressure pushes Aurel back, but he stays focused, refusing to give up. He keeps thinking about his mother's happiness when she sees what he's made. Just as he thinks about her, a sudden burst of energy causes soot to explode out of the chimney. Aurel moves over to the fireplace, digging through the mess until he finally finds it, a sparkling diamond he created with his own power. The diamond's beauty leaves him speechless. Now, he just needs to figure out how to give it to his mother without making her suspicious. Feeling satisfied, he rests until morning. When Chaina greets him the next day, she's shocked to find Aurel walking around outside his crib, covered in ash and soot. She picks him up, confused about how he managed to escape. She assumes he must have been playing all night, but the mess in the room makes her pause. The floor, the fireplace, and the carpet are all filthy, and Chaina wonders if the house has always been this chaotic, or if something strange happened during the night. She tells our boy not to touch the floor, but he doesn't seem to care. He quickly comes up with a plan and puts the jewel in his mouth. Chaina notices something strange in his mouth and asks him to spit it out. She pinches his cheeks, and a diamond falls out. She gets very surprised and asks where he got it and if it was from the floor. Chaina, who looks after the palace treasury, says nothing is missing and that the diamond isn't even listed. So she hugs Aurel, saying it seems like he wanted to give it to her. Aurel smiles and agrees, with a feeling that his mom would probably like it too. Later, wagons pull up at the palace, filling up the empty kitchen storage with food and firewood. Thanks to the diamond, they now have 5 years' worth of supplies. Lady Rafana worries about who the diamond might belong to, but Chaina assures her that it's fine since the castle was abandoned for nearly 100 years before Lady Rafana took over. She also adds that it could be a blessing meant for Prince Aurel. Lady Rafana isn't sure, but she sure feels thankful for the resources. Aurel holds onto his mom's dress, thinking she just needs to hang in there until he grows up. He dreams of a future where she doesn't have to struggle anymore. As he clings to her, she promises to make sure the king knows he has a son named Aurel. That winter, the fireplace keeps burning, and the palace's finances finally get back on track. The changes are obvious around the palace. One day, while Lady Rafana is eating, she notices the meal is way too much for her and asks about the servants. Chaina assures her everything is fine since Anna, who had quit, is back, and the servants are being treated better now. But what stands out the most to Prince Aurel is how his mom isn't looking sad anymore. As he watches her, he thinks she looks prettiest when she smiles. Even though it's the coldest winter ever, it feels warmer to him because things are stable, and his mom is happy. A year passes, and Chaina and Lady Rafana are busy deciding what Prince Aurel should wear. They make him try on a bunch of outfits before picking a fancy one. Aurel can't figure out why they're making such a big deal about his clothes. Feeling tired, he lies down on the floor and starts whining, surprising both his mom and Chaina. Chaina quickly figures out he needs to rest and tucks him into his crib. Then she says that Prince Aurel is going to be officially recognized as part of the royal family. Aurel, confused, wonders what she means by recognized. Lady Rafana is happy Aurel has grown up without any issues and wonders if the king will show up for his birthday. Chaina reassures her, saying the king is just waiting for the right time since bad things often happen to newborns. Aurel overhears them talking and realizes all this fuss is for his birthday. Lady Rafana says not everyone might like the banquet, but it's the perfect chance to officially announce that Aurel has royal blood. She's glad the Ernesia royal family rules apply to him too. Aurel notices how excited his mom seems and figures it's because of the banquet. Then it hits him. If there's a banquet, the nobles and other royals will be there, and he might finally get to meet the king. The banquet for Prince Aurel kicks off that night with a grand feast and an over-the-top party that clearly cost quite more than a fortune. Prince Aurel is kinda thrilled to see the lavish decorations, the food, and the fancy outfits the kingdom homie's wearing. Everything feels like a dream to him. Lady Rafana picks him up and asks if he's amazed. Aurel thinks this whole thing is definitely a new experience. Chaina points out that it's probably the first time he's seen so many people in one place, and Lady Rafana reminds him that he's the star tonight, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Aurel catches the judgmental stares from the nobles and overhears their whispers about him and his mother, but he doesn't let it bother him. His focus is on one thing, meeting his father, King Terrell of Ernesia. Aurel burns with frustration, thinking about how the king has never cared about their lives. He decides this banquet is the perfect chance to make sure the king notices him. The atmosphere changes as the royal family of Ernesia walk in, officially starting the banquet. Errol figures this must be the queen and her family. He can feel their strong presence as they approach. His eyes lock onto the queen, her children, his half-siblings, and the eldest son, who stands out the most. There's also a girl acting dramatic, like she's in her own fantasy world. Aurel mentally notes that he needs to learn more about each of them, but they walk right past and completely ignore his mother. Lady Rafana notices the commotion might be overwhelming for Errol and tries to comfort him, even though Errol knows she's probably struggling herself. She still manages to make him laugh, easing the tension. Meanwhile, the crowd is fixated on the queen, admiring her beauty. Errol notices a sudden change in his mother's expression. It had been calm, but now something has unsettled her. He looks around and sees why. The king, His Majesty, finally enters, radiating an intimidating energy that makes Errol freeze for a moment. He can't tell if his father is looking at him or his mom. He thinks it's unlucky that being reborn doesn't come with the ability to read minds. Imagine how great it'd be if he could figure out what everyone else is thinking. After a while, people start giving him gifts and congratulating him, acting like it's such a big deal to see him. But when it's the imperial family's turn, their attitude toward him and his mom is clear. They don't hide their real feelings, and their behavior hits him hard. He wants to jump out of his mom's arms and properly go after that woman. How dare she treat him and his mom like they don't even matter? She clearly doesn't see them as people. Looking around, he realizes everyone here is just as fake and rotten. For a moment, he thinks about shouting and calling them all out, but he doesn't want to make his mom feel embarrassed. He decides to play along and act nice because that's what people expect. Hypocrisy is normal here, unfortunately. All he wants is to leave before he falls asleep in his mom's arms. Just as he's about to drift off, he notices a young girl nearby. She's probably one of the king's concubine's daughters. She seems too young for all this drama, but her presence stands out. Thankfully, some of the mistresses have already left. When the banquet finally ends, he and his mom sigh in relief at the same time. But the night isn't over yet. The queen herself approaches them. She makes it clear that getting near them isn't hard, thanks to her son, the heir to the throne, who is always close by. Errol can't tell if she's bragging about her son or just trying to rub it in. Either way, it's exactly the kind of thing he expects from her. The queen goes on to say how sweet Errol is and how much he resembles his mom, but Errol isn't buying it. He's sure she has something to do with their struggles. After all, someone has to be behind the drastic cuts to their castle's finances. The knights had been turned into lumberjacks just to gather firewood, and Errol's clothes look like they've been pieced together from scraps by the servants. Meanwhile, the queen wishes him a long life and other formal niceties, but as she leaves, she smirks, leaving a sour impression. Then something unexpected happens. Lady Rafana spots the king himself. He asks if she is getting used to the castle, and she gives a polite but not entirely truthful answer, which doesn't surprise Errol. All he wants is for the king to give them the support they need and act like a proper father. Errol starts crying loudly, which makes the king take notice and ask to hold him. It's the first time the king has seen Errol in a year. As he holds him, the king seems kind of confused. Most of his kids cry nonstop when they see him, but Errol just smiles. Errol thinks it would be funny if his charming baby smile could leave the king stunned. The king seems to start liking him a little bit, amused that Errol isn't scared of him. He even says something about raising him in the future. But Errol isn't interested in staying still. He makes gestures, signaling for the king to put him down. The king assumes Errol wants to walk, but Lady Rafana quickly says he can't walk yet since he's only a year old. At that moment, though, Errol decides it's time to prove everyone wrong. He takes his first steps right then and there, knowing he's the star of the evening and needing to show off. The room erupts in excitement as everyone cheers for little Errol's first steps. Even the king seems impressed, realizing Errol is trying to show him something important, that he isn't like other kids. Errol feels confident that this is just the start of proving himself. But as he reaches the table and tries to steady himself on it, he performs an epic fail. The whole table, along with all the food and drinks, comes crashing down. As the plates and glasses come crashing down onto Errol, everyone is freaked out, even the king. But Errol? This was all part of his grand little scheme. Not just to show off that a 1-year-old could walk, but to pull off his perfectly executed dramatic act. He lies on the ground crying like he's in the middle of an epic tragedy, and the king picks him up, checking for injuries. The king sees that Errol's clothes are soaked in wine but finds no real harm. He decides Errol needs a change of clothes. Chaina steps in to help, but the king waves her off, wanting to handle it himself. What he discovers next leaves him speechless. Underneath Errol's stained clothes are undergarments that look more like scraps than anything worthy of a prince. Chaina looks confused, claiming she had dressed Errol in fresh clothes earlier that morning. As the king inspects the fit, he realizes how shabby and pitiful Errol's life must be, and the crowd starts murmuring, saying stuff about it being disgraceful and all. Frustrated by the whispers, the king demands silence, with his voice blasting through the hall and sending shivers down everyone's spines. He looks at Errol's mother, clearly processing how poorly they've been living. Meanwhile, Errol is feeling quite relieved. His plan worked perfectly. His clothes might have been ruined, but they had told the story he wanted. In reality, Errol had been busy that morning. While Chaina was getting him dressed, he used all his tiny strength to stretch and tear at the cloth, making it look as raggedy as possible. It wasn't hard, and with a little magic, he gave his outfit the extra touch of poverty he needed to make his statement. If he were older and stronger, he wouldn't have needed to rely on magic, but it worked anyway. The king finally asks Lady Rafana to explain how things got this bad. How could they fail so much at maintaining their status? But seeing how distressed she is, he doesn't press her for answers. Instead, he turns to one of his officials and asks how funds are distributed for the concubines' castles. The king is disappointed because, as far as he remembers, he'd given clear orders for the budget to be shared equally. Everything was supposed to be running smoothly. So why, at this event of all places, does it look like they've been forgotten? The king can't understand what's going on. He demands the report immediately, wasting no time. Watching all of this, Errol realizes his father is serious about figuring things out, and he's eager to see the numbers in that report. Lady Rafana, Errol's mother, wants to smooth things over, claiming it must be some mistake, and asks for her son back. But Errol knows this is their one big chance. While everyone panics, and the king's secretary pulls up to deliver the documents, the entire room holds its breath, knowing things are about to get heated. When the king looks at the report, he's quite stunned. He can't believe what his eyes are seeing, so he uses his power to set the papers ablaze right there, which shocks Errol. Errol hadn't imagined his father could be so clueless about what's been going on. The truth is, it's obviously all the queen's doing. The king calls to his queen, demanding to know if she was aware of the situation. The queen tries to play it cool, pretending to be just as shocked as everyone else. But the king ain't having it. His intimidating presence grows as he reminds her that managing the budget is entirely her responsibility. Seeing what's up, the eldest son decides to use his perfect timing to pull up and defend his mama. He isn't about to let his mother face this alone and wants to share his own opinion right then and there. The prince tries to explain that this is some big old mix-up, because he's sure his mom wouldn't do something like this. But the king gets even angrier, saying it doesn't matter because a leader is always responsible for their team's mistakes. And thanks to her carelessness, his little brother ended up hungry and without clothes. The older son looks at our hero with these super guilty eyes, which just makes the situation even more awkward. It's clear he's nothing like his dad, who's strong and commanding, or his mom, who's smart and sneaky. The king turns to the eldest son and asks if he's seriously saying his mom had nothing to do with this. Then, without waiting for an answer, he tells his queen how disappointed he is in her. Lady Rafana, trying to defend the queen, keeps saying it's not her fault, instead it's hers, and that she messed up. The king, totally confused now, wonders what she's even talking about. He tells her that just being the mother of his kid should be enough to prove her place in the family. She looks a little embarrassed, and the king gently touches her hand, reminding her to know her role and act accordingly. This whole scene really ticks off the queen and her son, and the king demands that they find out who's to blame and make sure this never happens again. The queen, clearly shaken, looks down at the floor and promises to handle it and make sure it won't happen again. The king gives her one final warning: mess up again, and she'll face punishment. The queen keeps apologizing, saying she'll find the guilty party and make them pay, but she still doesn't seem to get why he's this mad. She then insists she has no idea how this happened, not knowing how to explain herself to Lady Rafana, who is also really stressed out. But the hero sees right through the queen. While his mom tries to say there's no mistake and defends the queen, our protagonist can't figure out why his mom is protecting the one person who probably knows every little detail about what went down. The queen promises this won't happen again, but only our hero realizes that at least she could pretend to look guilty. Instead, she just scares everyone with her power. With that, the hero's birthday ends, and somehow the financial mess is fixed. Later on, it's announced that the queen didn't even have a hand in sorting it out. The culprit is quickly found, a family of low-ranking nobles. They're blamed for everything and, without much fuss, executed on the spot with a guillotine. The palace servants gossip about how the aristocrats even confessed to the crime, but no one can figure out where they'd spend such a massive amount of money. Everyone seems relieved the issue is resolved, except for our baby boy. He can tell the real mastermind has gotten away scot-free. The case is closed, but to the hero, it's totally unfair. He makes up his mind, when he grows up, he'll teach everyone a lesson. But for now, being a baby with a small body means his main focus is food, so his only response is to cry. Soon he's being spoon-fed and feels pretty happy with his current situation. Still, he knows he needs to work on his body since he's going to be stuck as a baby for a while. But after thinking it over, he realizes all he really has to do is eat and play. Once his belly is full, he decides it's nap time. Sometime later, he wakes up to the sound of a carriage pulling up to the house. He flies to the window to check it out while his babysitter snoozes. He sees a group of people step out, and soon after, 3 of them enter his room: his mom, an adult, and a child. The hero suddenly remembers the babysitter. If she wakes up, his powers will be exposed, so he flies back to her and starts pinching her cheeks to wake her up. The adults immediately walk in just in time to see this, and his mom immediately yells at him to stop tormenting the poor nanny. The nanny notices another mistress has arrived and greets her right away. Our hero spots the newcomer too. The newly arrived mistress quickly says there's no need to apologize because she didn't warn anyone about her visit. Our hero realizes this is Fenelia, another concubine. Everyone starts saying how they would have welcomed her properly if they knew she was coming. But Fenelia says she needs to talk to our hero's mother alone. Our hero's mother can't figure out why Fenelia wants to see her, but assumes it must be serious. While waiting for the serious talk, she ends up choking on her tea. Fenelia, looking genuinely regretful, apologizes for her behavior at Prince Errol's birthday banquet. She explains her family once played a big role in winning battles on the continent and were well known, but those glory days are over. Now, they're struggling because no sons have been born in the family lately, and their reputation has faded. On top of that, rumors say they've been low on money for years. Our hero's mother asks if Fenelia is here because of her family's problems. Fenelia admits they're deeply in debt. She also recalls being pressured by the queen, which probably added to their financial mess. Fenelia pulls out a bag of money, admitting it's not enough to fix things, but says she feels really bad about everything. She admits our hero's mother probably hates her and her family. Just then, the door opens, and Fenelia's daughter quietly appears in the room. It becomes clear Fenelia only wants to shield her child from getting tangled up in conflicts with the imperial family. The mistress calmly says she's fine and doesn't need anything, insisting that Fenelia isn't at fault for any of this. Fenelia asks her not to pity her, but the mistress says she doesn't feel pity, she's just being straightforward. She points out that there's no reason for them to turn against each other now. The mistress makes it clear she understands the situation and doesn't hold any grudges against Fenelia's family. She gives the bag of money back, saying that it would be better spent on something nice for Fenelia's little daughter. She says she understands why Fenelia's family has been trying to manage their palace expenses. Then, she casually brings up some shocking news. She believes the reason behind all of this is that she serves her queen. This revelation leaves our boy stunned, and suddenly it all makes sense to him on why his mother is so disliked by others. He starts walking around his room, thinking about how hard his mother's life must be. Chaina notices he's upset and doesn't know how to calm him down. She asks if he's okay, and he quickly fakes a smile to stop her from worrying. He knows he needs to pull himself together. Chaina just assumes he's just being stupid moody, and goes off to do some exercises with Princess Kania. With everyone distracted, our boy decides to sneakily listen in on the conversation between his mother and Fenelia again. This time, his mother is talking about how she can't escape the queen's oppression. She explains that her main goal is to protect Errol while he's still young, and to stop anyone from hurting their family further. Her tone is more serious and determined than it's ever been. Lady Rafana wants to get closer to Miss Fenelia, but it's clear she has more on her mind than just being friendly. Fenelia sees this, but respects Rafana's determination and agrees. They both figure they can rely on each other when things get tough. Meanwhile, Prince Errol is deep in thought, realizing his mother is fully aware of what's really up between the queen and the concubines, which involves both him and her. But he also wonders what her next move would be. While Errol is lost in thought, a girl suddenly shows up near him, and he has no clue how she got there. He silently begs the universe to keep her away, but instead, she crawls into his bed and starts squishing his cheeks, saying she finds him adorable. She treats him like a squishy toy and even starts moving his crib around like it's a game. Our boy wishes that someone, even if it's Truck-kun, would rescue him from this chaos. Then comes a cat, and at first it seems like the cat thinks Errol is cute too. Errol knows there's no escaping now. The nanny says that the princess might visit. Of course, the princess is eager to come over, and Errol realizes he's on his own with no escape in sight. Time flies, and before long, Errol is almost 3 years old. Life feels like it's moving way too fast, as usual. He can't believe how quickly he's growing up and starts thinking about how much more he has to learn before adulthood. He remembers bits of his previous life and wonders if he'll ever get a chance to relive anything like that. Suddenly, the princess walks into his room. She rushes toward him, but Errol decides to lay a little hide and seek. Unfortunately, she finds him in no time, and he's frustrated and feeling down, but the princess just wants to play hide and seek. Before Errol could refuse, she's already running off to find a bigger spot to play. They end up outside, and it's clear the princess has been visiting a lot since Fenelia came over, with help from the nanny, of course. Errol doesn't mind too much because it seems like these visits are building a strong bond. Even though Errol is still small, Kania believes he's already someone who can be looked after. But she also says that when Errol grows up, it'll be his turn to take care of her instead. The princess makes Errol promise he'll come as soon as possible, but the little prince can't figure out why she's so fixated on him. Before he can think too much about it, Kania says that she adores him. She says playing with him is way more fun than with the others. He's clearly the best choice. Errol laughs, thinking she'll probably regret saying that when she gets older. Kania carries him up immediately, saying it's time to play, and insists on carrying him to their spot. The problem is, Errol feels like he's about to suffocate from her overly enthusiastic help. He silently begs for rescue, and just then, a maid steps in, saying that Errol must be uncomfortable being carried like that. She scolds Kania, saying that even as a princess, she shouldn't carry heavy things yet since she's still a child herself. Errol feels real relief he's finally saved. Although Kania isn't happy at all. She shouts that she wants to play. The maid says she should try drawing or listening to something classical instead, but Kania is sick of all that boring stuff. She says she wants to swing a sword, just like her brother Kyle. Errol notices her practicing with a stick and quickly realizes her balance is way off. The stick's weight is all wrong, and she's not holding it properly. Despite this, Kania is completely into it, imagining she's already defeated some powerful imaginary swordmaster and claiming victory for herself. The maid tries to explain why Kania isn't allowed to practice like Kyle and Lennon. This really upsets the princess, who can't understand why they're allowed but not her. The maid tells her that it isn't proper for a princess to dirty her hands, reminding Kania that she's supposed to be elegant and ladylike. Kania isn't listening, some Mulan vibes. She's already snatched up the maid's sword, and before the maid could stop her, she's talking excitedly about swordsmanship. The maid panics and chases after her, begging her to hand over the sword, or at least just take the sheath instead. Errol stands nearby, and he finds himself liking Kania more and more now. As time goes by, Prince Errol turns 5. He's out in the fields of his land, looking all royal and bold, pretending to race on his mighty steed. But let's not get carried away. He's just rocking back and forth on a toy horse, having the time of his life. Chaina, his maid companion / horse trainer, says he should try riding a real horse, but Errol waves it off, saying it's too risky. Chaina tries to hype him up, telling him a prince his age should be into stuff like riding horses and swinging swords. But Errol is like, nah, princes don't have to do all that. This leaves Chaina feeling bummed because he's not exactly oozing ambition. Here's the catch, Errol's no ordinary kid. This is his 101st life. Yep, the guy's been through the ringer more times than he can count. Over all those lifetimes, he's figured out one harsh truth. Being too good at anything only brings trouble. Every time he's been a pro at something like sword fighting or magic, it's drawn all the wrong people, either wanting to use him or take him down. So now, he's all about staying low-key and enjoying the perks of being a prince without breaking a sweat. Back at the castle, Errol tells Chaina he needs some alone time, and she agrees, though she's not thrilled about it. Once she's gone, he shuts the door, kicks back, and just lies there doing nothing. Later, they end up in a bit of a pickle. Chaina's frustrated, asking why he hates studying so much, pointing out that a 5-year-old prince should be eager to learn and grow. But Errol's totally not interested, don't care about the world, and definitely not into cramming knowledge. Chaina sighs, half joking that he sounds like someone who's lived 100 lifetimes. Before she can go on, Errol cuts her off and assures her it's not her fault he's like this. Deep down, he decides it's time to just enjoy life for once. YOLO vibes? Not for Errol. It only took him 100 lives to figure out how to kick back and take it easy. Maybe he's just a chill guy, who knows? Chaina reminds Prince Errol that by royal rules, he has to start studying now that he's 5. She pulls out some super basic books, saying they were picked just for him. But Errol, looking all moody, grabs one and shows off his book skills by spinning it around like a toy. Chaina's totally pissed, telling him books are for reading, not spinning. She even tries the guilt trip, saying regular dudes would love to learn but don't get the chance. But Errol doesn't give a care in the world. He starts stacking the books into a mini-house instead. Chaina, trying to hold it together, tells him to knock it off and sit back down, but Errol's not listening at all. When words don't work, he goes full drama mode, whining and yelling that he won't study. Suddenly, the doors open and his mom walks in, looking like she's had enough. And let's be real, nothing stops spoiled brats faster than a mom's "I'm gonna kill you" stare. Under her watch, Errol drags himself to the library and starts studying, though not without some complaints. Even while pretending to study, Errol's thinking about how ridiculous this all is. He knows that if his parents really cared about him learning, they'd make sure he was protected. But in his world, being good at anything is just asking for trouble. The more talent a kid like him shows, the more dangerous life gets, for him and everyone around him. Errol doesn't think it's fair, but life is what it is. All he wants is a chill, lazy life where no one's at risk. As he zones out, Chaina snaps him back to reality, telling him to study hard and make people proud, as if that's going to solve anything. Errol thinks about what Chaina says but decides it's a bit much for him. Chaina doesn't let it go, though, telling him that if he keeps acting like this, his mom's going to feel sad. That hits a nerve, and Aurel finally decides to put in some effort for his mom's sake, not because he suddenly loves studying. Even so, he's firm on one thing: no sword training, no magic lessons. He's had enough of dealing with the chaos that comes with being gifted. Instead, he starts thinking about other, less risky plans for his future. A few days later, a fancy carriage pulls up at the concubine's place. Chaina tells Aurel that a mage from the magic tower is here to check his mana. If he's got the talent, they'll start teaching him magic. That's bad news for Aurel. He knows any decent mage would sense the crazy amount of mana he's hiding. He figures the only way out is to keep his mana under wraps. As he walks down the hallway to meet this tester, he keeps his head down, trying to look as plain as possible. Chaina tries to cheer him up, saying even if his mana isn't super impressive, he can still work on it. But when they open the door, the tester's face says it all, shocked, like they just saw something they weren't ready for. The mage stands up quickly and looks right at Prince Aurel. As they size each other up, Aurel watches the mana flowing through the mage, wondering how he looks in the mage's eyes. The mage grabs Aurel's arm to check his vitals and says that something feels off. Chaina, trying to hype him up, asks if Aurel is special. But the mage isn't sure whether to call him special or just plain weird, since he can't sense any mana in Aurel at all. Even after trying to probe with mana, the mage finds nothing, leaving Chaina completely shocked. Aurel leans back in his chair, feeling all chill about how well he's hiding his mana like some last-stitch secret weapon. Before walking into the room, he had used his chi to compress his mana and push it to the edges of his body. When the mage looked surprised earlier, Aurel knew his plan was working. The idea of someone from a royal bloodline having no mana didn't make any sense, and Aurel had totally thrown him off. The mage tells Lady Rafana that Aurel has no potential for magic, leaving her confused. He adds that even commoners have a tiny bit of mana, but Aurel doesn't seem to have any at all. Some Rock Lee and Guy vibes. After hearing this, our boy starts to wonder if he went a little too far. Lady Rafana looks crushed, realizing her son might not have what it takes to become a mage. But this is exactly what Aurel wants. He's playing the long game, making everyone think he's totally useless with mana. As he sits there pretending to sulk, he knows this is just the start of his act. The next day, Aurel meets his new swordsmanship trainer, a young knight named Landfill Tagaron. Aurel takes one look at him and silently judges him as boring and weak, not even close to his level. In his past life, Aurel had fought monsters and survived brutal battles, so this guy doesn't impress him. Still, Aurel decides to play along, agreeing to train and encouraging both of them to grow stronger together, even if he's not expecting much. Aurel secretly thinks this whole training thing is more for Landfill's sake than his own. He's definitely not interested in doing anything too hard. Like his sister Kania, who walks around wearing weights to get stronger. So many Rock Lee references in this. The dude explains that intense training like that is a tradition for the Kinchester family, but Aurel says it sounds like something martial artists would do, not royalty. When Aurel asks about the plan, the swordsman dude explains that swordsmanship isn't just about strength, it's also about balance and flexibility. To prove his point about flexibility, Landfill flexes on them kids, showing off some fancy sword moves and suggests starting with simple exercises, like balancing on logs. Aurel immediately complains about being scared of falling, even though the logs are barely off the ground, but Landfill assures him that even if he does caplunk, it won't hurt. Aurel then asks what he's supposed to do since he's afraid of heights. Next, they move on to flexibility training. Landfill assumes Aurel would have no problem since he's still a kid, but Aurel shocks him by struggling to even touch his toes. The swordsman dude doesn't give up. He decides it's time to practice with wooden swords. He explains how to use centrifugal force to swing properly. Aurel gives it a try, but his grip is so bad the sword goes flying. Landfill looks stunned as Aurel completely messes up the exercise. Aurel, pretending to be crushed, tells Landfill he's hopeless at swordsmanship. But Landfill encourages him, saying it's only his first try and he'll get better with practice. Handing him another sword, they continue the session. The whole time, Aurel is very aware of someone watching him. His clumsy performance is all part of his plan to spread rumors about how bad he is, making sure word gets around the city. Rumors are flying among the nobles that Prince Aurel is even worse off than commoners when it comes to mana. People are saying he's failed at every kind of training, and he's so clumsy he could trip over nothing. While some find it hilarious, it's not doing Aurel any favors. At the concubine's castle, Aurel is chilling with cookies and orange juice. Kind of a surprising combo for medieval times, when he hears about a new private tutor coming to teach him. The gossip about him being useless has scared off most tutors, so Aurel's curious about who's brave, or crazy, enough to take the job. He looks out the window just in time to see the tutor stepping out of a carriage. A few minutes later, he finds out the guy's name is Gamel Pernia. The vibe in the room immediately gets awkward, with Gamel stuck teaching someone everyone thinks is hopeless, and Aurel already bored out of his mind. Aurel sighs and figures they might as well start with literature, focusing on foreign and common languages. Gamel piles up books in front of him and says basic grammar should only take a day to learn. But since Arel's reputation is so bad, Gamel gives him a few days instead, acting like it's no big deal if he can't get it right. This annoys Arel, so he promises to give it his best shot. Gamel keeps talking, saying bad grades don't always mean someone isn't trying. Sometimes, it's just how the brain works. He basically says it's not Arel's fault, but the backhanded compliment feels worse than outright criticism. Arel starts feeling the weight of people looking down on him. Sure, he wanted everyone to stop expecting so much from him, but he hadn't expected their pity to sting so much. Late at night, Arel goes ninja baby mode and sneaks into the library, feeling himself about his top-tier language skills. Thanks to hundreds of past lives, he's been fluent in multiple languages since he was a toddler. As he walks through the library, he wonders if he should let everyone know just how much of a genius he really is. He focuses mana in his hands and starts searching for books on vocabulary and grammar, using magic to pull them off the shelves as he walks by because he's too midgety to reach. He doesn't stop there, though. He grabs books in foreign languages, too, trying to know even more than he already does. With everything neatly stacked on a table, he gets to work. Flipping open a book, Arel thinks about how all languages follow the same basic rules. He's lived 100 lives, and in every one of them, he's been busy learning. That night, starts studying hard, very much determined to show off just how smart he is the next day. A few days later, Gamel pills up, saying his jokes have gone too far and asking if he really understands the common language. Arel sighs and says he's not lying, even trying to prove it by reading something. Gamel feels like he might have just memorized some passages, but Arel says to him that even memorizing a whole language would be impressive. Considering how tricky the kingdom's official language is compared to others, Gamel challenges him to pick a random book and read it. He points out that even the smartest kids need to be at least 12 to handle basic reading, and Arel's only 5. Arel immediately grabs a book and reads it flawlessly, leaving Gamel in total shock. Gamel is quite overwhelmed and even starts tearing up, calling Arel's talent extraordinary. After all, when a student excels, it makes the teacher look good too, you know. Arel tells his teacher that he should feel lucky to have such a genius for a student. Fired up loads, Gamel jumps into the day's lesson, ready to teach his brilliant pupil. By the next night, the rumors about Arel take a wild turn. Where people used to mock him for being clumsy and useless with a sword, now they're all hyped about how he mastered the common language in just 2 days. Rumors start flying here and there about how Arel can solve math problems in his head like it's nothing. And just like that, the legend of a genius Arel is born. But where did these stories come from? Turns out, down at a local tavern, someone's been spilling the tea, or beer rather. Gamel, Arel's tutor, is sitting there, a little too tipsy, bragging to anyone who'll listen about how he always saw the prince's potential when everyone else didn't. He's going on and on about how hidden talents just need the right teacher, aka him, to shine. Before long, word about Arel's smarts makes its way to the king. The king is pretty amazed and talks with Lady Rafana about how their son might have struggled with all the sword and magic stuff because it just wasn't his thing. Lady Rafana apologizes for causing any worry, but thinks that, as his mom, she should have realized how special he was sooner. The king, seeing her concern, reassures her. They share one of those heartfelt and very cultured moments that would make the queen need eye bleach, and he tells her he's sure their son will grow up to do amazing things. Meanwhile, our boy is out here eavesdropping on the whole conversation, thinking to himself that, yeah, he'll do just enough to keep the king impressed, pick a good spot in life, and have some fun while he's at it. And so, Arel kicks off his 101st life, this time as a brainiac prince. A few days later, he notices more guards hanging around outside the concubine's castle. It doesn't take long for him to figure out that since he can't fight or use magic, the king probably sent them to keep him safe. Arel feels a little proud, guessing the king's in a pretty good mood. But then, some loud sound behind him grabs his attention. Chaina has dropped off a massive chest, and his mom explains it's a gift from the king. Arel immediately opens it and finds it stuffed with gold coins, shiny jewels, and all kinds of treasures. As he's digging through, something catches his eye, a unique-looking necklace. Chaina asks if it's the priciest thing in the chest, but Arel decides it's not about the cost. This necklace is the coolest thing in there by far. Arel puts on the necklace and says it gives you big brain time and also helps you think faster while keeping you from getting tired. Chaina is super impressed, thinking it's all because of how hard Arel's been studying lately, but he just makes it look like it's no big deal. The truth is, while the necklace looks pretty basic to everyone else, Arel can see the mana-triggering gadget hidden inside the jewel. Not that he needs it, but his inner chi does way more. As he does stuff with the necklace, he starts thinking about Kania, who's been working out like crazy for her sword training and is now seriously ripped. He asks his mom if he can give the necklace to Kania, and she gently pats his head and says that since it's a gift from the king, giving it as a present would probably make the king happy too. She then asks what Arel likes about Kania. He says it's her strength, which makes all the maids burst into a mad laughter. That day, the whole concubine's castle is booming with joy, knowing that Errol is not only recognized but also favored by the king. The young knight even brags about it to his fellow guards, reminding them to take pride in being part of the concubine's castle. A few days later, Errol is sitting in the dining hall with Chaina. She tells him all the desserts he requested are ready and asks what he thinks of them. Errol tries one after another but isn't happy with any of them. He's annoyed and keeps searching for something better. Chaina encourages him to slow down and enjoy the treats, asking if they taste good. Errol, frustrated, says none of them are sweet enough because they're all missing what he's looking for. Chaina, confused, says these desserts were made by the best chefs and offers to bring one over to fix the problem. That's when Errol has a light bulb moment. What he needs isn't a chef, he asks for an alchemist instead, which just surprises and confuses Chaina. Prince Errol starts spacing out, thinking about Coca-Cola and snacks from his old life, practically drooling, just imagining the taste. He figures he'll need an alchemist to recreate cola, but that's easier said than done. Chaina, super confused about why he'd want an alchemist, asks him what's going on. Errol freezes, realizing she must have heard him daydreaming out loud. He thinks about explaining but quickly decides it'll sound way too weird, especially since he's only 5. Instead, he starts putting together the problem. The kingdom doesn't have the right seasonings or fancy techniques needed to make something like cola. The more he thinks about it, the more he realizes how tricky it'll be. Making cola isn't just mixing stuff together. It needs all these extra steps he can't even do yet. Feeling bummed, he starts fantasizing about the fizzy, sweet drink again. But then he snaps out of it and reminds himself that he's supposed to be a genius scholar. If anyone can figure it out, it's him. He suddenly jumps up and bolts out of the room. Chaina stares after him, completely lost, and asks where he's off to. He yells back that he's going to study, leaving her scratching her head, wondering if she even heard him right. Errol, meanwhile, is sprinting through the castle, laser-focused on one thing: chemistry. He knows cooking and chemistry go hand in hand, so he's convinced alchemy is the key to cracking the cola code, no matter how tough it'll be. Fast forward 3 years. Now 8 years old, Prince Errol is running a meeting, sitting at the head of a big table. They're talking about building new bridges in areas where merchants travel a lot. One of the supervisors asks what he thinks about the plans. Errol checks out the blueprints, compliments how impressive they look, and then casually asks who designed them. When a supervisor proudly claims credit, Errol's expression changes. He threatens to fire the guy if he ever shows up with another useless design. The room? Dead silent. Prince Errol points out a few problems in the bridge design, saying that while it might work for now, it'll be a disaster when snow piles up in the winter. The weight would crush the wooden parts underneath because the designers cared more about making it look fancy than keeping it safe. Our boy makes it clear that while the kingdom should look impressive, safety has to come first. He demands they redo the design and then moves on to the next blueprint. With his crazy amount of knowledge, Errol's workload is kind of shooting through the roof. The so-called experts in the room can't hold a candle to him, but they've decided to trust this 8-year-old genius anyway. Our boy feels a little bad for them, but he knows he's got no choice. He has to keep proving himself. After the meeting, as Errol heads out, a new maid spots him and calls him by his latest nickname, the Young Gray Sage. He's instantly horrified and thinks it's the cheesiest thing ever. Realizing the maid must be new, he tells her not to use that nickname again because he can't stand it. She promises to remember, but as he walks off, she almost messes up and says it again. Errol, now extra annoyed, silently swears that nickname is the lamest thing he's ever heard. As his carriage moves off, Lady Rafana looks out the window and asks Chaina if Errol is heading somewhere important. Chaina tells her that he's going to see the king, which makes her wonder what they'll talk about. Chaina hesitates, almost saying that Errol is interested in learning alchemy. Meanwhile, up in the carriage, our boy is busy imagining how the king might react when he drops his alchemy request out of nowhere. Even though his audience request was approved right away, Errol figures the king must trust him now, especially since he's been handling so many responsibilities like a pro. Prince Errol stares out the window, trying to shake off the nerves. Even after living through 100 lives, the king's aura still feels overwhelming. He keeps reminding himself to stay calm and not mess up when it's time to talk. When the king asks why he wants to learn alchemy, Errol explains it's because he wants to help the kingdom and the king more. Since he's no good with swords or magic, all he can do is gain knowledge and put it to use. The king listens carefully, impressed by how thoughtful Errol is, and agrees to his request. He promises to connect Errol with some reliable alchemists, and even asks if there's anything else he needs. Errol politely says he'll ask later if something comes up. As the king smiles warmly, Errol feels pretty chill, knowing his plan worked perfectly. Word spreads fast, and soon all the best alchemists in the kingdom show up, eager to prove themselves and maybe earn some recognition. It's no surprise when Demon Ranchette gets picked. He's known for creating these crazy reflective mirrors that bounce sunlight super far, which he installed on the western fortress to keep invaders away. A few days later, Errol meets Demon in the garden of the concubine's castle. Demon casually compliments the beauty of the garden, but Errol is more focused on him. Based on his legendary reputation, Errol expected some old, wise-looking alchemist, but Demon turns out to look surprisingly young. Noticing the confusion, Demon explains that his hair turned white years ago after a little accident with toxic fumes. Our boy realizes that Demon almost lost his life while learning. Demon, staying calm, warns Errol to be ready for the risks. If anything happens to the Our Boy during experiments, Demon for sure knows he'll be held responsible, maybe even with his own life, or worse. Demon explains that alchemy is way harder and more dangerous than Errol probably thinks. He even points out how young Errol is, but before he can finish, Our Boy cuts him off. He tells him that he knows what he's getting into. Alchemy isn't magic, it's science, and he's not chasing silly dreams like turning rocks into marshmallows, or going miracle mode by turning into wine. What he really wants is practical tech, methods to clean iron ores and create stronger metals for the kingdom. Demon is blown away by Errol's ambition and sharp thinking. He feels this kid is destined to lead the kingdom of Ernesia someday. After being inspired by Errol's speech, he kneels before Our Boy, telling him that although his skills are lacking, he'll teach him everything that he knows. A few days pass since alchemy class kicks off, and Prince Errol is deep in his studies when Demon suddenly asks if he's done this alchemy stuff before. Errol gets caught off guard, thinking maybe he's been showing off too much, but he quickly changes the subject, saying he just read about it in a book. Demon seems cool with that and even says Errol matches the rumors he's heard. Errol feels relief because of his genius scholar act is working. The two of them end up grinding all day, every day, from sunrise to sunset. As they dig into their research, Errol figures out that you can harden iron by throwing in some eggshells or bone ash. He shares this discovery with Demon, and they keep making progress. Later on, Errol learns how to extract lead and other stuff. He also notices that, aside from some special metals and medicines in this world, everything else is pretty much the same as what he remembers from his past lives. He talks about how lucky it is that the rules haven't changed. Demon hears him and asks what he meant, but Errol tells him that he was just talking to himself. With everything going according to plan, Errol sends a letter to the king asking for more alchemists. The king doesn't waste time and agrees, telling his men to gather the best alchemists in the kingdom. But there's a teensy tiny problem. One of the king's advisors kinda hesitates, cause he's worrying about complaints over the budget, but the king shuts that off immediately. He trusts Errol's work will be worth it and good for the kingdom. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Errol says he's going to create a carbonated drink, a soda. The alchemists are surprised and ask if he's seriously planning to make food. Our boy happily says that's exactly what he's doing. He starts explaining some basics, but before he could get too far, the alchemists start feeling disappointed. They came here hoping to achieve big things and bring honor to their families, only to end up making snacks. One alchemist even complains about giving up his cushy, huge professor job at the Alchemy Academy just to get turned into chef's apprentice. To calm them down, Our Boy promises they'll be well paid no matter how things turn out. That does the trick, and the alchemists start tossing around ideas. First, they figure they need carbonated water, which naturally exists in some parts of the kingdom and can be brought in pretty fast. Our Boy notices these guys aren't exactly driven by passion. They're just happy as long as they get paid or earn some fame. Still, he knows they'll be useful for speeding up his research. A few days later, wagons loaded with barrels of carbonated water roll in from all over. This makes Our Boy very happy, and Demon pops open one of the barrels, but the nasty smell makes him cringe as he asks if they're really supposed to drink this. Errol tells him they need to test if it's drinkable, but after checking the first barrel, he almost gags and decides it's a no-go. The water's an epic fail. He checks the other barrels and yup, they're all terrible. But Our Boy doesn't lose his cool. He tells everyone they'll have to make artificial carbonated water instead, causing a buzz among the alchemist homies. He hands out papers with some theories, saying that they could crack the problem if they dig into these clues. Seeing how serious this is, Errol reassures them, saying they're the best alchemists around and will figure it out in no time. When he turns to Demon for some backup, his response doesn't exactly scream enthusiasm. These alchemists really are the top-tier brains in Ernesia. Feeling good about things, Errol leaves the room, telling them that messing around with theories and testing stuff should be their happy place, so he won't hover around. Still, he wonders if they can pull this off in just a week, but figures the challenge will only make them work faster. A few days later, Errol is really excited as he tells the alchemists this carbonated water will bring energy to the kingdom and also summon in piles of cash. The alchemists aren't so sure, secretly wondering if it's all dumb hype. But Errol's very surprised when he sees they've already managed to make artificial carbonated water. Our Boy grabs a container and is ready to taste it himself. Demon and the others are curious if this stuff will really catch on. The water has a strong kick but no flavor, so they're skeptical. Errol quickly clears it up, explaining it's not meant to be drunk plain, they'll mix it with fruit juice or alcohol. His original dream was to recreate cola, but since he couldn't get the cola fruit, this fizzy alternative would have to do the job like a substitute teacher. To start, Errol squeezes up some lemon juice into the fizzy water and takes a little sip. The taste hits just right, like Goldilocks and the Bears kinda right, making it completely perfect with so much excitement. He passes it around, and as expected, the alchemists love it too. The sour lemon flavor mixed with the bubbly fizz is a total hit, leaving everyone wanting even more. And just like that, our boy's carbonated soda is born. Word of the drink spreads like wildfire, turning it into such a luxury that the people can't get enough of, even outside the borders of Ernesia. Lord Dement, the Earl of the Northern Territories, can't wrap his head around this soda thing Prince Errol has created. He has to double-check with his servant, who confirms it's all thanks to Errol's lead. The drink has turned into a super fancy luxury item and is making bank for the Ernesia kingdom. There are even wild rumors about carriages stuffed with gold showing up at the concubine's palace every single day. Kicking himself for brushing Errol off on his first birthday and thinking the prince is useless, Lord Dement is full of regret. If only he had backed Errol back then, he could have had a piece of the action. Swearing to never miss out again, he vows to keep a closer eye on things. Fast forward 2 years, and over at the concubine's castle, 16-year-old Princess Kania is showing off her sword moves. After finishing her routine, she nervously asks 10-year-old Prince Errol for his thoughts. Errol, pausing for a moment, tells her she looks super cool and impressive. Her escort pops up too, saying her swordsmanship is flawless. Errol agrees, thinking she's way more skilled than any boy his age. Kania gets really happy, jumping around and thanking them for their kind words. Watching her bounce with excitement, her escort says they want to take a break, and Errol thinks she looks really cute while being so cheerful. After the training session, Kania and Errol sit down in the garden for some tea. Kania brings up all the news about Errol's soda success, saying it has not only helped the palace but also boosted the kingdom's economy. Errol, playing it cool, calls it his duty as a prince. Kania then tells him of a rumor about him being the perfect son, which has apparently made a lot of people jealous of Lady Rafana. But there's more to this story than just Errol's soda fame. After learning his mom, Rafana, comes from a fallen noble family that used to run a small territory and has been living like regular dudes, Errol decides to hand over the soda distribution to her family. This turns out to be a genius move, as people aren't just buying a bottle or two. They are lining up to grab crates of soda. The demands are higher than the Grimace shake. Some people are so desperate for the drink that they pay double or even triple the usual price just to get it. On top of soda, Errol also introduces yogurt and another drink to the market, and both become insanely popular. Thanks to all this, Lady Rafana's family goes from being regular nobles to being richer than any merchant in the kingdom. Their house is so packed with gold decorations, from the floors to the ceiling, that it kinda blinds anyone who tries to walk through it. Rumors are spreading like wildfire, and soon people start comparing Prince Errol's successes to Princess Kania's efforts. This leaves Kania super frustrated and upset. She is so annoyed she ends up in tears, begging Errol to tone things down. Errol just laughs at it like it's not a big deal. Trying to change the topic, he offers her some soda and waffles covered in his syrup, assuring her that he can spoil her with the treat. But Kania isn't interested in snacks. Instead, she whips out her sword and tells him exactly what she thinks his problem is. What good is all that money if he doesn't even know how to fight? As she points her sword right at him, she says that she is going to teach him how to handle a blade. Errol, clearly unimpressed, thanks her but says no, explaining he has no interest in being a swordsman in this life. He remembers his past, where he had lived the life of a warrior before, but Kania isn't about to let him off easy. She immediately launches a surprise attack, showing him some sword techniques while pushing him to fight back. Errol sighs, realizing it will be faster to just go along with her. He figures if he plays along, it might help her achieve her dream of raising a family full of swordmasters. Despite looking really delicate, Kania has a ton of energy and passion, and our boy decides to use his chi bit by bit, brick by brick, deciding to help her reach her goal. A few days later, Errol finds himself riding in a massive carriage on the way to see the king. He admires how huge it is, joking in his mind that it's like riding in a Lamborghini. The attention it gets from people makes him feel like some kind of celebrity. Leaning back and relaxing, Errol wonders what the king wants to talk about this time. He suspects it might involve a bonus or some extra allowance as a reward for his achievements. When he arrives, Errol joins the king for lunch, curious about what's next. He remembers how the quiet used to make him uneasy, but now he is used to it. Sitting alone, he calmly eats his meal, waiting for the king to speak. Lately, he has been visiting the king more often. Just as Errol is about to bite into a cookie, he nearly chokes when the king asks if he has thought about taking on a real government job. After clearing his throat, our boy realizes the moment he has been avoiding has pilled up. The king says it might feel a little early, but no one would oppose if Errol starts working in the government. He then asks what he thinks and if there is any specific job that he might want. Trying to stay composed, Errol tells him that he doesn't have any preferences, though deep down, all he really wants is to relax, eat, and enjoy life. He sips his tea, hoping to not blow it all completely, and tells the king he doesn't see why he should think about work now, especially since he is still busy with science and alchemy. Keeping his poker face, Errol waits as the king sits silently. In his mind, our boy wonders why the king wants him to take on a role when the first prince isn't even involved in government yet. He thinks about the queen, and the first prince staying quiet, and how he has always been careful not to cross any lines with them. He also feels lucky that the last big ball has been cancelled thanks to the chaos caused by the freak prince. Ain't no ball like a prince ball. Errol knows being liked by the king is one thing, but being trusted with a big government role is something else entirely. He dislikes gossip and doesn't want to get caught up in any drama with his brothers. Was the king trying to stir up trouble between them on purpose? Errol feels that this might be the case. He thinks about how survival isn't just about being clever or strong in the wild. It applies to royal life too. To sit on the throne, you need the strength and sharp instincts of an eagle. Without that, even all the knowledge from his past lives wouldn't be enough to stay safe. Maybe the king wants a world where only the strongest survive. Either way, Errol isn't about to fall into the trap this time. A few days pass since Prince Errol talks with the king. Now, he is riding a horse, looking excited as he thinks about how this is his first time going so far from the concubine's palace. And it's not on a toy horse this time, it's the real thing. The wind hits his face, and he feels free like never before. He thinks he deserves this breath of fresh air after all the time he spent working hard and staying indoors. He remembers the times he used to explore everywhere, even across worlds, just to find strong people to challenge. But today, he's happy just enjoying this horse ride. Then Kania calls out, telling him to slow down, kinda impressed by how well he rides. In his head, he thanks her for taking him along, but out loud, he says it's all because the horse is smart, not him. He looks back, wondering why so many knights are escorting them for such a short trip. He notices some of them look pretty tough. Kania tells him that she didn't ask for this many guards, but before she finishes, Errol cuts in, reminding her she's a princess. Safety definitely has to come first, even if it means losing a bit of freedom. Suddenly, our boy feels something strange coming from in front of them up ahead. It's like a weird, heavy energy. He stops his horse and wonders if it's some kind of magic. His sister asks why he stopped, and he tells her they should turn back because he thinks there might be monsters in the forest. Kania looks confused and asks how he knows, and our boy makes up a stupid reason about having a strong sixth sense and says the feeling is bad, like a trap is waiting. Kania doesn't believe him, of course, and immediately charges toward the strange energy. Shocked, Errol yells for the knights to make sure she comes back safely. One of the knights awkwardly admits they are actually on the right path. Turns out just beyond the forest is the princess's training ground. Errol is confused and asks about this training ground, but in the end, he just follows his sister, who seems completely sure of where she's going. This whole thing started a few days ago. It all just kinda happened when Kania and Errol were out here eating together with no danger. Kania told him about Trip soon and invited him to tag along. She totally understands how annoying it is to be stuck in the palace all the time and talks about how much she loves hunting and going on adventures. As they ride side by side, Kania tells him that traveling is practice, and practice is traveling. It's all just fun for her. Errol, though, feels like this is more of a punishment than anything else. Kania looks over at him and says she's pretty sure he would have come along even if it was just for practice, because he trusts her. And since she's his sister, she promises to protect him if they run into any monsters. Errol doesn't say much, he just smiles, thinking about how awesome she is. Soon they reach the training ground. Errol gets right into planning mode, laying out the strategy. Some troops will lead the monsters to one side, Kania will break through, and the rest of the team will handle the ones caught in the trap. The goal is to make the best use of their time and energy while letting Kania show off her skills. The plan kicks off, and the guards round up 20 orcs for Kania to fight. She grabs her sword, rushes at them, and takes down the first orc with a slash to its neck. She sends another flying with a quick slash. Errol watches, kind of doubting at first that she'd even take one down during her first try. But as he keeps watching, he has to admit she's got serious skills. He's a little jealous, of course, and rightly so, but mostly impressed by how strong and calm she looks while fighting. Kania doesn't stop, going from one orc to the next, increasing her kill count. Kania's skills leave everyone hyped, watching her pull off amazing moves for a 16-year-old. The training keeps going for a few days, and she just keeps showing off how talented she is. One night, they're chilling by a fireplace. Errol asks if she's tired, but Kania says she's good and even wishes she could have fought more. Errol tells her not to push herself too hard, reminding her how people mess up when they let their guard down. He even brings up a mistake from his past life that cost him big. As they hang out, Kania is busy raving about how good the meat skewer tastes. Errol watches her and thinks how, at that moment, she just looks like any regular 16-year-old girl. But then, as the night goes on, he suddenly asks why she wants to be so strong. Kania is surprised but answers seriously. She says that no matter how skilled she gets, nobody will actually support her choices because she's a princess. People think it's just a phase, and one day she'll quit all this sword stuff, settle down, and marry some random guy for politics. Errol gets it. In their world, it's totally normal for princesses to have arranged marriages for the sake of alliances. Kania is already at that age where people expect it. But before Errol can say anything, Kania interrupts his thoughts. She straight up says she hates that life. Errol is surprised, but she explains how much she admires him. He's out there doing what he's good at, earning respect, and making money while helping the kingdom. She wants the same thing. She wants people to see her for her skills, not just as someone who'll marry for politics. With a determined look, Kania says that she'll control her own life. Errol smiles, impressed, and confidently tells her she's definitely going to change her destiny. Kania smiles back, saying she wants to be like him. Then she remembers their journey ends tomorrow. Errol agrees. This trip has been amazing, and he's glad he came along. The next day, Kania is still out there taking down orcs like it's some kind of personal vendetta. When one orc charges at her, Kania wastes no time and slashes it clean across the torso, dropping it instantly. Everyone watching is amazed. She keeps hunting orcs, even on the way home, like she's on some kind of unstoppable rampage. The orcs that were trying to hide don't stand a chance and get caught easily. Errol eventually yells out to her, telling her it's time to stop. He points out that there's nothing left to fight and they really need to get back home. Kania looks around, sees she's surrounded by a pile of defeated orcs, and finally agrees to call it a day. But then she notices her horse looking rough, like really rough. It's worn out from all the action and looks like it needs a break ASAP. Errol says they should ride together on his horse while her tired one gets sent to the magicians for some magical stuff. Kania hops on and takes the reins, since, let's be real, she's the better rider anyway. And our boy's totally fine with that. They start heading home with the guards following close behind. Everything seems fine at first, but of course, that doesn't last. Errol feels something's off and looks up at the sky. Kania asks him what's wrong, but he can't explain it, just has a bad feeling. He focuses his chi to try and figure out what's up. Then he spots it, a wyvern. Errol freaks out and quickly grabs the horse, telling Kania to hang on tight. He's ready to make a run for it. Turning to the guards behind them, he shouts, warning them about the wyvern, and tells them to get into the woods for safety. The guards can't believe it and think it's nonsense. They picked this spot because the local lord, who loves hunting wyverns, swore there were none around. Then things go south fast. Someone raises the alarm, and just like that, a massive wyvern dives down, snatches a guard like a toy, and flies off with him. Everyone loses it. People are yelling and running everywhere, completely shocked to see the very monster they thought didn't exist here. Prince Errol keeps it together and takes charge, while Princess Kania looks back nervously to see what's going on. That's when it hits her. There isn't just one wyvern. There's a whole flock of them. Errol sees it too and is super confused. Wyverns usually prefer to be loners, but now they're acting like some organized death squad. These creatures aren't just hunting, they're wiping everyone out for the fun of it. What really throws him off is that they're using crazy magic like acid breath, making them even more dangerous. Behind Errol and Kania, the scene is pure chaos. The ground looks like a battlefield where Hope went to die. Kania stares at the guards getting wiped out, but Errol tells her to focus and hold on to him tighter. Right then, one of the wyverns locks onto them and starts chasing, charging up its acid breath to unleash on them. Out of nowhere, a mage steps up and saves the day, blasting the wyvern's attack away with a fireball. The group of magicians at the back jump in to cover Errol and Kania, throwing spells left and right to clear a path. But Errol knows the truth. They can't just keep running forever. This fight isn't over yet. Wyverns are tough to crack unless you've got some real magical skills. Anything below class 4 might as well just be throwing rocks at them. The magicians are giving it their all, but it's clear that they're about to hit their limit. With 2 wyverns closing in fast, our boy doesn't waste time. He converts his mana into a deadly projectile, call it a spirit bullet or Ganjidong sniper, and nails one wyvern right in the head. Then he takes out the other, no sweat, and lets the mages bask in the glory like they did all the work. But out of nowhere, a wyvern crashes down in front of them, cutting off their escape route. Just as things are about to get ugly, Kania calls out for her mom in a pure panic mode. Her personal guard shows up with Superman's timing, slicing the wyvern clean in half with one swing of her sword. The guard doesn't stick around to celebrate, though. She tells our boy and his sis to make a run for it to the woods for safety. Errol feels relief and is impressed by her skills, hoping she might buy them some breathing room. But before he could even relax, he hears a strange voice in his head, almost taunting him. Errol looks around fast, trying to figure out where that creepy vibe is coming from. Then a dark-robed man steps into view, holding some weird stick and laughing like he's auditioning for Evil Villain of the Year. Errol's instincts scream trouble. Well, obviously, just as he tries to size the guy up, the mage skips introductions and starts summoning magic like it's about to go down. This catches our boy off guard as he expected an answer, and not for him to whip out the 9 and start blasting. The dark mage launches his attack, but Errol is quick, dodging and shielding Kania. Sadly, the guards behind them aren't so lucky. Once the magic stops, Errol looks back and sees the guards down, with smoke still rising from their lifeless bodies. The dark mage comments on how Kania dodged the attack, sounding surprised. Errol is taken aback when he realizes the mage knows her name and starts to wonder if she's been the real target all along. With a creepy laugh, the dark mage makes fun of them, saying they were just entertainment for him. He raises his staff, getting ready to cast another spell, and claims they can't escape. Our boy can sense dark energy coming from the staff. Both Kania and Errol feel uneasy. Kania looks around and notices something strange happening to the fallen bodies. One of the guards yells that they're moving, and even the wyvern is starting to twitch. Errol realizes they're up against the undead. The dark mage orders the undead to take out Kania and show the royal family the power of the dark church. But then he pauses, sensing something's wrong, though he can't tell what. Errol won't just stand there while his sister is in danger. Determined, he wonders who would dare target Kania. Using his Danjigong, he shoots at the dark mage's chest, hitting him with a wave of attacks that make the mage scream and collapse. Kania, confused, asks what happened. Errol explains that the mage probably overloaded himself with magic, causing a backlash. Even though the dark mage is down, the spell on the undead is still active. The guards urge Errol and Kania to run, promising to take care of the undead. Before they leave, Errol tells the guards he trusts them to finish the fight. As night falls, they flee into the forest and find shelter under a cliff, setting up camp. Kania is still worried, but Errol reassures her that the undead will be gone soon now that the dark mage is defeated. Errol tells Kania not to worry, saying the guards are on their way and everything will be fine. As he tries to start a fire, Kania asks how he learned to do that, since he's always busy at the castle. Errol gets a bit nervous and explains it's all about rubbing two flammable things together to create heat. If Kania hadn't been watching him so closely, Errol would have just used his mana to create heat and avoid the hassle of using his hands. After a bit of struggling, he finally gets the fire fired up. Kania wonders if maybe she should have skipped the training, but our boy tells her that it wasn't her fault, just an unexpected mess. She then asks if he was scared during the whole thing. Realizing he's been acting way too serious, our boy decides to be more honest. He admits they're royal representatives and have to hide their fear, even though the wyverns were pretty terrifying. Kania, seeing a softer side of him, takes his hand and thanks him for sticking with her through all the chaos. Errol, feeling quite in the moment, says that Kania was scared from the start, and it broke his heart to see the guards lose their lives for nothing. He knows the royal family is always in danger of assassination, but this is Kania's first real encounter with danger, and it's tough for her to handle. Still, he stays focused on the main goal, getting them both home safe. Out of nowhere, a wild battle breaks out above them between a wyvern and a griffin. Kania wonders why they're fighting at this hour. And Errol, noticing a nest on the cliff, figures the wyvern is after the griffin's cub. The wyvern manages to sink its teeth into the griffin's neck, sending it crashing into the rocks below. Errol and Kania run to quickly get out of the way, dodging falling rocks. Once the dust clears, they see the wyvern fly off, probably scared off by the griffin's blood on the air. But when Errol looks around, Kania is gone. He's left standing there, shocked. He spots her near the fallen griffin and warns her to be careful, but she says it's fine since the griffin is already dead. Errol knows there's no stopping Kania when she's curious. She looks at the griffin and wonders what they should do with it. Our boy, feeling kinda awkward, asks if she's planning to bury it, but Kania surprises him by saying she's worried about the griffin's baby. Errol says they can't do anything, and they would have to let nature handle it, even if it seems harsh. Kania, though, thinks Errol meant they should raise the baby together, leaving Errol even more confused and all. As Kania spots the guards coming, one of them looks relieved to see the pair safe. When they get closer, Kania happily greets them, excited to see them again. Kania's guard says that no one else was hurt after the undead magic spell was broken. The guards are surprised when they see Kania holding a griffin in her arms. Prince Errol, looking a bit nervous, says it's the perfect time to step in and stop Kania from taking in the griffin. But Kania's guard says it's too late for that. A week has passed, and things have mostly gone back to normal, except for the new addition to the family. When the griffin baby flies over and wakes up Prince Errol, he greets the newest member of their family. Errol picks up the little griffin, and though he can't just sleep like he used to, he forgives the baby for being so cute and well-behaved. The story then goes back to that night. Errol tells the guards to take Kania to rest while he makes sure no wild animals will disturb the fallen griffin's body. As the guards set up camp, Errol carefully cuts open the griffin's chest with his sword and takes out its magical core. Errol knows the core will help him tame the newborn griffin. While Errol plays with the cub, he sees Kania arriving at the castle. She quickly gets out of her carriage, and the griffin baby excitedly greets her. As Kania spends time with the cub, Prince Errol hears about a wanted order across the kingdom. A bounty is placed on the Dark Church, the group behind the attack on Kania, with rewards for anyone who knows where they are. Prince Errol notes that the Dark Church isn't the only group causing trouble for the kingdom. He suddenly wonders if he's been too focused on wealth. A guard, overhearing him, asks what he means, but Errol just sends him away like it doesn't matter one bit. As Princess Kania finally catches the griffin, Errol thinks about why someone would target her, considering she doesn't hold much power or influence. Still, she's a princess and part of his family. He starts thinking that maybe he should become a swordmaster and try to become an aura expert by the time he's in his late 20s. Errol, trying his best to change the topic, approaches Kania and asks if she wants to do something fun. Kania asks what he has in mind, and moments later, swords are clashing, and some mana kinda appears around their blades. Kania notices the surge and starts to think about it, but before she could finish, they both pull back after one last strike. Kania excitedly asks how she did, and Errol happily tells her he used his aura. He secretly enjoys how well his plan worked and how she bought it. She asks him if she could learn it too, and wonders where Errol studied it. He vaguely replies, saying something like that, then explains that using aura mostly relies on the brain. Kania, a bit discouraged, assumes she can't do it because she's not smart enough. Errol reassures her, saying that's not the case. Kania jokes that it's just because he's a genius, but Errol explains that she just needs to learn how to control the aura with her brain, and he'll teach her. Excited, Kania asks if she'll be able to master it quickly. Errol tells Kania that if she follows his method, she'll master aura quickly. Secretly, he thinks about why her progress is so fast. He's been quietly transferring mana into her. He tells her to focus and follow his guidance. Meanwhile, Kania's guard eavesdrops on their conversation from behind closed doors. Weeks pass, and whenever Kania visits Fly, she trains in both swordsmanship and aura with Errol. Kania becomes an aura user at an amazing speed. One day, while looking at her sword in, she asks if this is the power of aura. Errol congratulates her but reminds her that this is just the start of her journey. One unexpected result of their training is that Fly temporarily grows after being exposed to the strong energy from aura practice. Fly rests on Errol's shoulder, and he complains about the griffin's weight, even if it shrinks back down. Errol tells Kania that mastering aura is only the first step. They need to train harder to control their strength, movement, and use aura to its fullest. Kania may even be able to use aura while riding Fly. She laughs at Errol's bold imagination, but he insists he's serious. While petting Fly, Kania asks if Errol is right. In his mind, Errol believes that day will come soon. Suddenly the door suddenly opens, and a voice announces that His Majesty has arrived, surprising both Errol and Kania. Errol wonders why the king is there, as he should be busy with his preparations in the north and not just stopping by for a breath of fresh air. The king enters with Lady Rafana, and our boy respectfully greets him. The king says that he's heard they've been practicing swordsmanship lately. Errol downplays their training, saying it's been minimal, and that he's mostly been working on experiments and trying to tame the griffin for border defense. The king seems pleased, wanting to see Errol's progress in different areas. Just then, two servants bring in a large chest. They set it down, and both Errol and Kania are surprised by what's inside. With a serious expression, the king tells Errol to try the sword. It's a special weapon made just for him. Lady Rafana protests, saying Errol's too young to use such a sword. But the king laughs, saying he doesn't expect Errol to wield it yet. He just wants Errol to touch it as its owner. Errol casually picks up the sword, shocking everyone. As he holds it, Errol wonders if it's time to take swordsmanship more seriously from now on. The king is surprised about Errol's interest in the sword that was gifted to him and figures he might have some potential in swordsmanship. But all that potential goes when Errol falls over with the sword and figures that he should probably abandon swordsmanship in his current life. Since he's already good at other things, learning the sword will only put him in the battle royale that is the struggle for the throne. So he has to act as the weak little brother, even when he's training. He can't let his effort go to waste, so he thanks his father for the gift, but mentions that swords aren't his thing. So he suggests that the sword should be given to Kania instead. She has a load of potential and has been improving pretty fast. I mean, her skill even gives other knights second thoughts about their jobs. Seeing Errol's decision, the king accepts this on the condition that Kania should show that she is worthy of the sword. This sudden decision shocks Kania and Errol. But Errol remembers that the king is also pretty strong as a swordsman. So, a duel has pretty much been declared, and all Kania has to do is swing her sword. Even with that, Kania begins to panic. So Errol pats her on the back and encourages her to display her skills to her father, and probably beat up an old man. So the two of them prepare for the showdown, and the king notices that her stance is different from the classic knights. Just from that, he already knows that she is going to use an enhanced sword technique. With that, the duel officially begins, and Kaina dashes towards her father at a very fast speed thanks to her physical strength and explosive mana. But Errol wonders if it really is the best idea to attack the head first, plus they are using real swords. Instead, the king stands there and smiles like the Chad he is before defending against Kainia's attack. She is shocked by this, seeing that her opponent is also using aura. The king commends her blow but still deflects her to the floor like it's nothing. He is impressed with the fight his daughter put up since he's got to use aura on a level that he hasn't used even on people like knight captains. This makes me wonder how strong the kingdom's military actually is. But anyway, Kainia figures that she still has much to learn. The king mentions the fact that Errol has been teaching Kainia, and he was using a different way of teaching since the normal method wasn't working for her. With that said, the king asks if Errol can teach his method to others. Errol, on the other hand, realizes that his father actually wants to create an unstoppable army of aura experts using his training method, but there is no way he's going to teach them. So, Errol apologizes and explains that it will be difficult to achieve the same results with Kaina since she already had potential from the start. Plus, he has been observing her ever since they were together. So that's how she was able to improve so quickly. But the truth is, it doesn't take much observation to come up with a suitable training method, and he would rather do anything than scar his eyes looking at a bunch of macho knights. Even with the disappointing news, Errol still wishes to give his father some hope. So he decides to share an improved training schedule but mentions that it's only for royalty, since sharing a secret training method with the other aristocrats will only mean trouble. So the king eventually agrees to his condition, and Errol is honored that his training technique will now be passed down to different generations in the royal family. But still, he laughs at the fact that the training they will pass through will be something else entirely. A few months later, the king is training, and a couple of maids witness the chaos. From how he's wrecked training dummies and the entire room itself, he finds the training method to be effective and has even reached the last stage as an aura expert. Unfortunately, Errol cannot use the training program because of his weak body, and the king believes he needs the training more than anyone else. So he decides to do something about it. Later on, Errol has some tea with Kainia and is shocked when he learns that he will be assigned a personal guard. There are tons of people who volunteered for the position. Errol takes a look at the applications. He knows that most of the knights there are big shots. Errol feels accomplished about how his reputation has really improved, but he doesn't see the need of having a bodyguard. But he doesn't want to show off his powers or what happened the last time to repeat itself. So he gets to pick a maximum of 3 bodyguards. While he goes through the documents, he decides to do interviews so he can take their skills, character, and traits into account. As the cultured individual he is, Errol doesn't need a million IQ to know that he would want the ladies to be his guards. However, the others do not know what he has in mind. With that, he finally leaps onto the table and decides to get the plan moving. When it's time for the interviews, Errol begins to wonder what he has just signed up for. Even though they are most likely quality knights, they are definitely not the slender damsels he imagined them to be. I mean, you can't blame them. They've probably spent all their lives training. So Errol puts his wishes away and starts the interview. He takes a look at all of the ladies, and they all look strong enough to fold him 8 times while they state their reasons for applying to be his guard. He takes a look at them, including this one guard that makes the king look like a lost child. As the interviews go on, Errol spots one noble-looking knight who has a much different aura compared to the other knights. So far, the interview has been going well, so Errol asks all the candidates to wait outside while he makes a decision. When everyone leaves, he casually uses a chi technique that gives him Albert Einstein-level IQ. Normally, it would take decades to master, but he casually casts it as the master of isekais that he is. After that, he tells the knights to come in one at a time for the next stage of the interviews. He is sure that some of the knights have other plans in mind, so he wants to find who's sus among them. Using his technique, he picks out the knights that appear to be suspicious. His technique, clairvoyance, allows him to see the color of their souls and emotions. Fortunately, they don't have any plans to assassinate Errol, but just to spy on him. The next candidate comes up, and the color of her soul is crystal clear. So clear that even Errol is dumbfounded. The knight's name is Asha Fernil, and my guy has finally found a perfect candidate. At this point, Asha is pretty much top of the line, but he still needs to pick out 2 other knights. He considers picking that one buff lady from earlier since her color was also clear. Suddenly, another knight steps in. She introduces herself as Sena Garil, the last candidate. Errol also notes that her energy is clear as well, and it doesn't take a genius to know that she is a lively person. Looking at her past experience, Errol points out how she's been in almost every order of knights in the kingdom, and even been dispatched to distant territories. But still, he can tell from her color that she hasn't done anything wrong. So, he can forget about why she has been transferred so often. With that, Errol concludes the interview and announces his choices. He presents his two choices, Asha and Sena. The new recruits join the palace, and they are off to a good start in their job, but he still wants to make an improvement. He brings them to some place and reveals that he wants them to demonstrate their skills to him. Since they are his personal guards, he wants them to be the very best that no one ever was. To demonstrate their skills, Errol asks them to have a duel with each other, and they agree with this idea. Like the mastermind that he is, he figures that holding a sparring match between two people of similar skill means that they can go all out. So to make sure things remain intense, he mentions that he is curious to see who is stronger, as if he hasn't thought of this plan like how someone like Aizen does his things. That statement struck a nerve in both of them, since true knights are sure to be proud of their skills. The tension gets heated between them just as Errol planned, and they also are curious to see who is the top dog. Meanwhile, Errol is pumped to watch the epic showdown that is about to unfold, so he sits back to enjoy the show. Before the duel begins, the knights ask if there are any rules to follow as they prepare themselves. They look eager to win, but Errol continues to stuff his face and mentions that they can do anything they want as long as they don't go overboard. With that in mind, the fighters prepare for their epic duel. Errol notes the intense mood between the two of them, and he believes that they are going to fight for real. So he tries warning them again. So Errol claps his hands to signal the start of the match, and Bro is launched away. Even though he told them not to go overboard, he understands that's how knights pretty much are. Now it's to watch the fight unfold. Asha lunges in with her spear, and Sena spots this move. She punches Asha's spear out of the way like a feral beast. With a grin, Sena has found the perfect chance. She closes into Asha to give a punch that will end Asha's career early. Since Asha uses a spear, it will be difficult for her to respond. My guy is still munching away on his popcorn and wonders if she has anything up her sleeve. Luckily she does. She kicks Sena's fist away, which causes her to retreat. Errol, who is still watching the duel, figures that they are being a bit too serious. He can tell that their aura is getting too powerful, and they'll probably execute each other before they can stop. So Errol stops the match. He now has an understanding of their skills and can set up a few improvements. From his observations, he notes that Asha is impatient because she focuses too much on speed, and Sena hesitates a little since he mainly throws hands. Basically, one is too fast and the other is too slow. After the remarks, Asha recalls that he helped Kana improve, so she figures that he asked for a demonstration of their skills to help them improve. Apparently, her improvement has become famous among the knights, and Errol also wants his guards to improve just like that. So he leads the both of them to begin their special training session. On the first stage, they are going to be learning theory stuff about mana. Errol presents his signature manual and plans to start a business if it works out well. However, there is no hope that they'll ever understand the book they are reading. And there goes the chance of making a New York Times bestseller. In the end, Errol decides to explain things himself to his two guards concerning mana, including what could happen if aura is misused, how to use it more effectively, and whatever. With that explanation out of the way, Errol suggests that what they need to do next is to absorb the mana that exists all around nature so they can learn how to use it efficiently. He guarantees that learning that is enough to completely change how they use aura. After the lecture, Errol decides to give his guards custom lessons for another part of the training. Errol begins with Sena to teach her how to focus aura better. She mentions that she is already capable of forming aura easy enough. Errol asks her to spread her aura to all her limbs at the same time, an epic fail. Normally, it is not hard to cover the entire body in aura, but that will quickly exhaust the user. So people usually focus it on areas they need. Sena fails to perform the task, and mentions that her senses will become unstable if she focuses on too many places at once. So Errol puts his palms together with hers and shows her a trick to focus aura. And just like that, she manages to channel her aura to both of her hands. Now that Sena has been sorted out, next on the list is Asha. Errol tells her that she is too impatient since she tried to resort to hand-to-hand combat against an opponent who is skilled in that aspect. An obvious mistake. So she has to learn how to remain composed, which explains why she's carrying Errol for her training. He wants her to focus and not pay any attention to anything that is bothering her. So basically, he just wants her to stock up on it is what it is energy. While all that's going on, Queen Elia receives a letter about what Errol has been up to. She originally left him alone since someone as insignificant as him didn't bother her, but now he's becoming a problem. So she burns up the letter and finally decides to do something about him. Then there's Asha, who can notice a difference in her strength after following the prince's guidance. After all, this is Errol's training we're talking about here. Even though it appears pointless, the innocent tree that has been shattered is enough to testify to her increase in strength. In a bit of background check, we learn that Asha was a daughter of House Fernil, a family that wasn't very wealthy and lived in a small countryside region. Because of a famine, monsters attacked them and everything went downhill pretty much from there. What's even worse is that the aristocrats who kept in contact with House Fernil abandoned them. In the end, Asha joined the knights to make ends meet. The good news is that she was talented in combat, so she quickly awakened her aura and was stationed in the royal capital. But the bad news is that she was placed in the order with the worst knights. Even the captain wasn't worth calling a captain. Even with how old he is, he's still an aura beginner and only had his position because of a few officials who were fortunate to put him there. This memory doesn't sit well with Asha, so she takes out her aggression on an innocent tree and plans to make her captain resemble the tree the next time she spots him. She applied to be a personal guard out of desperation, but who knew she would get chosen at the very first moment? Luckily, her family is living much better now thanks to Errol, but her current goal is to save up a bit of cash so she can send her little brother to the academy. In the end, she aims to repay Errol thanks to his kindness to her so far. On the other hand, Sena prepares to work out since she is just not sure of how else to do things. Her family has worked as mercenaries for generations. She was raised in a tribe of mercenaries who do not belong to any nation. After the war with the Empire 30 years ago, the mercenary business began to look a bit sour, so Sena was asked to go into the world so she could start a new life for herself. She didn't see any issue with leaving her village or training as a knight, but her main shock came when she heard her father was killed by an evil feudal lord. Just like her father, she was pretty much a classified idiot. Like how she would beat the living daylights out of a fellow knight for accusing villagers of stealing and killing them just to get promoted. And honestly, she doesn't regret that moment a single bit. It felt great if anything. Then she just got passed around and ended up getting sent to dangerous areas. After the endless roaming, she eventually applied as a personal guard and then got to know Errol. She has a good feeling about working with him and is very grateful for it. With the background checks out of the way, the two knights head to begin their job for the day. As for Errol, he doesn't seem to have much of a talent in combat, but his skill is unmatched when it comes to learning. He's a certified businessman who brought wealth to the kingdom by selling products and even helped Kana to become an aura expert, using a theory he developed himself. Of course, his reputation as the young gray sage who does nothing is well deserved. At a meeting, the king and a few other officials discuss the fact Arel will be 14 soon and the coming-of-age ceremony that will follow. One official suggests that the ceremony will be a good opportunity for Arel since he's using his talents in multiple fields, adding something else about some territories being available. The king gets the hint that they're pretty much saying that they should give a territory to Errol. Obviously, he is angry with this, since it is just an excuse to banish him. It turns out Errol's reputation has spread all the way to different countries, and the speculations that the king will make him the heir to the throne. But the king wasn't having any of that, so he slams his aura-charged fist on the table. He has made up his mind that his heir will be the crown prince. Plus, he already knows that Errol has no interest in the crown. Another official speaks up. He mentions that rumors have already begun to spread, so people are beginning to pay less attention to the crown prince. The duke warns him about something concerning the former king, but the king rises from his seat and silences him. Someone comes over with a bunch of documents from other aristocrats who all share the same opinion. They are all concerned with the imbalance within the royal family. The king takes a look at the appeals, and each one of them says the same thing. So it turns out they will have to exile Errol. In defeat, the king acknowledges the concerns and has no choice but to take action. Errol learns what happened in the meeting through a note. He tosses the note aside and he already knows that he's being exiled even with how nicely it is put. However, that is pretty much the best news Errol has had. He is excited to get his own territory. It turns out making himself stand out has finally paid off, and couldn't care less about the aristocrats. Finally, Errol can now make his dream fortress. Well, he is excited until he learns that the aristocrats assigned him to the northern territory of Fahilia. It is a place where snow falls all year round, and the ground is too barren to even farm anything. So, Errol decides that he will leave a month after the coming-of-age ceremony, giving him a year and a month to finish preparations. Since being independent in a different territory is a major task, he expects those who are really prepared to join him. He will find different roles for those who stay back, but he expects those who follow him to move quickly. As the crowd leaves, Errol already figures that the alchemy team and most of the workers are already destined to follow him. Sena has already been ahead of them and was stationed in that area for a year. After all, she gets drafted to different locations like no one's business, and she testifies that the place is extremely cold. With how Sena tries to talk about the location, Errol figures that they might as well be heading for Antarctica with how she's reacting to the place. So much for a nice territory from the ever-loving aristocrats who wanted to exile him. But still, he finds the place to be much better than expected. They could have sent him to a place where surviving for a few seconds will be a world record, so he doesn't find Fahilia to be so bad. Later on, Asha asks why Sena isn't being honest. She knows that Sena was about to say something earlier. Just as she said earlier, Sena explains that the place is pretty cold and empty. Along with being a frozen wasteland, she was actually stationed there to guard against the monsters that can't endure the cold. Asha is more than ready to follow Errol no matter where, but she can't help but wonder if it is okay to follow with that. Sana doesn't see anything to be worried about since she knows that Errol has something up his sleeve. She noticed that he didn't have a look of despair or anything, so she believes that everything will work out. With that said, they finally decide to send a message to their families before they leave. Then there's Errol, who just finished up with his plans. He knows that his mother looks pretty heartbroken even though she hasn't said much. He told the maids not to tell her where he will be stationed, but he can't help but worry about his mother's safety since she'll be alone. Even a princess like Kania got ambushed. So he thinks of a few plans so he can contact her, but eventually decides to think about it later. But for now, he decides to plan the move first. After all, a harsh environment is the perfect place for a reincarnation pro like him to live carefree. He summons a magician, and Feiyan shows up with his disciples. He never expected someone familiar to show up. Either way, he asks him to keep a secret and passes a plan for an item that he would like to be created. Feiyan takes a look at the plan, and he is instantly shocked by what he is seeing. He wonders if Errol drew it, and he did. Only that he made a few modifications to an artifact he gave to Kania, but his design will make it twice as effective and reduce production costs by 90%. Of course, this fact is very impressive to Feiyan. Errol asks if he can make it, and Feiyan mentions that it will be possible as long as he has the right materials. But one problem is that he knows the creator of the original artifact, so he doesn't want to make a rip-off of someone's work. Errol notices his hesitation, so he decides to give him a little something to guarantee results. So he hands over several fat bags of cash, and moral ethics has left the chat. The man and his disciples instantly fold and are prepared to work. After witnessing the power having tons of cash has to offer, Errol wonders if it can be finished within a month. Then he takes a look at his current investment and figures that Feiyan could be suitable as his personal magician. Errol learns how fast money can make people work when Feiyan presents the newly created necklace to his boss a few days later. He never expected it to be finished in 10 days, plus the quality is pretty good. However, his workers are obviously overworked. Since Errol likes it, he suggests that they start mass production. As Feiyan asks how many, one of the workers prays that it is only 5. But I guess they aren't going to get any form of sleep when Errol uses 50, and that's just the starting point. With that, they head off to slavery. I mean work. Errol already understands their pain, but dying 100 times still seems bad enough. For the next step, Errol heads out with Asha in a carriage. She wonders where they are headed and suggests that he could have sent someone for the errand, but he insists to pick things up by himself this time around. Errol eventually reveals that they are headed to a slave market, and Asha is obviously shocked at this information. She figures that he has probably gone mad with power already, but Errol tries to convince her that there is an explanation. Asha gets an idea that her boss might be starting up cotton fields with this one, or probably coal mines or something. But Errol knows that there is no way he's like that. At least that's what we think. With how far she took her imagination, Asha apologizes for it since that's not how Errol works. Normally, when you imagine a slave market, you'd think of a place that could be worse than hell or something like that. You know, shattered dreams, endless torment, fate worse than death, stuff like that. But in reality, at least in this novel, it is surprisingly pretty tame. Even Errol is shocked about this. Of course, it would be a shame if one random slave caught some strange disease and spread it around, which explains why it is very neat. A person comes by and reveals the place to be the best slave market in the capital. He welcomes Errol and introduces himself as Ian, the manager of the establishment. He shows his Errol and Asha around the place and explains about the slave market that is completely legal, by the way. The people who become slaves are people who must have either failed to pay up taxes or belong to families that were destroyed. A person doesn't immediately become a slave after any of these, but at least there's a lower chance of starving if they become a slave. Then there are the criminals, but Ian suggests that there is no need for Errol to pay them any attention. Errol notices that Ian is filtering out the criminal slaves since he is royalty, but it is still fine for Errol either way. Finally, Ian takes a seat in his office and asks Errol for what he might need. He needs a large number of slaves. Ian asks how many he would need, and Errol says he needs 150, a number that shocks Ian. Errol wonders if the number he mentioned is too much to handle, but Ian can handle it since the place also has other branches outside the capital. He can't help but wonder why Errol needs that many, but the young prince assures him that he won't do anything bad with them. Yet. Also, he lets him know that he would like slaves who are familiar with each other in groups of at least 4. While that is a pretty difficult request, it isn't unusual for groups to become slaves all at once. With a snap, piles of documents are brought in. Errol has a look at some of these documents and needs slaves who can read and write. Plus, he also asks for them to be transported to a certain location. With negotiations done, Errol asks Asha to unveil the goods that make every businessman drool on the floor. Now things are pretty much guaranteed for Aurel as he is instantly promoted to top VVIP customer. On the way back, Asha wonders what Errol needs the slaves for since having hundreds of them isn't something anyone can do on a casual Friday night. Errol reveals that he wants to make them residents of his new territory. In addition, he is going to give his new mana necklace thing to the slaves and educate each of them from there. Asha never expected that to be his plan, so she can drop all the weird thoughts now. Errol plans to transform the terrain from a frozen wasteland to a dream kingdom. I mean, he just wants to live life comfortably. Everything he's doing now is just to live the best lazy life ever. He will also nurture the ones who will work in Fahilia and build the greatest paradise anyone has ever seen. One morning, Errol lies on his bed thinking about all the preparations he has to make to get independent, and the fact he has to say goodbye to everyone he loves. Then there's a knock on the door, and it's his mother. She rushes over to give her son a hug. She suggests trying to talk with the king about the relocation once again, but Aurel tells her not to worry and promises to visit often. Even with the fact he has a year left to go, his mom is still sad that he will have to go. Then a maid comes over to carry her away. Errol doesn't want to reveal his new location to his mother until he has settled down, and will definitely put her mind at ease when the time comes. It's a peaceful afternoon. Well, it was until a knight gets casually launched into orbit. A few other knights tremble in fear at a person. It turns out that person is Kania, who is incredibly angry. She calls for her next victim and tells them to come at her with everything they have or they may not see the next day. She is angry about the fact of Errol being sent away. She understands the whole situation surrounding him, but still can't help but get angry about it. But more importantly, she is upset that he never told her anything for the past 6 months. Then she launches another poor knight into a wall. She thinks it's because he can't change his fate, but he actually just forgot. She doesn't plan to let him leave so easily. On the other hand, the knights are terrified at her aura. According to Errol's manual, the mana circulating one's body moves faster if a strong emotion builds up. And just like that, she ended up becoming the youngest swordmaster in the history of the kingdom, and the third one in the world, all thanks to being annoyed by her little brother. Errol thinks about his first life, especially how time flew by when he was in the military. Now he's getting the same feeling as he's preparing to become independent. Errol is finally 14 years old, and his coming-of-age ceremony has begun. He gets greeted by several aristocrats, but on the inside, my guy is dying of heavy boredom. There are even more aristocrats than his first birthday. Back then, he could easily pretend he was asleep, but now there is no escape for him. He is sure that the participants are rejoicing over this ceremony, well, rejoicing that he's getting sent away. Who would care about his well-being? Anyway, listening to them is starting to annoy him, and wants to wreck everything. But he decides to hold back for his mother's sake, and overlooks everything that's happening. Shortly, Queen Elia comes over to congratulate Errol, and mentions the fact he will be heading to another territory. This lady is obviously trying to get on Errol's nerves, so he stands up and responds in the calmest way possible. He bows and mentions that it would have happened to him either way, so he thinks of it as an early chance to serve the kingdom. With a smirk, she reveals that Jael's swordsmanship has improved thanks to him, and gives him a coat made using the fur of a fox from Fahilia as a gift. With that, Errol has found the person behind his exile. He figures that someone like Jael isn't the type to target anyone politically. Plus, Elia is the only possible one who could obtain the complaints from all the aristocrats. He figures that her giving the coat is her way of mocking him, but he has to remain calm, if not he will lose face. So he puts up a polite act saying that he has already bid his brother farewell, and will come to his aid since they share the same royal blood. On the surface, the conversation appears very cheerful, but Aurel couldn't care any less and will definitely make her pay. But they will not show how much they hate each other, and exchange the fakest of laughs. The banquet is finally approaching a close, and Aurel feels like he forgot something. He takes a look at Kania, who looks unnaturally quiet. He figures that she must still be angry for telling her about his departure pretty late, so he decides to apologize to his sister, but she makes the first move. From her face, he already knows that she is up to something. She runs off, and Errol can tell that what she's going to do is going to be reckless. Kania approaches her father to talk with him and reveals that she will follow Errol to Fahilia. This shocks the crowd, and Aurel figures that she has pretty much wrecked the whole event at this point. He takes a glance at her mother, hoping that she is going to stop her daughter, but she doesn't look interested at all. The king gets annoyed by Kania's action and asks what her plan is after that. Errol figures that saying that was already a bad move since she'll only fight back harder. But he wonders the same thing about what she plans to do by following him. For the moment of truth, she reveals that she is going to become Errol's knight, and the soon-to-be ruler instantly punches himself in the face. The king calls her ambition ridiculous since becoming a knight isn't something someone can do so easily, but she is confident in her abilities since she has reached master level. Of course, everyone is surprised since that's obviously a huge achievement. But the king doesn't believe her since she's still 19 years old, and the only person who reached master level at that age was the first king. To prove him wrong, she snatches a sword from a nearby knight and prepares to demonstrate her ability. With her aura charged up, she slices a cake from a distance along with the table perfectly in half. Of course, Errol is shocked about why she's doing this in the middle of the banquet. From that display, the people have seen that she really is a swordmaster and they are amazed. Kanya talks with her father about the fact Errol will be given a territory, while she will have to marry someone. So instead of following that, she wants to become a knight. In a normal scenario, Errol would have applauded her speech, but the situation is too serious for that right now. She is pretty much resigning as a princess in front of all the aristocrats. And even if it was all a joke, the damage will still remain. But there's also the possibility that she caused the scene on purpose. Errol realizes that it was all planned out so no one could easily cover the situation up. How she cooked up this plan makes him wonder where she learned to be so conniving. But the answer has always been him from the start. He tries to stop her, but Kanya decides to take things up a notch before he can do anything. She then walks towards Errol with the sword in her hand and kneels before him. From there, she pledges her allegiance to Errol and vows to be his knight. Errol recognizes what Kanya recited to be a knight's oath, but it's uncertain if the pledge counts since Kanya is a princess and not actually a knight. Plus, she doesn't have his consent yet. But the much bigger issue for Errol is the audience that is now facing them. The kite's oath is something that not anyone gets to say freely, so the fact that an aura master said it will make people think the pledge is official. Errol already knows that Kanya didn't do it for him, but she has already planned the path she wants to take. Of course, this action shocks several people like the king and her mother. Even Queen Elia is boiling with anger over this. With the veins around her eyes, she could probably awaken the Byakugan. Normally, Errol would be happy about that, but he just feels like crying about this right now. One thing or another always goes on during his birthdays, so he should probably forget about hosting them from now on. Despite a few issues, everything went on as always, like Errol packing up for his journey. With that, the time has finally come to head on his way. His mom mentions how he has grown so fast. Errol tells her not to worry and promises that he will visit her. Eventually, Errol decides to tell his mom where he is going, and she already knows thanks to her mother's senses are way too OP even for a reincarnation pro. However, she is still confident that her son will excel wherever he is. So, she hugs him and tells him that she loves him like a good mother would. Of course, what kind of a son wouldn't love his mother back after saying that? Errol's convoy heads on its way through the frozen wasteland that is Fahilia. However, Errol seems to be a bit unsettled about this. After all, he is going to an ice land where no one has ever gone to settle. He witnesses a bit more of the aristocrats' love when he asks someone to dig the ground. But they must be digging bedrock because the pickaxe bends on the first impact. But still, Errol really wants to prove them wrong and is determined to turn the place into a paradise. Errol finally sticks his head back in the carriage after putting his head out for some unknown reason. Luckily for him, he invested in a magical heating device. Plus, he also has the coat to keep him warm. But Kanya mentions that the carriagee is already warm and calls him a noob that can't endure the cold. But what Errol finds strange is his sister. She's such a savage that she's wearing a normal dress in a place that petty cold. However, Errol takes a closer look and finds out that Kanya is using a cheat code to stay warm. He never taught her how to use aura to insulate her body, so he wonders if she is doing it out of instinct. He finds her talent scary, and Kanya thinks that it's something everyone does, confirming how much of a pro she is. But letting Errol's guards know about this might probably make the two of them cry as they casually freeze outside. With that aside, Errol asks if Kanya will eventually regret her decision. But I bet she took the question the wrong way as she stares daggers into Errol's soul. She pinches his cheek and he clarifies that he was wondering if it was okay for her to come so suddenly. It turns out that the king and Errol spent an entire day thinking and decided that she would come along as an apprentice knight. After that, everyone tried to change her mind, but she refused to listen to anyone. She actually doesn't regret coming along. If anything, she finds it to be the perfect opportunity to escape. If she remained at the palace, she would have gotten married soon. Kanya is 19 years old now, and Errol is amazed that she made it so far without getting engaged to anyone. So he wonders if that's actually why she decided to venture with him. Just like him, she hates walking along a set path, so it doesn't surprise him about why she came along. Basically, Kanya is in search of her own freedom. With that, Errol finally arrives at the gate of his new kingdom. He takes a look at all the people who are currently present under his command, and he figures that he has a great start already. So, it's officially time to start building a paradise. For a start, Errol splits his responsibilities with Asha and Sena so they can command all the troops in Fahilia. However, he doesn't plan to give any tasks to Kanya for the time being. It would be a shame if she somehow obliterated the barracks on day one. Instead, she goes for a walk and Errol figures that she probably didn't expect to do much. With that, Errol heads to work. Currently, there are 10,000 people in Fahilia, and they all live in 12 different villages. Additionally, the distance between each village seems to be pretty similar. Aurel does his research and discovers that the residents of Fahilia have been hunter-gatherers for generations and are on the verge of extinction. On top of that, the royal palace wasn't getting any taxes from the region, so they were pretty much left on their own. Seeing this makes Aurel wonder what kind of idiot the previous lord was. He finds a ledger and discovers that the region was so poor that they ended up borrowing money from other territories. Then the previous lord went bankrupt. Aurel gets upset over the sheer stupidity of his predecessor, but he decides to focus on the future he can make for himself. He unfolds a map of the territory and tries to find out what can be special about the region. Seeing the amount of trees in the region, he considers selling paper, but he decides not to worry about it yet since all his other products are making bank for him. With that, he decides to meet with the leaders of the region. Still, he can't help but wonder who holds authority over the people, well, except for the idiot of a lord. So, he decides to ask all the village chiefs to pay him a visit in person. A while later, they make their appearance in the palace, and Aurel observes their appearance. Forget killing 2 birds with 1 stone, they look like they can kill 2 stones with 1 bird. They are honored to meet their new ruler as they take a knee before their new ruler. As expected, Aurel introduces himself, but he can still tell that they are probably irritated about the fact that they have to take orders from a literal child now. Still, he is determined not to let them take him for granted. He points out the fact there seems to be a young imposter among them. As expected, the dude bows and explains that his father, who was chief, had passed away, so he has now taken on his role. Aurel is already aware of this though. He just wants to make it clear that he is the top dog around. He then mentions that they will talk for a while, so he offers them a meal while they discuss matters. They get nervous about this because it's rather strange. Aurel already has this all figured out. It turns out commoners would hate having a meal with superiors. So Aurel hosts the worst company dinner ever known to man. He tells them to relax. After all, it would be rather exhausting if the mood stayed heavy. Plus, he even practiced this in advance. Finally, they take a look at the meal, and it really looks appetizing. Aurel mentions that he wished to get something better, but the subjects are grateful already for the meal. Even with how tense the atmosphere is, at least they are good at replying. One of the guests takes a bite from the meat, and he notices that it is salted. Aurel knows that salt is precious in the region, so he wants to establish a friendship through the meal. With that, Aurel mentions how the previous lord wasn't the best, and asks if they are all right with the path they are currently headed in. From his perspective, the region will most likely collapse in the next 10 years if nothing is done about it. Hunting can only get them so far, which is why Aurel wishes to take over. Even though his orders may be difficult to understand, he asks the people to place their trust in him. With that, they see the pure intentions of their new ruler and now imagine him as their blessed savior. This imagination is so powerful that even Aurel can see it, and he doesn't want them to go that far. It would be a shame if there was a resistance to following his orders, so he ensures that the people can enjoy more meals like they have now if they follow him. Now for his first order, Aurel asks the chiefs to accept the slaves he brought with him as residents of their villages. Meanwhile, those who are educated will work with him, but the only issue is if the other residents will welcome them. Aurel sees the point in this since it will be hard to overlook their backgrounds, or will probably be seen as outsiders. But he tells the elder not to worry since he will also give support concerning the issue. The mention of this support makes the chiefs flinch and they are convinced to try their best. Now the meeting is over and one of the chiefs wonders about their new ruler since he is unusual compared to the previous lords. Majority of the lords who were appointed to Fahilia showed no interest in the area since they only saw it as a place of exile. The previous lord tried to make a change but ended up inflicting harm on the people instead because he expected the impossible. Now that their new lord is the youngest prince of the royal family, they can only hope that their lives will change for the better. While the reason he was assigned to Fahilia is unknown to them, the only thing they can do is pray he won't be like the previous lord. They can already tell that Aurel is no ordinary man, but the only thing they can do is trust that he will make things better. Aurel takes a look at a document along with Sena. He was told that the population of the region would be 10,000, but that isn't true thanks to the power of false advertising, and is actually around 9,800 including the slaves he brought. While Sena massages Aurel's hand, even she is aware of the population decline. It would make sense to Aurel considering the time gap between when the former lord left and when he arrived. On top of that, the birth rate in the territory is pretty low, and struggles with poverty in addition. From the money he made so far, the amount he can use freely is 45,000 gold. If he were to maintain things as it currently is, the place would only last for around 50 years. Aurel figures that the aristocrats probably wanted him to waste half of his life in Fahilia, trying to recover the region's economy. He suggests farming, but that's how the previous lord went bankrupt after trying to develop farmlands. Being self-sufficient is a limiting factor for agriculture, so he thinks about trading valuables. And just like that, Aurel springs on his feet as he has gotten an idea to implement. Errol heads outside with Asha and figures that they will need roads. The terrain is pretty unstable thanks to the constant snow, plus the roads aren't maintained properly. So that will be a first step to avoid traders from getting into accidents when they visit. Some of the residents find out about this plan. A few laborers are needed for this operation and the wage seems decent. Seeing how the new ruler has a good reputation, they decide to give it a shot to work with him. Besides, he will also cover all the construction costs. When they arrive at the scene, they discover that it is quite the project they have at hand. Someone mentions this fact to Errol, but he is prepared to take care of the extra compensation if it ever takes longer than necessary. With that fact alone, they are more than willing to work. Once again, the power of money works for Errol. Errol notices that everything is going as planned and he loves it. With the road finally complete, it's time to move on to other things, and the workers were very willing to work. For the next step, he wants to establish a trading branch. An official stands in the way of this plan, but there isn't anything that the power of money can't fix. As a start, he figures that they'll trade for the basic necessities that the residents will need. So, a basic trade route has been started up where people get to trade their wares. As the final step, Errol asks Damon if they will be able to mass-produce paper. Actually, paper already exists in the world, but the one that exists is terrible in quality, and no one from within the kingdom knows how to make paper. So, this makes it pretty expensive, and people of high status can only afford to use it. Damon agrees with his plan since it is precious. Besides, they will be very profitable if they can mass-produce it. The only issue is that no one knows how to make it. Well, that is no one except Errol. Damon wonders how the competing paper manufacturers will react to this. But Errol's got this covered. He plans to make the paper production process completely different, so they can argue that it is a completely different product. But to do that, they will need another kind of equipment. He passes a plan to Damon and he finds it to be perfect. However, he isn't sure if it's something they can make on their own. The chemicals can be handled, but developing the machines is a different matter since the best blacksmiths in the region aren't able to make something like that. But Damon is sure that the dwarves of the royal capital will be willing to help. This fact about dwarves reminds Errol of the fact they have a forge in the capital and can make anything no matter how complicated it is. Hearing that, Errol prepares to use his superpower of money spending. But it turns out the dwarves are much different from the rests. Damon tells him that they will refuse to help if he tries to use money. But they are proud craftsmen who will prioritize requests to display their skills. Along with rejecting money, they will also reject requests that aren't good enough, even if they are from high-ranking aristocrats. After hearing who they are, Errol figures that they could become poor if they aren't careful. Damon decides to contact a dwarf that he is familiar with, and Errol is enthusiastic about it. He is sure that he will be intrigued by the plan, so he will write the letter to him. Several days later at the dwarven forge, the letter finally arrives. The master there believes it's from the royal family who he doesn't seem to have a good relationship with. The master blacksmith, whose name is Aiken, mentions that he already crafted a sword for them, and their hands are currently full with orders. But he finds out the letter is from Damon. He snatches the letter from his assistant and wonders what he's doing at Fahilia. He takes a look at the content and shortly, he asks his assistant Ben to take charge of the forge. With a fierce look in his eye, he figures he will have to talk with the others. When he leaves, Ben wonders what the letter is since he looked much different from usual. The 35 master blacksmiths of the steel factory gathered according to Aiken's call. But man, they really do not seem happy with it at all. He explains that it is for a client who drew their plans for a machine he wants to make in Fahilia. At first, they thought it was just another case of, another annoying brat wants to waste our time. But when he shows the plan, they realize they might be dealing with the final boss of blacksmith creations. They already know it is a plan for a machine to create paper. Apparently, the design of this machine was so good that it gave them PTSD about a similar client who wanted a machine that created paper 5 years ago. It turns out not even the almighty skills of the dwarves were enough to satisfy that client. Now they have a chance for a rematch 5 years later. Aiken also reveals that Errol wants some of them to come over to assist with his project. However, they don't seem to like that idea a lot, so he volunteers to head over by himself. They still don't seem to agree with this, and also point out the fact he is behind on his work. But the task is something his apprentices can handle, so he is free to go. Also, he asked for who would come along since he would most likely need some more help. After a brief silence, each of the dwarves engage in a free-for-all about who will be going with Aiken. The designs have finally piqued their interest, and you can't stop a dwarf who's motivated to work on something new. Aiken finally interrupts the noise. He mentions that only half of the dwarves will follow him since no one will be around to run the forge if everyone comes along. Still, it is undecided about who will follow, so Aiken decides to use that method. The sacred of all methods, the only method that is guaranteed to work throughout history. Ben comes over to ask his master a question, and the dwarves are engaging in a Fortnite-level battle royale. It turns out it's a dwarven tradition to solve all disputes with intense violence, the dwarven rule of steel. So Ben stays away because he knows what's good for him. Meanwhile, Errol figures it will take at least 5 days to hear back from the dwarven forge. So he decides to relax in the meantime. Now he doesn't have any work to do. He decides to get all the rest he can. The moment he decides to take a nap, a loud scream interrupts him. He already knows it's from the griffin Frey. Then he finds the unfortunate victim plastered on his window. He is surprised by this since Frey shouldn't be able to fly so fast, or so high as a baby griffin. As he falls down, Kanya is there to catch him. It turns out he is being subjected to his form of torture because she wants him to fly higher. Then she tries a little bit too hard and launches him into orbit. Errol rushes outside as he witnesses this and wonders if Frey did anything wrong. She mentions that he did nothing wrong while poor Frey crashes in that one pose from Dragon Ball. She mentions that she is training him to fly and denies that she was abusing Frey. However, I don't think that's the case here. In a quick backstory, Kanya had pretty much nothing to do since everyone was busy in the early stage of transferring to Fahilia. So all she did was eat, sleep, practice sword, repeat. Of course, she isn't the kind of person who enjoys being bored, so she spotted Frey in the garden, and that was when his whole world changed. She plans to make him her mount, so she expects him to be in top shape. However, Errol realizes that it probably was a good idea to teach his sister more common sense and less about swords. Now he realizes that he has to keep her entertained somehow with the free time he has available. But it's now that he realizes that he was an only child in his first life. On top of that, he never won the sibling lottery in any of his past lives. The best relationship he had with one of them was that he never got to speak with his sibling until he died. So Errol is unsure of how to deal with siblings. He snatches Frey from Kanya and saves him from his suffering. So as an attempt to be a good brother in his current life, he asks to do something together with his sister. Arl and Kanya play a game of chess, and it's pretty obvious who's losing here. Out of frustration, Kanya flips the chessboard since it is obviously not her kind of sport. Errol figured playing chess would mean they wouldn't have to play in the cold, but she is already bored of it, so he gives himself a handicap to make things easier for her. Errol gives Kanya a modified artifact so she can think more quickly and easily. Besides, he's built up enough chess experience from all his past lives, so she will need all the help she can get. So, they begin another game of chess. The pendant seems to be working to enhance Kanya's IQ until it decided to peace out. From there, Kanya had enough of it and slices the chessboard with her sword. Now they can't play chess anymore since Kanya has destroyed the board and caused a leak in Errol's brain. Arl tries to come up with something else, but he really doesn't want to go back outside. He wonders what she has been doing, and the only thing she has pretty much been doing is going on various trainings that will make Bruce Lee proud. On the other hand, Errol has just been a sack of potatoes in his room. Seeing the interest between the two of them, Errol tries to come up with something they can both enjoy. Both of their stomachs begin to rumble, and Errol gets an idea from that. He suggests that they have a go at cooking together, but Kanya shivers at the mere thought of it. She doesn't buy the idea of it since her cooking could probably put nations to an end. But Errol informs her that it is necessary to learn since she is becoming a knight. After all, knights have to eat something when they are away on missions. After pointing out this fact, Kanya is defeated and agrees to learn. Now that Arel has convinced her, he wonders if teaching a sibling to cook is something a brother would do. The two of them head to the kitchen, and Arel announces that their first dish will be a stew. Since it is a pretty simple dish, how bad can things get? Besides, Errol doesn't plan to get food poisoning on day 1 of training, so they get to work. Errol comments on Kanya's knife mastery as she slices all the ingredients into Lego bricks. From there, they prepare the stew. When it's finally done, Kanya tries it and it tastes better than she thought. Errol agrees with her and adds that it's been a while since he made the recipe, but it's still good either way. Arl suggests that Kanya should try making it again, but this is actually all part of his master plan to get a nap right after he finishes eating. But that plan disappears when a butler who has seen things rushes in searching for Errol. He was instructed not to bother Errol concerning small matters, so the fact he's here means something must have happened. So out of urgency, he asks what happened. It turns out the dwarves have arrived and they are willing to beat the living daylights out of the butler if Errol didn't show up. So Errol figures that his break is over. Normally, he expected the dwarves would act normally and send a reply letter, but they weren't normal people, and they showed up pretty suddenly in person. Errol welcomes them, but Aiken cuts to the chase, walks up to Errol, and asks if he was the one who drew the plans. Fortunately, Asha is there to break up any conflict that could have gone down. She demands Aiken to apologize for that, but he commends her spirit even though she is a lady. Now the Dark Souls music begins to play, but Arel quietly reminds her that they generally just don't give a flip, and says that they have to respect their differences. Plus, the greater the skill, the ruder they tend to be. So Asha backs down. Seeing how things started, Errol wants to finish discussions quickly before Asha tries to commit murder. He admits that he drew the plans, but Aiken says he's capping. Aurel still tries to convince him that he's the master craftsman, but Aiken refuses to believe him and bets that a royal person like him couldn't even design a basic wood plank. Now Aurel is pissed and he orders Asha to make some dwarf skewer. In the end, the butlers had to calm the both of them down before things could get any further. Now that things have finally calmed down, the dwarves finally accept who crafted the plans. So far, that's what the meeting has been all about. With that out of the way, Errol wonders why such sweaty dwarves come to visit him in person and intended to prepare a nicer welcome. But they don't care about that. They discuss the plan for the machine that Errol needs the dwarves to create, because Fahilia doesn't have blacksmiths skilled enough for the task. Again, Aiken is someone who is so proud, so he expects that humans are not skilled enough to create it. And Errol has just witnessed the famous dwarven pride, so he decides to fight fire with fire and talk about how proud he is of his planning skill. Now the dwarves have received a taste of their own medicine. Aiken acknowledges Errol's skill just as planned, and they decide to talk about the main matter at hand. Before Errol can ask if they will accept the task, they have already decided way before that they will take the job. Errol is shocked by how instantly he accepted it since they haven't discussed other things like payment. But a good dwarf always has a good sense of jobs to take. Besides, they already know that the drawings given to them are only a part of the whole design, so they have to accept the job to see the rest. Errol clarifies that he never intended to mess with them by showing only part of the plan. They understand, but still wish to see the rest of the plan. So, Errol brings it out from his drawer and presents it to them. But it would be too boring if he handed over the plan like that, so he teases Aiken with it. Of course, he doesn't appreciate the game Errol is playing. Errol uses the chance to tell him that he will give him the other plan when he successfully makes the parts of the first plan. Aiken is annoyed by this, but still, he won't refuse the challenge. He heads out of the room with the other dwarves, determined to gain Errol's trust. Once they leave, Errol notes how they take themselves too seriously, but still, he can tell that they like the plans. It turns out he wanted to show them the rest of the plans, but had a better idea to use the unrevealed plan as bait to keep the dwarves working. So they will have to work hard if they want to see the full design. Fast forward a bit, and the dwarves return from their endless work to present the finished piece. Just as agreed, Errol hands them the next plan. This goes on for a few days. I'm sure they have an Errol tracker somewhere because they track him no matter where he is to ask for more plans. Eventually, they finished all of Errol's requests. Even he is shocked by the fiery determination of master crafters who are extremely motivated. What's even more impressive is that the entire machine took 10 days to create. As expected, they take the machine for a test run, and the paper it creates is godlike. Normally, paper would take days to dry by hand, but the machine makes it much easier. Since wood is abundant in Fahilia, Aurel already knows that he is on his way to becoming the new Amazon of paper. Or rather, clearing the Amazon because of paper. Now that Errol has what he wants, Aiken finally learns that his problems have only started when Errol asks him to make so many machines that it fills an entire factory. Now to move on to selling the paper, Errol meets with a person who introduces himself as Lichten Einrest, his mother's brother aka his uncle. It turns out he was looking for someone from his mother's family to sell paper, which explains how Lichten showed up. He told his mom to send someone who he could trust since he would be selling an important product. So it would only make sense if she sent someone who shared his blood. He presents the paper he wants to sell to Lichten. Honestly, he thought that the fact Aurel was selling paper would ruin his business reputation, but seeing how high the quality and how cheap, it's a dream come true. Apparently, the merchant who trades paper with the kingdom has been raising the price of paper even when the amount of paper exported has gone down, forcing the royal family to buy it anyway. So Errol's intervention is pretty much a deal breaker for the monopoly-holding merchants. Lichten expresses his concern about how the merchant will react, but Errol already has that covered. He figures that their paper is a completely different product made through completely different means, so they won't have any grounds to attack them. Like a wild Jeff Bezos in its natural habitat, Lichten opens up a map to create a sales plan. Meanwhile, Errol notes his uncle's merchant senses that makes the Spidey sense look like child's play. He believes he has picked the right man for the job, and all that's left to do is wait for the money to come pouring in. Plans have been made about how the paper will be distributed. Plus, the dwarves have filled the factory with machines. Everything is now looking good, only that Errol discovers that the dwarves are leaving just a day after completing the project. He was hoping to celebrate the completion with them. However, they have a backlog of project requests waiting for them, so they have to leave. Aiken mentions that Errol can feel free to contact them for any other requests he may have. While Errol never expected them to leave just after completing their work, everything is now ready to start selling paper. Back in the royal capital, the citizens have a look at Errol's brand new produced paper, and they really cannot believe it. With how cheap and high quality it is, no one can seem to stop talking about it. From there, they recognize the paper as a product of Fahilia, and even go on to speak about the good deeds the new lord of the area has been performing. They even wish to support his efforts to revive Fahilia. The king also notices the different quality of the paper. He is sure that the aristocrats would not spend so much money just to get paper. His butler explains about the new, cheaper brand of paper that has entered the market, so the king can't help but ask where it's from. The moment he learns it's from Fahilia, he notes that it is definitely his son's doing, and figures that he is still the same as always. In addition, Fahilia is also going to start paying taxes once again, and this fact shocks the king. He figures that Errol has also revived the region's economy in such a short time. Even though the land is harsh, he is certainly determined to rule the land. Meanwhile, all this praise gets to Errol, who can feel the fact that someone is praising him. Apparently, they are giving him way too much credit, but it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is that the money is coming in. Back at the kingdom, Jael has some tea with his mother and notices that the tea tastes different from the usual. She, on the other hand, is apparently upset, but mentions that the tea and desserts are from Errol as a thanks for the coat. From there, Jael mentions the fact that Fahilia has undergone a makeover, and this fact annoys his mother with her hands shaking. Jael notices that his mother seems off, so like a good son, he asks if there's anything wrong. She mentions a certain ornament that she doesn't like. We all know who that ornament is, and it's really getting on her nerves. Jael, on the other hand, doesn't have the knowledge like we do, so he tells her to get rid of it so she can't see it anymore. She mentions that she did, but the ornament keeps annoying her. She almost lets her anger break loose before she tells Jael not to worry. On another topic, he asks if he likes the sword she gave to her. He does like the custom-made dwarven sword and can feel his skills improving. When you spend so much money that can build several manors on a sword, I'm pretty sure all she wants to her is the fact his skills are improving. From there, she stands up and goes towards her son. She reminds him that he is the heir to the throne, and it makes sense to wield a sword worthy of that status. So she tells him to remember that he will become the future king. Later on, she is alone in the room. She picks up a napkin underneath a few cookies and figures that Errol is probably showing the paper he developed. She is incredibly tired of hearing about him, and she tosses the desserts on the floor. It turns out Elia belongs to House Fresh, the house that owns the only trading company that imports paper. Apparently, paper was originally made in the Mirman Empire and the Eastern Continent. Since they were at war with the Mirman Empire, they were pretty much banned from importing paper from there. So they turned the trade route with the East and monopolized it. Now Elia is angry that people are now attached to the new paper and is determined to make Errol pay. She dashes over to her room and begins to write a letter with content that I bet is comparable to a Call of Duty multiplayer lobby, as she will not tolerate it anymore. It's night and Errol once again goes to the slave market. Ian welcomes him since it's been a year and a half since the last business transaction. As expected, Errol is there because he needs more slaves once again. The man asks if he needs the smart ones again, but this time Errol needs ones who can endure cold weather, like proper slaves this time. The man wonders what Errol needs them for, and he reveals that he will be using them as soldiers this time around. With the infrastructure in place, what is needed now are guards who can defend the territory. Errol also figures that his current status as a ruler is similar to that of an earl. He figures he can increase the size of his army to 50,000 troops, but that would be a bit too much. The slave master asks for the number of people that will be needed, and Errol answers that he will need 5,000 slaves for his new project. With that amount, you can bet that the slave market will certainly be booming. Once again, the power of money is there to save Errol. Moving on, Errol admires the design of a dwarven sword. He managed to train the slaves provided by Ian and also got the dwarves to make soldier gear for 5,000 people. Just like the last time, they managed to do it in a short period. Originally, the slaves looked pretty bad when they arrived at Fahilia, but a few acts of hospitality later, they became more enthusiastic in training and have become extremely loyal to their new leader. With the soldiers in place, the territory will now be safe, and now it's time for Errol to have some rest. However, a few ninja-looking dudes break into the area. It seems they are searching for the location of the paper production machines and their mission is to destroy them. Apparently, Errol's antics have angered the mercenaries' commissioner, but what's more important is the amount of cash they'll make from this job. They note the two guards taking watch and they kill them in a classic ninja fashion. With the guards out of the way, they head into the building only to find it empty. A guard uses a magic tool to blind them before several guards show up and capture all the dudes. One of the assassins tries to escape, but gets ambushed. He only expected there to be 200 troops in the territory, but he was clearly wrong. Errol shows up all sleepy with his guards and isn't surprised that people would be after his machines. The stranger quickly surrenders and mentions that he is only following orders, but that is none of Errol's concern. So as punishment for trespassing and trying to cause damage, Errol orders that they should be interrogated and pretty much torture them. With that, Asha and Sena head to work while the Lord heads back to sleep. Normally, Errol would have forgiven them, but when it comes to things that are dear to him, you better write your will. Even with how laid back he is, he knows when to draw the line. This is something he has learned after countless reincarnations. It's another day in the land of Fahilia, and the intruders from the previous night have been punished according to the law. It turns out nothing was gained from interrogating them, so things were left at that. Now Errol has some free time on his hands and he decides to test out a magic teleportation circle. He got Phaon to make one for him, and it was so expensive that he thought about that fact twice. His merchant skills have surprised Errol. Now he's become a regular customer for his uncle. So, Errol decides to use his teleportation circle to head home since it has been a while since he last visited. He puts in a few magic stones into the stands surrounding the circle, which causes it to activate. Now that his end is set up, all that's needed to do next is for his nanny to set up the same circle at the palace. He asks Kania to come with him, but she is very nervous about this. She has no choice but to follow since Errol insists. Plus, she also has a bit of free time on her hands. Errol notices her expression and wonders what is wrong. She unintentionally reveals that she had an argument with her mom and would be awkward to visit her after that. With that fact, Errol believes she should definitely come along so she can reconcile with her mother, and she nervously agrees with this. She seems scared, so Errol tells her that using the device is safe. The only issue is nausea. He activates the device and Kania gets scared. She holds on to her brother and unintentionally squeezing the life out of her little brother, making him think he will probably not make it alive. With Errol potentially dead, they finally arrive at the palace, but Errol still has something to say about his sister's strength. As he takes a look around, memories of the past come back to him, and he has really missed the place. He takes a deep breath before falling onto the field to relax. He is definitely glad to be back from a land of ice. The nanny comes over to welcome Errol and Kania. She was a bit worried she wouldn't be able to use the magic circle properly, but thankfully, it worked out. She informs the two of them that their mothers are waiting inside, so they split up to say hello to them. Errol wonders if his mother, Rafana, is doing well. After all, he promised to visit her often. He runs over to meet with his mom and hugs her. She heard about how well he has been doing from Lichten, but she is still relieved to see him in person. Errol is surprised he has been writing letters to her since the paper business always drained his soul. Of course, he is excited to tell Rafana how everything has been going in Fahilia, and wishes to make good use of his time so his mom will not be worried about him. He goes on to tell his mom about several things about Fahilia like the wildlife and the daily life of the people, focusing on putting her mind at ease. It is not long until someone else approaches the scene, and Errol notices this. Looking at the timing, he can already tell that whoever the person is, they intentionally want to interrupt his conversation with Rafana. It doesn't take a genius to find out it's Queen Elia. Errol wonders why she is acting all surprised since he already announced the fact he will be visiting. Still, he can't help but notice that she probably has something up her sleeve, so he decides to feel her out. So he engages her in some fake small talk, and also mentions the paper he developed which is affecting her family business. The world's most painful to watch conversation. On the topic of paper production, she mentions a few rumors she heard and Errol wonders what she is talking about. He informs her that he has already made preparations and Elia commends his efforts. Still, she warns him to be careful before she takes her leave. On the outside, Errol waves her goodbye, but he believes she is starting to cross a line from the warning she just gave. Rafana figures that she is probably having a bad day, but Errol figures that he has deal with her soon. The short visit to the palace is finally over, so Errol and Kania decide to head back to Fahilia. Errol waves his mother goodbye and then asks Kania how things went on her end. She responds that it went well and smacks Errol on the back for worrying that she would fight with her mother again. But actually, Errol already asked the maids to report what was happening. It looked like they were about to fight again, but they actually made up this time around. Either way, the two of them teleport back to their territory. A few days later at Fahilia, Errol is already challenged with a new problem. He wonders if it will be worth it to invest in magicians, since they can do a lot of things like manage the teleportation circle, help with growing crops instantly, and even defend against monsters. But most importantly, he needs someone who can help him deal with the totally challenging experiences of being a ruler. He thinks about this because he doesn't want to end up drawing so much attention to himself. Now he has a territory, he has a perfectly good reason to hire them. But another reason is the factory attack. Luckily, the first attack was by a few mercenaries, but he is worried about what would happen if magicians pulled up. Sure, he does have a few knights who can probably deal with them, but they'll be as useful as a glass hammer if an enemy magician attacked from the shadows. With all those in mind, he creates an official notice that he is looking for magicians to hire. He figures that he can put a request at the magic tower, but dealing with them is going to be a pain. Plus, they are expensive. But the magicians who will respond to notices will have no ties with the tower, and there will be less hassle to deal with them, which is a dream for Errol. The only issue is that he'll also receive applications from low-ranking magicians, but that is no issue since Errol can always train them. With that, the next thing is to distribute the notices in every city. Time goes on, and the notice draws the attention of the crowds and wizards. including this one wizard who looks like she was out surviving in the wild with Bear Grylls, and is willing to apply from the mention of free food and accommodation. Back at Fahilia, Errol has received mountains of applications from various magicians. He wishes to accept all of them, but that would probably be a good step in How to End Your Kingdom 101. Errol decides to be thorough about this process and pay attention to the applicants' backgrounds. After all, it would be a shame if a magician became his enemy. He is so willing to do this that he doesn't mind spending an extra bit of cash for this. After selecting the candidates, the next stage was the interviews. For some reason, this was more of a hassle than picking his personal knights, but it was still worth the trouble for him. In the end, 12 magicians pass the interview and are officially magicians of the kingdom. The average skill of the magicians is 3rd class, and Errol believes he made a good selection considering their backgrounds. With that, Errol announces the general tasks of the magicians and plans to assign them to areas that suit their strengths. But before that, he wants to select one person to become his personal magician, so he asks the 4th-class magicians to raise their hands. There are 2 people who fit this criteria. One is Munkoy Blob, and the other is Dia Reki. Seeing the choices he has, Errol takes a long, hard thought about choosing between Blobfish or Wizard Beauty. This is a decision that can change the fate of the world, and we all know that Errol is going to choose Dia. Putting the pretty looks aside, there is a main reason why Errol chose Dia to be his personal magician. During the interview, he asked Dia a question about why she applied, and she responded with the fact that she wanted to serve him. This response shocked him due to how unusual it was. Most of the candidates were usually interested in the benefits or the work responsibilities, but hers was way different. It turns out she pretty much applied just because of Errol. He is pretty much suspicious about this, but can't sense any bad intentions from her. So, he decides to test it out and hire her as his personal assistant. Next, he goes on to explain the benefits and responsibilities of being a wizard in the territory. Starting with the benefits, he presents a massive library which is pretty much a paradise for every wizard nerd there. Starting off with the books that are magic ones certified by the Magic Tower, which were both expensive and difficult to convince them to certify the books. Now they have a place to improve their skills. On top of that, the magicians he hired were all expelled from the Magic Tower and probably needed a lot of money to access the magic book library. Of course, the broke magicians will be happy that they can access all the books that they have always wanted. They are in disbelief that they can use the library for as much as they want. But in exchange, Errol lets them know that they will have to show their research notes to prove that they are actually making any progress. Well, they don't seem to have any problem with that arrangement. However, Errol actually needs the library too, so he can master his own magic and understand the world's magic system using their research. Plus, the new magicians will pretty much be researching for him as well. Next, he begins to assign the wizards to different areas. He assigns some to handle the deforested areas in the land. After all, there need to be trees if he ever dreams of making more paper. So, Errol has to take responsibility for the damage he has done to the environment. He shows a planted sapling to the magicians, and it is enough for them to head to work. They all stab their staffs into the ground and chant some words I'm not going to bother with understanding. Then the sapling begins to erupt from the ground. Errol analyzes their technique and figures that they are funneling their mana into the tree and using a spell to nourish it with the right amount of mana. He also wonders if they are also using magic to alter its genetic makeup. Looking at how much the tree has grown, Errol commends the technique, but can't help but ask if they're going to make it grow taller. A wizard explains that if they do that in a short amount of time, the tree will die. After all, trees also have to rest as well. They will help it to grow once a month, which gives around half a year to restore the entire forest. With the environmental issues facing one of Errol's previous lives, he bets that this would be mind-blowing, but too bad. Anyway, Errol leaves them to do their job. For the next group, he gives them the task of maintaining the village's fields. He plans to make Fahilia to become a place that is self-sufficient through farming, rather than only relying on hunting. A wizard asks if he should grow crops at the current location. While that is the main goal, he asks if they are willing to go around the 12 villages to cultivate them, and this question sends chills down their spine considering how much work that would be. Of course, Errol is not an evil ruler. All he wants them to do is to adjust the field to the right conditions, and the villagers will take care of the rest. He scribbles a plan and asks the magicians if they can handle it. From the looks of it, they are sure they can handle the task. To help with their job, Errol mentions the fact that he brought over some magic tools and wants to test them out. They place the magic artifacts around, and then they create a barrier that will allow only sunlight to pass through. With that, the group has officially created the Mana House, not to be confused with a greenhouse. So, they went ahead to install the rest of those devices in the other villages to save the villagers from starvation. After that was done, Errol assigned 2 magicians as part of the magic tool research team, and another 3 as security. Lastly, there's Dia, who is Errol's personal magician. Her job is to guard him and to also carry out errands. She's pretty much his magic errand girl since he's not in a position to use magic. But for now, he wants her to skill up by reading magic books. She is way more than passionate about this, as she wishes to support Errol in any way that she can. Errol can tell that she is just as sincere as she was during the interview, and wonders what's up with that. Shortly, a book drops from Dia's cloak. Errol picks it up and he recognizes it as one of his night books that the knights couldn't understand. He hands it over to Dia and wonders why she has such a book when she's a magician. She received it from a person she knows but got attached to it because she found aura and mana are similar in theory, an idea Errol also shared in his research. This book has pretty much been a lifesaver for her, and she mutters that she is willing to go even across continents to serve the adored author of the book. Errol, on the other hand, feels she is going way too far with her dedication. All he did was write some basic theories in it, and doesn't recall it being so inspirational. Besides, Dia enjoys the food around the palace, which gives the actual reason she came along. Even with that, Errol figures that it's probably a good thing that she is so dedicated to him, but he still hopes that making her his personal magician was the right choice. In the library, Errol learns about how magic works. Now that he's understood the theory, he tries to remember how Dia uses magic so he can try it out. With that, he is now able to channel mana as a flash of light emerges from the library. Now Errol is on the way to becoming a magic pro. With the magic training in progress, Errol proceeds to pay attention to his other responsibilities. He arrives at the capital of Ernesia, and their destination is the Dwarven Forge. While they stand in front of the factory, Asha considers wreaking havoc at the main base of the annoying dwarves. She plans to annihilate the entire building if they try anything funny, but Arel tells her not to do that since they're mainly there for business. She tried to object, but she was officially banned from doing anything. Shortly, the intense heat of the factory breaks the conversation. Just as they head inside, Errol already wishes to escape with how hot the environment is. Ben introduces himself to the two of them, including the fact he has been an apprentice of the bitter Aiken for 15 long years, and volunteers to be their guide. Of course, Errol and Asha pity poor Ben who has been working under Aiken for so long. On the other hand, Ben mentions that he was meant to come out to welcome them, but his master didn't tell him anything. He finally leads them to the room where Aiken is while the other two sympathize with the struggle he's going through. Then there's Aiken, who is pretty impatient with his visitor's arrival. Errol mentions how impatient he is. He wasn't planning to arrive right after sending the letter to him. So Aiken serves his guest a cup of wine and wants to get right into the meat of why Errol came to visit. It turns out Errol has a much different request this time around. This time, he asks for half of the dwarves to work as his personal craftsmen in Fahilia. Without a second thought, he rejects the proposal and points out that Arel sounds drunk already. Aurel finishes his request by mentioning that he wants half of the dwarves to establish a branch at Fahilia. He adds that he will even pay for all the expenses. Even with that, Aiken still refuses the offer, or to even work in a place like Fahilia. Besides, money is pretty much the least of his concerns. So instead of that, Errol offers to hand them his personally developed technique called Damascus Steel. Aiken's face lights up on hearing this, and he figures that Damon must have given him information about this fact. It turns out the dwarves came to Ernesia in search of Damascus Steel, a rare metal that doesn't exist in their homeland, and had the dream of being able to forge that metal. Now, Errol reveals that he knows how to craft it, and even promises other exclusive techniques if they agree to work under him. This is enough to make Aiken serious, and even Errol can tell by the dramatic shift in his tone. With the proposal out there, Aiken inquires what Errol's conditions for the deal are. He mentions that they will have to work under him for 10 years. Of course, Aiken refuses to agree with this before they finally agree at 5 years. With negotiations made, Aiken is going to inform the other dwarves and asks for a month to get ready. This makes Errol wonder how much Damascus Steel means to them since it was the thing that led him to convince the dwarves. With that out of the way, Errol heads back with Asha. After the negotiations, Errol wishes to do what he does best, slack off, since he now has a reason not to do anything. One time skip later, and we have Kania. She takes a look out the window and wonders if Errol has been seen outside his room. His guards haven't seen his whereabouts either, but Sena mentions that he claimed to have travel fatigue and needs to rest. Even with that, it is still unbelievable to Kania that he hasn't left his room in over a week. She rushes over to his room to check on him. When she busts open the door, she finds my guy living his best life. He welcomes Kania and figures that she arrived to have dinner with him. While she is stunned by what she is seeing, Arl prompts Dia to arrange the scene for the both of them. Using her magic, she lifts Errol into the air, puts on his clothes, and then sets up a dining table for both Errol and Kania. While Errol is being fed by magic, Kania is still shocked. Errol wonders why she isn't eating, but she is very certain that something is wrong with everything she is witnessing. However, Errol thinks it's all right. She figures that Errol's laziness is probably top-notch at this point. Then Aurel tells his personal magician to take him to the bath, and this is enough to make Kania snap as she obliterates the area. So Kania and Errol's guards start an emergency intervention for Errol. As a start, they would like to ask him a question. Errol wonders if it's serious since he is unaware of his crime, so he asks Dia, who doesn't seem to know what the problem is either. Errol begins to think it's nothing that's much of a big deal, before Kania clarifies that he is getting too reliant on magic. Errol is a bit confused by what she means and thinks there's something wrong with Dia. However, how hardworking and diligent she is wasn't the problem here. The main problem is Errol, who probably doesn't walk with his own legs anymore. He mentions that he still walks to the bathroom, but that obviously isn't enough. Even his guards tell him the same thing, that using magic too much is bad. He is only looking for a more convenient life and asks if Dia is fine with all the work. She is, and Errol still doesn't see the problem. But the rest still see the problem as broad as daylight. Kania informs Dia that she is only making the problem worse for Errol. While it may seem alright in the palace, it definitely won't be okay in public. Errol already knows that he won't get to that level, or rather, it becomes a good idea for him. Of course, everyone is already against this before he mentions that he is joking. As his older sister Kania bans Errol from using magic, and this surprises him. Then Kania also bans Dia from putting up with Errol's requests, and this seems like her only form of life support has been cut off. Dia believes that she is about to be fired, but Kania informs her that is not the case. Meanwhile, Errol begins to reflect on his actions. He never thought that things would get to how they are now, and he has finally realized how magic can turn a lazy slob into a more lazier slob. Kania informs him that he will ruin his health if he continues, but Dia reveals that she has been stimulating his muscles every time she moves him, so he won't get weak so easily. Still, it is a problem, and Kania suggests replacing Dia with another magician. However, Dia pleads that it shouldn't resort to that. While she isn't sure of other things, she is very confident that she is much better than the other magicians, so she refuses to step down from her role. Looking at the situation, Errol figures that Kania had hurt Dia's pride as a magician. Asha comes by to break things up, and wonders why she wants to remain Errol's personal magician, even though the suggestion to switch roles has been pretty much justified. Even Errol is curious too, since there will be no difference in pay, and would even work way less compared to dragging Errol's lazy bum all over the place. But then it hit Errol that he should be the one who should make that decision. But his opinion doesn't matter at this point, so Kania challenges Dia to convince her, and she accepts this since she doesn't have much of a choice at this point. Seeing as his opinion has been rejected, Errol wants to know the kind of tests Kania has in store. She starts off with a document test that was definitely not just made up in 5 seconds before she mentioned it. And Dia completes is easily using her magic. Arl has already been giving Dia his workload, plus magic pretty much involves calculations. So she was already prepared for the moment. Next is the cooking test, where Dia will have cook all manner of stuff to Errol's taste. But once again, she is able to do this thanks to her previous experience back at the Magic Tower. She prepares all the food, and it is perfect for Errol. It's almost scary to him about how good she is. While Kania tries to bring up some more, totally not made up at the spot tests, Errol speaks with his guards and asks why they are all doing this. He already knows that Kania wouldn't go after Dia for no reason, plus they would have tried to intervene, but they aren't doing anything. So he knows they have another reason for doing all of this. From there, it turns out that Kania is suspicious of Dia. There was an incident a few days ago where the magic security system was partly destroyed by an unknown individual. While they don't believe Dia is the culprit, Asha presents a letter from the intruder to Errol. He reads it and finds that whoever it is wants Dia back at the Magic Tower. It turns out they had also shown this same letter to Dia, but she was speechless, or rather, unbothered by it. Asha and Sena believe that her reaction was rather strange and figures that there is a reason why she is so loyal to Arl. A normal person would have given up with him after around 3 days. Errol has already looked into her heart and found that she doesn't have any bad intentions, but there's no way he can convince Kania and the guards about that. To be honest, Kania has low-key disliked magicians after the Black Magician incident. He can understand that could be why Kania is acting like that towards Dia, but he asks Asha and Sena to hold back their judgment. While he deals with the issue concerning Dia, he asks the two of them to calm Kania down. With that settled, he heads on his way to talk with Dia and find out the truth. Arl goes to Dia's room to apologize for all the issues that came up earlier in the day. He notes how her room looks pretty bare, probably because she hasn't lived in the room for a long time. Dia understands the situation that played out and believes that anyone serving Arel should be thoroughly reviewed. But let's be real here, Errol's standards aren't that high. Arl explains that Kania has always had a thing against magicians, and was against him having a personal one. But Dia is already familiar that this is because of the incident with the Black Magician. It even became a pretty famous story back at the Magic Tower. It turns out that the incident also made aristocrats distrust them, and this cut their earnings. So they were ordered to kill any black magicians if any were found. Arl tells Dia not to worry about Kania's behavior. However, she insists that his intervention is not necessary. She still holds a grudge from the earlier encounter and wants to prove her skills as a magician to Kania. Now, Errol wants to know why she insists so much on being his personal magician. Even though they have never met each other, Errol can't understand why she is so obsessed with him. From there, she explains about her past. Dia was taken in by the magic tower as a poor child after a disease killed everyone in her village, her family included. On hearing this, Errol figures that they must have taken her in since they recognized her potential in mana, since Tai only take in orphans once they recognize talent. Even with that, Dia wasn't good at magic, so she was demoted to chore girl. This confuses Errol as he wonders how the gap in skill got bridged. It turns out Dia was a first-class magician 2 years ago, and has somehow managed to jump up to a fourth-class magician now. She couldn't control her mana through the Magic Tower's teaching method until she came across Errol's flagship book, the one about knights. From there, you can pretty much guess what happened. The method in the book was just right for her, and she ended up reaching the 4th class within 2 years. While that is hard to believe, Errol realizes that his theory seems to sit right with Dia and believes that she is a genius who can improve only by reading. So who knew, if it weren't for Errol, she could have remained as a chore girl in the tower for the rest of time or something. With that, this is the reason why Dia refers to Arl as her savior. However, he lets her know that it's from all the work she has put in. But she will still call him what she wants to call him. She's apparently stubborn. After that, Dia left the magic tower, and her master, former master, was very angry with this. However, she didn't care since she improved, no thanks to him. But she really hates the fact that he went around telling everyone that she reached the 4th class because of him. After that, she went on a journey to find where her savior lived, and even went to the other side of the continent just to search for him. It was then she found that Fahilia was hiring magicians, which allowed her to find Errol and consider him as her true master. After this story, Arl suggests that she could have told the same story to Kania, but she doesn't want to share that embarrassing story with anyone else, and also wants to be respected for her skills. So Errol promises not to tell anyone and heads out of her room wishing her good luck. In the night, Errol is in his bedroom. He speaks with Phaon, who seems to be aware of Dia. Even he admits that she had undergone an unfortunate fate, and her master wasn't a very good one. He also adds that she developed her skills alone and risked the penalty of leaving the tower. It turns out there is a contract made to protect the secrets of the magic tower, and once it is broken, the offender loses half of their magic circles and goes back to being a low-tier magician. Finally, Errol learns how strict the magic tower can be, so he thanks him and turns off his device. He places it aside and thinks about all the risks Dia took just so she can meet with him, so he decides to step in to see how he can help. The next day, Kania and Dia face off with each other. Errol had to tag along, but he never expected Kania to be so serious about this. She challenges Dia to a duel, and looking at the two fighters, Errol already knows that this is a pretty unfair battle. He tries to stop them, but Dia insists since the only way Kania will accept her is through a battle. Kania, on the other hand, doesn't get why she is so loyal to Errol, so she wants to find out on her own terms. Errol sees that the situation is going out of hand, and wonders why his two guards aren't stopping them. But what does he want them to do? Even they can't stop it. So Errol wonders what he can do until he notices something in the bushes nearby. The battle is about to start. With all the aura and mana flying around, Dia begins to float. She gets ready to cast a spell, but Errol notices that she isn't using an attack spell. She uses her spell to expose an intruder while Kania tosses her sword sheath at them. Then the thing explodes after gathering some aura in it and turning it into a grenade. After that, Kania and Dia approach the intruder and find out that it's Dia's master from the magic tower. Now they've found the mysterious intruder who has been around Errol's palace. He claims to not be anyone suspicious, so he presents his identification papers. He reveals that he came to bring Dia to the magic tower, and is angry about the situation she has just put him in. However, she doesn't have any plans of returning with him. All he did was just assign her to do some odd chores and starved her when he got the chance. Even with that, he still demands that she has to return since the Grandmaster has been disturbing him non-stop about it. Errol jumps in and figures that he's actually being pressured to raise another apprentice that is as good as Dia, and that is going pretty well so far. Just as Errol points out the man's lack of skill and incompetence, he grabs Dia by her hand and drags her away. He mentions that he is going to file a complaint about Errol's insolence, and adds that Dia will be punished for leaving the tower without permission. Fortunately, Errol breaks his grip and mentions the fact that Dia signed a contract to be his personal magician. Plus, he also got permission from the magic tower. The man tries to tell him about the rules, but Errol lets the loud person know that he made an official request, and the magic tower has permitted Dia to remain as his personal magician. Now that everything has been resolved, it's now time for him to leave. However, he refuses to leave without a fight, especially with how hard it is to get to the current location. He throws a few magic balls to the ground and creates several golems. He is determined to bring Dia back, so he orders his minions to attack. He believes that if he brings Dia back and trains her, the magic tower will probably defend him. So he can't afford to lose. The man has probably picked a wrong fight, so Errol tells everyone to fight back. Kanya goes to do what she was born for, along with the other guards. Seeing that he would be bold enough to attack, Errol thought he would be at least a Class 7 mage, but he was only at a disappointing Class 5. The man attempts to use one of his golems to take Errol as a hostage, but that's obviously a bad idea. Dia fries the golem to a crisp with a lightning bolt spell and uses a wind spell on the remaining minions and the wizard. Errol figures that it's time to finish everything. But before that can happen, the wizard uses an emergency escape teleportation scroll to run away. Asha insists on chasing him, but Errol tells her not to worry and mentions that he will file a complaint with the magic tower. Dia apologizes for the situation her personal issue has caused, but it's not a problem, and Errol mentions that she is officially cleared from suspicion. She wonders what he means by that, so Errol explains that he already knew about her master's presence. She wanted to see if she would confront him, which would prove her loyalty to him. She did exactly that, defeated her master, and surely no one will have any other complaints about her. Meanwhile, at a different location, Dia's master is breathing heavily after a narrow escape. He still has his mind bent on bringing her back to the magic tower. His monologue is cut short when a mysterious figure on a tree approaches him. Of course, he wants to know who the person is, but instead, the figure roasts him with a fire spell. It turns out this mystery person is Errol, who wanted to use the guy as magic practice for the spells he learned. He figures that killing him was better than letting him receive some official punishment. Either way, he still can't let him live for Dia's sake. After that, he decides to head back before anyone notices that he is missing. Moving on, Errol is working as usual and Dia assists him by handing him a book. He catches the book and tells her that she doesn't need to assist him with magic anymore, even though he permitted her. After that suspicion incident, Errol stopped relying so much on Dia, probably because Kania warned her about supporting his laziness. She asks if Errol is still fine with her being his personal magician. The incident wasn't her fault, so he is still fine with it. With that said, she commends how merciful Errol is, and decides to reflect on her actions like worrying over something like that. Of course, her level of loyalty still makes Errol very uncomfortable. He also asks what would happen if he let her down. However, she still considers him her savior no matter what. With that response, Errol now has a magician who is incredibly loyal to him and is fascinated by all the people you can meet in life. It's a brand new day. It's peaceful. Birds are chirping, flowers are blooming, and Errol is enjoying every moment of it, until he causes all forms of chaos with his magic in the name of practice. And there goes the peace I was talking about a moment ago. Errol has become a Class 6 magician already, all in 1 month. By the way, all the chaos he caused was at the edge of his territory, and is the perfect place for doing any secret activities since no one comes there. But one thing that would have made things better for Errol's practice is monsters, but it's honestly a good thing they aren't there. With all that out of the way, Errol finally figures it's the perfect time to make his move. Errol recalls the time he first saw Queen Elia as a baby, and even from that time, she already hated him from the way she stared at him. He planned to overlook it, but she kept targeting him using politics, and was even hostile to him in front of his mother. So, using his magic, he levitates over to Queen Elia's domain since he is fed up with her antics. He finds an alarm barrier surrounding the building which allows certain mana wavelengths to pass through, but Errol passes through it because he's just that good. Luckily, the guards aren't aware of his breaking in. He looks at Elia's parents' home and mentions how it is larger than his. But too bad, because he creates a massive fireball and is ready to wreck the entire thing. The fireball explodes and fire begins to rain down on the area. Meanwhile, the residents of the building notice this, all confused and stuff, trying to evacuate the building to safety. But they are unaware that this is all Errol's doing since he is using an invisibility and sound muting spell to hide himself. A bit overpowered if you ask me. But moving on, Errol sees the vassal of the Duke family of Fresh, so he decides to make life a little hard for him by implanting a special curse in him that will give him flu-like symptoms, or probably COVID, and that will preempt him from taking action after the invasion. Errol is planning to take back a few souvenirs with him, since it took some effort to get there. He approaches a door, crushes the lock to the door, and reveals what's inside. Looking in, Errol has literally struck gold since it's the treasury. He plans to take everything with him through teleportation, and leave a little note as a collectible. Much later, some of the residents escape the building, but they find a letter and already know that it's from the culprit. When they take a look at it, they find Errol's handwork, but they do not know who left the message. After the act, the first person to receive the news was Elia. All the life drained from her after she found out what happened, and she drops to the floor. Luckily, there were no casualties after the incident, only a few minor injuries. Even with that, the question remains about who would do such an act. The king also learns about this and orders that the culprit should be found. Looking at the attack, it is believed to be caused by a Class 6 magician, or a group of magicians, or could even be black magicians like the incident with Kania. Someone interrupts the meeting to inform that the nobles of the Frach family are all ill after the fire incident. Later, Elia finds out that the source of her family's pride, the enormous wealth they had, has all been stolen. She orders her maid to find out who committed such a crime at all costs, but also remains careful since she can also be the next target as well. Back at Fahilia, Asha learns about the situation. She reports that the Frach family's status has fallen, plus no one can help them because they are all afraid that they'll be targets of the next terrorist attack. She discusses everything that happened with Kania, but still, they won't come to ruin since they are a greater noble family. But they still received a heavy blow. Then there's the main culprit who agrees that they should be careful since a terrorist attack will not be nice. He then volunteers to send a donation to the Frach family, probably out of the stolen treasure, as a sign of support to them. At Fahilia, the manor house is working perfectly and crops are beginning to grow. Even with a place like Fahilia, no one expected to gather anything. Plus the harvest is twice as big compared to before. This is all thanks to the magicians who have been pulling all-nighters to make sure the tools are just right. Now, Errol takes a look at the manor house and how peaceful everything is at the moment. With House Frash out of the picture and the territory stable, he wishes it would remain this peaceful. Now in the past, around 50 years ago, 3 countries came to power after a great war, and they became known as the 3 Great Nations. But among the 3 was the Kingdom of Damaniel, which was weaker than the Kingdom of Arnesia and the Mirman Empire, but it managed to gain its position by taking advantage of the war. Speaking of the Kingdom of Damaniel, they are going through a bit of trouble. The king, he's in Lugia Lutanea, discovers the documents containing evidence about the products being smuggled from the Kingdom of Arnesia, and he is definitely not chill about it. He is worried about the future of the kingdom, but his right-hand man, Elgazan, tries to calm him down. With the way things are going, the economic crisis of the kingdom will be too great to overcome in the next 5 years, and obviously, that is not a good thing. Previously, the difference in wealth between the 3 great nations wasn't so bad, but that all changed when a certain child came in and casually caused an economic imbalance. Concerning his paper, the Mirman Empire even tried filing a complaint concerning the paper production, but that didn't work because he was producing it in a different method, leaving them with no other way to bridge the gap. Elgazan suggests using force, but they are up against the Arnesia, which is pretty much like the Fire Nation of the world. However, he mentions that they will have to join forces rather than challenge them on their own. So, with that, the Kingdom of Damaniel sent messengers to 3 different nations to request an alliance. They meet up in some secret shady meeting room in Damaniel, and Elgazan welcomes the participants. The representatives who showed up are from the Mirman Empire and the Chejapen Duchy, and they both have scars for some reason. But anyway, it turns out the other place with the name I won't bother with saying again is a small territory, but with a high military reputation. Then there's the Holy Empire who didn't even bother to show up, but they probably want to watch Arnesia burn just as much as them, so they will not snitch on the meeting. Of course, the meeting begins, and they discuss the fact that they have to stop Arnesia because of the shift in economic power. Since Arnesia is a pretty strong kingdom, they will need the alliance so they can put up a proper fight. Elgazan figures that they will not be able to develop any products if they are pressured with war, but he shifts his attention to the youngest prince, which is Arel, and how he has been developing various products plus all his renowned achievements. So they figure that if they leave him, he will probably continue to do several things which will lead Arnesia to be unstoppable. So the main objectives are to either deal some significant damage to the kingdom or kill Errol. The 2 representatives agree with the plan and have even wanted to go to war from the very start, and now things have gotten moving between them. Back at Arnesia, the king learns about the meeting between the 3 nations and is sure that something is going on. So he decides to make preparations since the oncoming war will be much worse than the previous one, and orders that each territory should be notified about it. Errol gets this notice back at Fahilia and begins to wonder if he went too far even when he restrained himself. Daya asks if anything has happened since he usually enjoys his strolls. He mentions that he has to meet with Kania since something troublesome has happened, and they will have to be fully prepared. So in summary, Arnesia makes money, Damaniel doesn't like it. So Damaniel starts alliance. They don't like each other but want to defeat Arnesia. End of meeting. With how everything played out, they are probably treating Arel like some kind of a villain. Kania learns of the upcoming war and the alliance between the Mirman Empire and the other 2 kingdoms. It was understandable if it was between the Mirman Empire since they aren't on good terms, but doesn't understand the case with the other 2 kingdoms since she thought Arnesia was chill with them. So she suggests a classic Kania move to attack them first. For once, Errol agrees with this idea, but it would be difficult to find any evidence since the meeting happened in secret. After all, there's no way they would leave any evidence after the super obvious secret meeting, and they are pretty much lucky to find out about it. Errol already knew that it would come to the war, but he never expected it to come around so soon. From all the past lives he's been in, he thinks about how humans always have to resort to war, and finds the reason for the current war to be ridiculous. Of course, he believes that war isn't the answer to every problem. Kania brings him out of his thoughts since nothing has been confirmed yet. He then suggests that Kania should return to the royal palace. It turns out the king sent him a letter to express his concern and stop her from going into battle, but Errol could head to the front line for all he cared. Errol mentions that this is a viable option since her status as a princess could benefit her more than her status as a knight. But Kania refuses to head back without a thought. Errol tries to warn her that she could end up on the battlefield if things end up wrong, but she is more than okay with that. Besides, she pledged to keep her younger brother safe and doesn't want to flee to safety, just because she is a princess. She believes that being royalty is more of a reason not to run away. Seeing her resolve, even Errol has noted how his beloved sister has grown up, and decides to let the king know about her decision since it's pretty much impossible to stop Kania. In the recreation room of Arl's castle, Sena discusses the upcoming war with Asha and Dia. It turns out Sena has been to war twice, but is sure that the current one will be much more serious than those ones. She suggests that Asha should visit her hometown to see her brother since he started studying at the academy. While that sounds like a good idea, Asha decides to stay back since anything can happen at any time. She also adds the fact that Sena has been pushing back her holidays to stay as well. Seeing that they can't go anywhere, they just decide to have all the fun they can have while they still can. At Errol's quarters, he makes plans for the war. He believes that it could happen within a year. Even with his experience from several reincarnations, he isn't sure about how the war will turn out. He also plans to intervene if it comes to the worst-case scenario, but that would mean him abandoning his peaceful life, which is his main priority. To survive the war, he decides to do a military buildup to prevent the opponents from breaking in. Errol rushes over to meet Aiken, who would have almost scored an early headshot with his hammer on Errol. He mentions that the facilities in the location are pretty good, but the other blacksmiths are pretty hopeless to him. They worked for 2 days without sleep, and they all collapsed. Aiken is upset about this, but of course, normal people would die after working like that. But anyway, Aiken has received the documents to make Damascus steel, and is shocked that it could be made with such materials. However, the process will not be easy since he has to be precise about it. To the main point, Arel asks for some weapons to be made, and Aiken agrees to it. When he asks how many he would need, Errol goes over to whisper, which makes even Aiken to be shocked. Then he makes a getaway since Aiken is out to hunt him now. It turns out Errol wanted him to make 20,000 pieces of armor, and he is definitely not chill with that. On the other hand, Errol figures that he better watch his back if he keeps doing this. Next, he goes to meet Ian, the slave dealer, who is now dripped out from all the cash he's been receiving. He welcomes the top customer as always, and they head straight to business since it's an urgent meeting. This time, Ian will be receiving the order of a lifetime, and he's even contacted every possible merchant before the meeting. Errol raises his hand and requests for 50,000 slaves, which is 10 times the last order, and you can expect that even Ian never expected this amount. Ian couldn't believe it. He finds himself repeating the enormous number just to see if our prince is kidding or not, but our boy responds by asking him if they were too much. That's when the slave trader sees that the prince is truly standing on business here. He tells him that the truth is that there's been an increase in nobles looking for slaves, and they've been asking for about 2,000 to 3,000 people, saying they all intend to use them as troops. But 50,000 people? What in the world is he doing with 50,000 people? He asks him if he intends to use all of them for the same purpose. The prince tells him not at all, as like before, that number includes the slaves and their family members. But he tells the slave boy that his speculation isn't too far off the mark. The slave trader dude starts smiling hard at this cash cow opportunity, for sure hoping to be more dripped out after that, and our boy obviously sees that. He said to himself that it makes sense since it's not hard for a merchant to notice the signs of approaching war. He'll definitely ask for more than the market price for the next clients. Our boy tells him that he expects him to keep this to himself, and the slave trader agrees, telling him that confidentiality is a basic part of business. He asks our prince if he would like him to send the slaves to his territory. The prince asks how long it would take to gather 50,000 people, and the slave trader dude responds, saying around 5 days. How the hell does he even have that amount of slaves in the first place? The prince tells him that he'd come for them himself in 5 days, and Ian asks him if he's really sure he wants to do that as it might be cumbersome. The prince tells him that it's fine and quickly makes his way out of there. Standing behind the closed doors, he says to himself that he has a mountain of preparations to do when he gets back home, and his lazy ass doesn't want to do any of that. He figures he'll use this as an excuse to be lazy for the next 5 days. His perfectly justified life of sweet idleness awaits. Later on, Aurel meets Kania. She's surprised at the news that they can't go back home for the next 5 days. She asks him if he's sure that's all right as everyone is busy. Our prince cheekily calls her an innocent child and tells her that lazing around when you're busy is much more sweeter than lazing around when you're free. But Kania insists they should ask to see if they could just head home. Our boy asks her if she wants to look around the capital. She paused for a bit and lands in a flashback. Because of her position as princess and the attack from the dark sect, Kania had to spend most of her days inside of the royal palace. She'd be super serious about the outside world, and definitely wouldn't be able to resist this offer. So she concedes and asks the prince if they're going sightseeing. Errol tells her yes, and he already delegated all the important tasks to others, so they can afford to stay here for a while. And besides, she doesn't even have anything to do when she gets back. She'd be the unemployed princess. She agrees and tells him that it's just this once, and Errol's mission of convincing Kania is a success. As they walk around the hustle and the bustle, Kania exclaims that their territory's village is really small compared to this metropolis. Errol tells her that it's because they live in a rural area. He reminds her to hold his hand so they don't get lost. They try out some delicious snacks, while Kania tries out delicious snacks. They check out the fountain, and Kania sees that it's smaller than the one they've got. Then Kania spots something and shows our ice cream prince some items that he had made a long time ago. She remembers seeing them before, and Aurel freaks out at the sight of the banner. He's super embarrassed at it, and that's when he realizes that that's one of their own shops. So he stylishly pushes Kania so they can go see some other less embarrassing stuff. The princess goes in anyway and realizes that they sell swords here. The seller welcomes them and offers them a sword that he claims is just for them. The seller goes sword lecture mode and tells Kania about the smelters of some swords. He offers her a 10% discount, but our prince quickly cuts him off, saying that it's absolutely hopeless. He understands he wants to make money but shouldn't sell counterfeit products. The seller tries to deny, claiming that their swords were approved by the dwarves, but Errol just asks her to infuse it with a bit of her chakra. She does this, and now the sword made by the dwarves is now dwarven just by a little bit of aura. The seller tries to deny it, but the prince threatens to take him to the forge to check, but the seller apologizes immediately. For the price of forgiveness, Errol takes a dagger for cheap, and after they leave, Errol tells the princess that the dagger is a true dwarven-made dagger, and he gives it to her as a gift. Kania is really happy with the gift, and this makes it boy very contented. Fast forward a few days later, the slaves march up with the prince and princess. Kania tells him that this might be too excessive, but Aurel tells her to imagine commanding 20,000 people at once. She admits that would feel good. The gates open and everyone is thrilled to see the prince until they aren't. They're terrified by the amount of people he had gathered. They tell him that they're too many, and ask him questions like how they're going to feed them all and if they should have waited a little before increasing their forces, as they don't have enough evidence of war yet. The prince responds by telling them that it's not doubt that a war would happen. He asks them to trust him as he's never been wrong before. They listen to him and he asks for their help with something. They're going to turn those slaves into elite soldiers who would guard the region of Fahilia. They'll first select the promising ones among them and prioritize their training. Then they'll become commanders of each unit and train the rest of the troops. He wants them to direct the whole operation with a basic training guide he'll give them, and he's leaving it to Ashuo and Sheena. They're going to get real busy from now on, because they're going for the leaders of the Three Territories Alliance, and he'd make them pay for making him work. Young Prince Aurel and Dia are seen hiking through the mountains. The prince complains about hiking and asks Dia why magicians live in the mountains. Dia explains that only elderly magicians like to set up workshops in the mountains, and young magicians prefer the city. Prince Errol immediately understands. Dia also reveals that she prefers the city too, because there was nothing to eat in the mountains. The prince agrees, but not with her reason. They finally reach their destination, where they meet with Feyan, who expresses how long it's been since he saw the prince in person and is ready and willing to help. The prince tries to put him at ease, saying that he just wanted to buy something that is a little tricky to acquire. The prince wants stones that can store mana, also known as magic stones, and he'd like them in bulk, but only the ones with grade A purity. Feyan's mood changes. He explains that the request was under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower and is confused as to why the prince came to him instead. Prince Aurel reveals that the Magic Tower won't sell it to him, and Feyan immediately realizes that he is planning on using them for war, to which the prince nods his head. Depending on how you use them, magicians can be like long-range lethal weapons, especially on the battlefield. The prince assures Feyan that he simply wants to defend his territory, and Feyan understands but is still confused as to why the prince sought him. The young prince playfully asks Feyan to stop playing dumb, as he is aware of how powerful Feyan's connections are. Of course, Feyan should know how the prince operates by this time, with money, of course. The prince reveals to himself that Feiyan is a stubborn old man, which also means he's wise and tight-lipped when it comes to money matters. Feiyan reluctantly agrees but warns that it will take some time. Fortunately, our MC thought so too. The prince starts his journey back home happily, as another issue had just been resolved. He feels like he's been working too hard these days, and maybe he should take a break. Daya's sudden halt stops him in his tracks. He asks her what's wrong, and she reveals that she was just a bit shocked about the amount of money he had paid Feiyan. The prince brushes it off and decides to whisper to her what his total fortune amounted to, since she looked curious. This information leaves Dia completely stoned, and the prince laughed at her. He didn't even include the money he stole from House Franche. The prince then encourages her not to worry, and they both walk back home. Not long after, back at Fahilia, Prince Errol has an important task for his magicians, as he slams a piece of paper in front of them, which the magicians notice are blueprints. He tells them that he needs them ready before the war, and they are top secret, so they'll need to work on them by themselves, alone. This leaves them dumbfounded, but they're being paid handsomely for it. The prince is going to show them what it's like to be true workaholics. Good luck, for it's the hard work of the common folk that maintains the peace in the world. Today, our young prince is going for an outing at the capital with Asha. Asha was suspicious and asked what they were doing there. Prince Errol assured her that they were here on serious business. He sensed her suspicion because he had been making a lot of major deals lately to prepare for the war. He grabs her arm and yanks her towards a really fancy gate. It's the Royal Academy. They were here to see her little brother, who had just started attending. The Royal Academy is a royal educational institution for noble kids. Higher nobles, however, preferred to hire private tutors, so it's basically for ordinary noble kids. Asha tries to protest, but the prince insists, saying that if he were her brother, he'd be mad that his sister is too busy to see him. But she wasn't okay with just wasting time while everyone else was busy. The prince then asks her to stop being stubborn, as he is not the kind of employer who wouldn't let her go see family. Besides, he had already made various excuses to obtain a visitor's pass, so he forbids her from nagging him today. She still tries to protest, though. Then they spot some noble kids, and our prince realizes that he doesn't know anything about Asha's brother. He asks her for his whereabouts, but she admits that she doesn't know his precise location, although she assures him that he would recognize him right away because she is often told that they look alike, which is true, because the prince spots him almost immediately. His name is Aret, and he's in some kind of meeting, more of a confrontation rather, with 3 girls. The first girl asks Aret if he has considered her proposal with a harsh, serious tone. Aret starts to refuse, and the prince realizes that he's being bullied. The prince offers to help him, but Asha asks him to wait a moment, and eventually, the girls leave. Asha immediately confronts her brother, and he's shocked to see her. Asha inquires about those girls, complaining that he told her he was doing fine in the letters he sent her. The poor lad tries to explain to her, but Asha is being too overbearing, so he refuses to talk to her entirely. Asha is surprised, and Prince Errol realizes that he had never seen her this flustered, so he offers to talk to him on her behalf. The prince then proceeds to have a talk with Aret, bro to bro. He then reveals that he's actually his sister's boss. Aret is shocked to be talking with the third prince, but he tells him not to worry about that. He goes straight to the point and asks him if he was really being bullied by that bossy-looking young girl. Aret hesitates, but the prince assures him that he won't tell his sister, even gives him a pinky promise. Aret reveals that the girl is actually Lady Hyla, the youngest daughter of Marquis Carret. Prince Errol recognizes the name as a noble who had a good reputation and had been at his coming-of-age ceremony. He offers to report her if she truly had been bullying the brother of the third prince's personal knight, but the boy immediately rejects it. A flashback reveals that, in reality, the girl was actually asking Aret, the young lad, to date her. Yup, as crazy as it sounds, that was the truth. Still in the flashback, in response to Haya's unreasonable request, Aret runs away from her, screaming that he didn't want to, and they were only 11 years old. Back to the present, the prince completely agrees with him. They were too young for that sort of thing. Aret complains that she keeps asking him out even though he outright rejected her, and then the other noble ladies are always teasing him on how cute he looks, treating him as a pet. He wasn't getting bullied, he was just troubled by how everyone teases him. The prince is surprised at how oblivious the young lad is. It was just a love quarrel between these little brats. He is disappointed. Aret admits that he doesn't know how to respond to this. Then the prince suggests that he start by asking her himself, pointing to young Lady Heya who had suddenly appeared behind him. Heya declares boldly that she came back because she had something to say to Aret, and then asks who the prince is. The prince casually replies that they're not strange people, and in fact the lady behind him was her future sister-in-law. He was referring to Asha. Aret screams that she's not, and Asha asks the prince what he meant by that, incredibly flustered. The prince then whispers something into her ear, while Aret begins to panic. Heya, on the other hand, recognizes Asha as Eret's big sister, and her attitude changes entirely, and she humbly introduces herself with a lot of courtesy. She then calmly requests to enter a relationship with her younger brother. The prince acknowledges her courage, while the rest of the gang is dumbfounded. Asha turns to Prince Aurel, asking what she should do. The prince suggests that they leave them be, as long as she doesn't dislike the young lady. Asha is still worried, but the prince thinks that deep down Eret does have feelings for the lady, but he just doesn't know how to respond to her advances. After all, he didn't say that he hates her per se. He reasons that Eret is just rejecting her because of his pride. But left to be, what they have may blossom into something beautiful. Jokes aside, he also adds that their union would be beneficial to Asha's family, as Heya is from a nobility that possesses a remarkable talent for making profits from well-calculated investments. Although Asha isn't all that thrilled about that idea being a reason for dating. Even so, the prince still insists that they let them be. If they truly are interested in each other, it'd be better to just trust her brother and see what happens. Asha finally concedes. Amidst the discussion, a male student suddenly interrupts them, asking if Eret was bothering Heya again. His name is Lord Luchin, and he's demanding to know why Eret had not learnt his lesson and stopped trying to wheedle himself into Lady Haya's good graces. Heya immediately steps up and comes to Eret's defense, asking why the guy was so angry and revealing that it was her asking him out and not the other way around. But that was exactly Luchin's problem. She was rejecting him, and instead trying to get close to a runt like Eret. It becomes pretty clear to Prince Errol, all this was just a ridiculous love triangle. Luchin continues to argue, saying that Eret's house had fallen into ruin, and his sister had to go to work in the middle of nowhere. He adds that if she kept insisting on dating him, she might very well bring shame to her noble house. At this point, both our MC and his knight are starting to get irritated, as they're both labeled as the Lord of Nowhere and Working Sister respectively. Eret then steps up to face Luchin, saying that he had no right to insult Haya or his sister. Luchin is irritated and is preparing to land a solid punch, but is stopped midway by a much taller Prince Errol. Luchin notices the prince for the first time and asks who he is. The prince refers to himself as the hand of justice that will deal with his behavior. He had planned to just watch, but Luchin crossed a line. Luchin urged him to mind his business as he was an outsider, but the prince had official permission for entry and was about to teach this brat some manners when yet another figure walked in, inquiring what all the fuss was about. The prince notices that too many people were beginning to gather here, while Luchin recognizes the new figure as Gadel, and judging by his size, he wasn't a teacher. Gadel goes further to politely ask who the prince is, and the prince gladly introduces himself, as he has been waiting for someone to ask. Gadel almost chokes. What the hell is the prince doing here? He politely suggests that they go somewhere private to talk. There, he apologizes and reveals that he is actually Luchin's big brother. He is also the first son of the family and a swordsmanship instructor at the academy. The prince reckons that Eret should be getting this apology, and not him, and Asha nods to it, but Gadel refuses to intervene as he heard that it was Eret who first caused trouble, and therefore he should be the one to apologize. Asha gets chills. She doesn't believe her brother did anything wrong, but to our prince, it actually starts to make sense. The love triangle at such an early age. The Royal Academy isn't just a place of learning, but also a place of forming social connections. Luchin was ordered by his family to approach Lady Heya. It's probably not one of the reasons for the establishment, but good intentions can get corrupted over time. Gadel continues to say that their house and that of Lady Heya were on good terms, and Eret has no right to intervene. Our protagonist is completely disgusted. He couldn't believe that Gadel calls himself an instructor. With rage, he asks if discrimination was an academic value in the institution. Gadel still refuses to budge. He cannot ignore the difference in class. He believes that forming relationships according to class is a duty of a noble. The prince then turns his words against him, since Asha, Eret's elder sister, was his personal royal knight. That automatically puts her in a much higher class than him. He is speechless. Gadel tries to recover and says to just warn their respective families and end the matter then and there, but the prince refuses. RMC is angry. The prince decides that the only way to really resolve this issue is by using an old traditional method, used by nobles to settle disputes. Prince Errol is proposing a duel between Asha and Gadel, and their younger siblings. Gadel is about to refuse, but the prince cuts him short by adding the rewards and conditions of the duel. For the reward, the prince promised to not only take back everything he said, but also grant Gadel's family financial aid, which his family actually needed. The prince also agreed that the requirement for his victory is Asha and her brother winning, meaning that Gadel would be granted victory even if one of them loses. It was simply an offer Gadel couldn't refuse. He reckoned that Luchin was at least 2 years older than Eret, and he himself was the captain of the Order of Knights. That should give them enough of an advantage to secure at least one victory. or so he thought anyway. RMC happily seals the deal by swearing on his name as well as his royal family surname, and it was decided. Asha nearly passes out. Asha is reasonably mad at the prince. She says that she's normally quite lenient, but this time the prince went too far. The prince wonders how that's possible since she's literally always nagging him. He admits to being a little unreasonable, but he can't just let Gadol get away with this. Not only did he mock Aerette, but he was completely disdainful toward her. He questions Asha if she's really going to overlook all of this. Asha, however, argues that she is his personal royal knight and should never fight on her personal behalf. But the prince counters, saying that looking down on his personal guard means looking down on him. He will not tolerate anyone insulting either him or his people. The prince knows she secretly wants to beat Gadol up and tells her to think of this as the perfect opportunity. And plus, her brother will also be watching, so this would be her chance to show him how amazing she is. This persuades Asha, and she finally accepts. Meanwhile, Aerette is completely freaking out and trembling in his shoes. He believes that he can't possibly go after Lord Lucian, but the prince tells him to just strike first. He wants to argue, but the prince gets serious and advises him. He tells him that it looks like Lucian has been bullying him for some time. Aerette admits that it makes him angry, but for the sake of his sister and the state of his family, he can't afford to act recklessly, so he had to endure and work on himself instead. The prince then asks him when he thinks he can break out from that kind of life. By the time he graduates, it'll be too late. If he continues to wait, he'll be keeping his head low for the rest of his life. This is his chance to show them what he's made of. He goes on to tell him that rushing without a plan will do him no good, but he shouldn't worry, because the third prince has his back. This alerts Aerette, and he begins to get excited. Prince Errol then whispers a plan to guarantee his success. The reality is that a duel might sound noble, but it is actually barbaric. Despite the agreement, it is still quite violent. But there's nothing people enjoy more than looking at other people's problems, so it doesn't surprise the prince when a lot of children and teachers show up to watch the duels. Lady Heya meets up with the prince and tells him that she never agreed to any of this, and the prince apologizes for not telling her in advance because he was too eager to beat them. She admits that she felt the same, but this wasn't a fair fight because Aerette was no good with a sword. The prince then reveals to her that skills aren't necessary for winning. All you need is the right tricks. The prince uses this chance to ascertain whether Heya is truly interested in Aerette or not. He asks her point blank, and she begins to fidget. She starts spilling out all sorts of reasons why she likes him, and blushing obviously like a girl on a first date. She thinks he's so cute that she could bite him. The prince realizes that the girl is just like him, and concludes that she's incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, the two young boys are getting ready to fight. The referee gives the signal, and the match begins. Lucian takes the first move, screaming, "Die!" and pouncing toward Aerette with incredible speed. Heya can hardly believe he's a noble. He is acting so much like an animal, like a tiger that just found its prey. It seems like Aerette is in big trouble. Well, until he's not. The prince suddenly starts sending him instructions, which he follows to the letter. He dodges, retreats, and swings exactly as he is instructed, then lands a hard blow on his opponent. Lucian's butt connects with the ground. The crowd murmurs that his stance might be awkward, but he somehow managed to get a hit. The prince is using a mini communication device to help Aerette. Asha already knows what's going on, and our prince is enjoying himself. Predicting a child's movement is way too easy for him, as they only practice what they learn. He encourages Aerette to keep following his instructions, and Aerette agrees. Meanwhile, Lucian, now vexed, tries to attack again, this time from above. He's screaming angry insults and looks so scary that Aerette panics a little. The prince tells him to calm down and gives him specific instructions to bend his waist and swing his sword upwards. Aerette closes his eyes and does exactly as he's told. He lands a critical hit on a very private, sensitive spot on a man's body, which completely knocks out Lucian and leaves the crowd painfully shocked. Gadol accepts his loss, but he is suspicious of trickery and lets the prince know how dishonest it is. But our very nonchalant protagonist point-blank denies it. Gadol cannot prove anything, and even if he could, there was no rule against outside guidance, so he lets the matter go. Besides, it won't even matter as long as he wins the next one, right? Meanwhile, young Aerette is proud of himself and runs to the prince's side. The prince congratulates him, and Heya runs to him, saying that she knew he'd win all along. The prince is surprised at how she didn't hesitate to state a blunt lie. She was so worried. Turning to his sister, Aerette begins to worry. He remembers that her opponent Gadol was the captain of the 13th Order of Knights. The prince concurs with him, but it doesn't matter either way, because he is more than sure that Asha will win this fight. He tells the lad to watch carefully and see that his sister is not forcing herself to fight for the sake of her family. The match begins, and Gadol decides that he's not going to underestimate Asha. He's going to fight with full strength from the very beginning. He charges in for an attack. He knows he's always careful and doesn't go down easily, but something is wrong. Suddenly the room is spinning. No, it's not. He is the one spinning, flying across the room. Apparently, Asha had already sped in and struck while he was still thinking. He hadn't even noticed when she moved. It was only after he flew across the room and almost crashed through the arena walls that he realized he had been hit. Critically so. There was no getting up from that. Asha had actually also planned not to underestimate him, but she didn't even get the chance to, as the fight was over within mere seconds. Guess she ended up overestimating him instead. Asha sighs. She pleads that the prince at least let her know before starting something. But the prince is all smiles. After all, not only did she gain her brother's respect, but she got to see him one more time before the war. Also, she can rest well knowing that her brother won't get bullied anymore. He'd make sure of it. Asha smiles and agrees with him. She is very grateful. They both head back to Fahilia, feeling satisfied. When people are faced with a dire situation, they tend to fall into a state of denial. Back home, our protagonist realizes that some lords aren't seriously preparing for war, as they're worried war will never come, and dealing with all the resources and weapons they've gathered would be troublesome. They also criticize our protagonist, who's pulling out all the stops to prepare. His response to them is that he's just preparing for the worst possible scenario, but they don't listen and go on with their normal lives. Until they hear the news. In the Mirman Empire, the king openly declares an alliance between the Domanial Kingdom and the Archduchy of Shejapen. Their goal is to defeat an evil individual that sprouted in the Kingdom of Arnesia and has been wreaking havoc on their economy. This, of course, means war. And the individual being spoken of is no other than our boy, the third prince. The King of Arnesia trembles with rage when he receives the letter from the Three Territories Alliance. They demand that the country immediately cease paper production and destroy all paper-making machinery. The country should also share production methods for their goods and pay a fine for the profits they acquired unfairly. The king decides that it cannot be avoided at this point. War has begun. Sometime later, actual war breaks out. There is fighting on the outskirts of the kingdom. The first prince, Jael, realizes that the Three Territories Alliance is finally here. From scouts, he finds out that there are about 100,000 troops advancing toward the kingdom. As the heir to the throne, he decides that he must stop them there. So he takes charge and leads men into battle. Meanwhile, back in Fahilia, everyone is on high alert. There are no orders to mobilize yet, but they are well aware that the battle has begun. And our MC is also very busy. He is busy cooking happily with Dia. Today's menu is roasted rabbit meat. The prince and his personal magician enjoy themselves over small talk. Once they're done, he decides to make another meal using flour and dried fruits. Dia notices how good of a cook Prince Errol is. Then he reveals to her that he'd often dream of just running away to the south and becoming a cook. The meal is done and they're field rations. Dia notices that they are tasty and high in calories, and the prince reveals that he wanted something the soldiers could eat quickly and still have quality. He tried making them just in case he had to eat them himself. But Dia points out that he hasn't even been asked to mobilize yet, and the prince tells her it's just in case. Yes, just in case. Back on the battlefield, things are starting to heat up. The enemy has already begun climbing the walls of the kingdom. Prince Jael is trying his best to keep them at bay while they wait for reinforcements. Then news arrives that the main army, numbering more than twice the first wave, is approaching. The first prince is dumbfounded. The enemy just arrived. Meanwhile, at the castle, it's a royal mess in the royal conference room, and the king is tired of it. The enemy's numbers keep increasing, and Prince Jael's safety is at risk. The king decides to withdraw the front line and regroup. He declares that every lord and noble must join the war. It's a nationwide draft. Normally, royalty is never sent to the battlefield, but Prince Jael wanted to prove himself, so there he is. Prince Errol has just received the orders from the king. He's been expecting this. A 3-to-1 war is too much to handle after all. Our MC knows that the kingdom's survival is essential to living his dream sweet life. He has no choice. He has to become a war professional. He leaves only the minimum number of soldiers behind to defend the territory and prepares to head to the battlefield. It's been a while since he saw Frey, the griffin. He's all grown now and needs to start pulling his weight. He senses Kania and tells her to stay back, but she refuses. She's stubborn as usual. The prince is aware of his sister's strength, but he just can't send his own family member to war. But she herself isn't comfortable sending her brother to battle alone. She insists that siblings must stick together. He finally concedes. He then reveals a gift from Kania's mother, a very majestic sword passed down in her battle family for generations, named Keltia, after the first head. Kania is unsure of her worthiness, but the prince assures her that she deserves it. He then leaves her alone for some time, as she's starting to get a bit sentimental. The third prince of Arnesia, Prince Errol, decides that he's going to reduce the casualties of this war as much as possible. Those who fight will be rewarded, and those who fall will have their families taken care of. Whilst trying not to let people see his fear, he tells them he doesn't want anyone to sacrifice themselves, but to defend the kingdom through valiant deeds. And the march to the front line begins. They arrive at the northeastern battlefront to see injured soldiers everywhere. It's been a truly fierce battle. They immediately speak with Prince Jael, who admits that he has failed as a commander. Our MC doesn't really blame him, though. He did his best against soldiers thrice their size. He has a good heart, unlike his mother, the queen. Things aren't looking good. The enemy has seized their border fortress, and 320,000 troops are currently attacking them. They've stopped temporarily to regroup, but will resume their attack tomorrow. Prince Errol realizes that if he had been just a few days late, this place might have already fallen. The first prince decides to use the 23,000 soldiers Prince Errol brought to stall for time while they wait for reinforcements. But our protagonist doesn't like the idea of his carefully trained soldiers being disposed of like that. He proposes a better idea, to attack right now instead of waiting for tomorrow. He then shows the first prince what he brought with him, something the dwarves had been working on: a siege tower. Archers and magicians are stationed inside, and they attack from within. It can also be dismantled, transported, and reassembled by the dwarves who came along. Prince Jael is pleasantly surprised, but that isn't all. Our protagonist still has more tricks up his sleeve. Next, he introduces the spear wagon, which has a shield with spears on it, used for both offense and defense. They could focus on defense while Prince Jael and his troops go all out on offense. It is time for a counterattack. At the enemy's base, the three generals of the alliance are discussing. The first battle went well, but the resistance is getting stronger. They start to worry a bit, until one of them reveals that the individual responsible for the war is literally fighting on the front lines: Prince Errol. He wants to see what the boy is truly made of. Another worries about his safety, but the first assures him that he remembers the agreement. They're planning to crush the kingdom of Ernesia. At the same time, in the midst of battle, our protagonist is leading his army of 23,000 against an enemy more than twice its size, with a shield-like formation. The enemy thinks they're cowards for hiding behind their shields, but they stop smiling when a rain of arrows suddenly descends on them from Errol's army. They take a hit, and then adapt by raising their shields to avoid the arrows and keep on advancing. Soon they clash. There's a clear difference between dwarven-made weapons and the enemy's. They use the spear wagon to break through the enemy's defenses while maintaining formation. Soon the surroundings are stained with the enemy's blood. They try to retreat, but they have been cornered. They then resort to their magicians, as they're more powerful than ordinary soldiers. The magicians start casting, but their magic turns off like a lit candle in the wind. The enemy is confused. They soon realize that Errol's army also includes magicians hiding behind the siege tower and dispelling their magic. Dia is there as well, and she thinks the enemies must have poorly trained magicians, because the magic being dispelled was so weak. The enemy magicians are relieved because dispel magic drains mana quickly, so they won't have enough to cast offensive spells. They only realize how wrong they are when bolts of lightning strike from nowhere. Turns out that Errol already planned for this, which was why he possessed very rare mana stones that store mana. The enemy is dumbfounded. Their numbers are reducing fast, so they have to flee. Out of the 50,000 soldiers, only 20,000 manage to escape. Our protagonist has won. He admits that war is never pleasant, no matter if you win, and asks Asha and Sena not to pursue them, but instead gather up injured soldiers as prisoners, regroup, and stay vigilant. He really just wants to have fun, not wars. The first prince is so happy with his younger brother and tries to praise him, but our protagonist somehow manages to attribute the credit to luck and back to the first prince, which he moronically accepts. Our protagonist just wants an easy life, not war achievements or credit. He'd happily give that away. It is now time for the first prince to lead the offensive attack as previously planned. No better time than now. They're licking their wounds, and their morale is probably low. Prince Errol encourages him to do as he sees fit, and he leaves. Meanwhile, our MC will just lay back in the rear, relaxing and being completely idle for now. The kingdom's main army, led by Prince Jael, launches a full-blown attack. Because Errol's army had already critically weakened the enemy's forces, they are able to focus all their power on attack only. To counter the numerical advantage of the enemy, the kingdom's army uses ferocious ambushes from the flanks and the rear. Behind all this chaos, back in the rear, is our nonchalant protagonist and his guards, enjoying life over a very delicious meal. It's been a while since they had good food. He offers Kania some rabbit meat, but she passes. Asha voices her complaints about them dining while others are fighting for their lives. But Sena tells her that it's the shameless who survive on the battlefield, and Prince Errol happily agrees. Thanks to his tactics and equipment, his army gained a reputation as a slow-moving but impenetrable defense force, which served as a good reason to position him and his army in the rear. Because he attacked them first, the enemy was now wary of him. He could not risk attacking them again, so he decides to take the day off. War can wait. The prince begins to worry that Dia isn't sleeping in a comfortable position. She had done nearly all the work of the magicians during the battle, and was quite exhausted, but insisted on eating before resting, which led to her collapsing mid-dining. The prince decides they should all get as much rest as they can today, for things are about to get really busy. Meanwhile, at the enemy's base, the commander is getting worried. They know Prince Jael is inexperienced but troublesome, yet he's not the problem here. That counterattack caught them off guard. They really thought that Prince Aurel was just a merchant, but he managed to wipe out 60% of their army with only half the number. War is supposed to be about experience and understanding what needs to be done, but somehow, a 16-year-old with no experience whatsoever got the best of them. And more puzzling still, he insists on staying in the rear. The commander knows that with his abilities, the third prince could easily turn the tides of this battle. The next day, Aurel and his army leave to join the kingdom's main army in order to reclaim the border fortress that had been captured by the enemy. Midway, the prince decides to cut their speed and slow down. He suspects that an ambush may be awaiting them. Kanya asks him why, so he gives her the reasoning behind his thinking. He knows the enemy won't make the same mistake of attacking them head-on, so it only makes sense that they'd wait for them along the path they're taking. If they're really planning to attack him, he decides to screw them over first. Just as the prince predicted, there is an ambush waiting for him and his army. The enemy is getting confused as to why they're late. They finally arrive and the ambush starts. But no, Prince Aurel and his army are already ready for them. Defense barriers are up, and the attack is on standby until the moment of impact. Before the ambushers can realize what's going on, hordes of attacks have already begun descending on them, and their magic has been completely dispelled. It's no use. They try to retreat, but numerous bear traps and an angry Sena are waiting for them along the path they came from. Sena sends a message from the prince to them, saying that they should be prepared for the consequences of starting a fight, as she pummels each and every one of them. One dumb soldier tries to attack her head-on, believing he couldn't possibly lose to a woman. He doesn't last seconds before he is sent hurling toward the ground. Asha later meets up with her after having defeated the rest. This was a very easy win for both of them. The prince's strategy was not to make them avoid his army out of fear, but because they were simply too much to handle. He wanted them to become a nuisance, a thorn in the enemy's side, too troublesome to deal with. The ambushers from the Three Territories Alliance were completely annihilated. Afterwards, the army of Fahilia led by our protagonist successfully reclaims the Bother Fortress. The enemy tried launching several attacks after that, but they couldn't break the now morally boosted army, most especially because Kania was fighting with them. The enemy had thought that the power of Princess Kania was exaggerated, but unfortunately it wasn't the case as she was striking down men left and right. Months have passed since the war began, and the enemy's momentum is failing, and Ernesia's victory is assured. As it stands, Aurel's forces has about 121 dead, 142 severely injured, and 192 lightly injured. A very good result compared to other lords. It does not please our boy in the slightest. At the enemy's base, they reckon that they can't break through the defenses in the northeast, and it was reckless to keep depleting soldiers, so they decide to withdraw. Frustratingly, they make a very decisive decision to give this battle everything they've got. Aurel realizes that it's been too quiet lately. The enemy had ceased their non-stop attacks to claim the fortress. His strategy to focus on defense while other territories harassed the enemy resulted in his army suffering the most minimal casualties. He tells himself that the weather was too peaceful for people to die. The Three Territories Alliance was desperately trying to protect their interest and prevent his kingdom from achieving dominance. They too were also driven by their own personal goals. The lords who had been passive now commanded their soldiers to kill. Now the tides of the war had turned in their favor. Prince Jael was trying to distinguish himself as the future king. It was all ambition. Whether good or bad, ambition is what drives war. Humans grow though it. They strive for more. The prince couldn't really complain, since he too had his own ambitions. But what humans don't understand is that no matter how high you climb, the view of the sky will never change. Asha interrupts his chain of thoughts. She asks him to please act with dignity while in front of soldiers. It is then revealed that all this while our protagonist had been lying on the ground in the midst of staring soldiers, just daydreaming. The prince insists that less dignity makes life simpler, and urges her to give it a try, but she passes. She then states her observations about the recent reduce in attacks, and the prince concurs, saying that it has been 6 days with no action. Asha expresses her wish for the war to just end this way. Prince Aurel then notices that the enemy might be up to something, so he whistles, and in an instant, Frey lands in front of him, and he gets on. Asha tries to stop him, but he promises her to back soon and then zooms off. Just as he thought, he notices something from the air. He then communicates with Asha and tells her to call Sena. Apparently the war was far from over. Back at camp, the prince has a meeting with his personal guards. He asks them what they think the enemy would do next. Sena suggests that they may attack again, but Asha just warns the prince about taking off carelessly. The prince hurriedly agrees without giving it much thought and then turns to Sena. He tells her that the enemy had already pulled back, so they cannot possibly attack again. Sena doesn't think they'd surrender, and the prince agrees but still questions her thought. But Asha replies this time, saying it was because of their pride. The prince also agrees to this and playfully hands Asha a cookie for getting the right answer. The prince states that the war began with the enemy, and they can't just run now, for they openly made up lies and declared war, so they can't just cover it up as a misunderstanding. It would damage their people's opinion. In this case, the most obvious move for them would be to mobilize their entire nation, including slaves. That would be dangerous, as their number could triple. If they thought the last army was big, imagine 3 times that size. However, our young protagonist won't just sit back and take it. As a pro in many lives, our boy cannot lose composure even when faced with 1,000,000 soldiers. He has a secret weapon that only he and King Akin knows about. He pulls out a massive crossbow, designed to shoot 100 specially forged Fahilia bolts per minute. A weapon beyond even the royal researchers. Asha states that the weapon will be very useful. Our prince had not wanted to make this kind of advanced equipment yet, but this time he's got no choice. His enemies try to take what's theirs, so it's only right he returns the favor. After some time, at the Ernisia defensive line, a commander leads Ernesian troops for an attack on the quiet enemy in an effort to gain recognition by the king. However, what they meet leave them utterly dumbfounded. Hundreds of thousands of the enemy's troops rushing towards them at max speed. They immediately turn and begin to fall back. The enemy had gathered all the soldiers they could find, including slaves, and launched an all-out attack. Prince Jael and his army are ready to defend the fortress they had just claimed. He must stop them no matter what. Meanwhile, the enemy tries to use magic, but they still can't because of the Ernesia's soldiers' resistance. No matter though, they expected it. They withdraw their magicians and send more soldiers, who were charged with breaching the defensive line at all cost. They can always replenish soldiers lost in battle, as long as they win. But the Ernesian soldiers are not retreating. This is worrying the commander of the enemy forces. As he's still contemplating, a swift blot barely misses him by a few inches. As he is still trying to figure out where the bolt came from, he looks up in horror. The sky is filled with a rain of huge high-speeding bolts that came from a far distance. He looks with terror as his men are falling down left and right. Just as he's starting to think that they might endure it, Prince Jael and his army appear from behind. If they try to advance, the bolts would strike them. And if they try to retreat, the army of Prince Jael would strike them. Our genius MC thinks that the enemy's commander must hate his guts, and he has never been more right. He notices how the enemy was getting too cautious to move. He understands, though. Even shields couldn't withstand one fierce bolt. He communicates with the base, asking them about the supply of bolts, and they respond that they're not running out anytime soon. As powerful as the crossbows were, they still had their flaws. They are complex machinery that needs maintenance and reloading, making quick operation impossible. And there's the bolt. Each was specially forged, and they are wasting all of them. It is draining his money. He then receives a call from Dia, and she reports that the enemy magicians had all been depleted of mana. He then asks her if they can spare any magic stones for an attack, and she replies that they can spare all but 20%, and she could handle the dispelling alone. But the prince thinks that would be a waste of a 6th-class magician like her. During this discussion, the prince who had been on Frey, flying in the air all this while, spots that the cavalry were retreating. It's the perfect chance, and he orders Dia to burn them all to the ground, and Dia does as so. She casts the Mana House, the same spell that Aurel had used to grow crops in his territory. It served as a trap, capturing groups of soldiers at a time. Then she uses fire magic to completely reduce them to ashes. Prince Aurel's main strategy was to reduce casualties as much as possible, while delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. From above, the enemy looks terrified. The prince wishes they'd just run away already. He then sends word to his brother, Jael, and tells him to use this momentum to launch a full-scale attack on the enemy. The Ernesia Kingdom's army continues to achieve victory and turns the tides of the war. The emperor of the Mirman Empire is very upset. He was at a meeting with the king of the Domanial Kingdom and archduke of the Archduchy of Chejapen via communication crystals. He blames them for failure even after the general mobilization order. The king tells him not to allocate blame and asks the duke what he thinks would happen next. The duke tells them that honestly, they were already close to defeat. They had lost nearly half of their forces, and counting. Even with their remaining troops, they stand no chance against the weapons of Ernesia. The weapon made by Prince Errol. A craftsman called the creator of that weapon a beast of genius. They had the advantage in numbers. They carefully planned their strategies, even went it over repeatedly before starting the war. Errol Ernesia was a troublesome bastard. They need time to find some kind of weakness in the enemy somehow. Just then, a servant interrupts them with highly urgent news about the Ernesian army. Meanwhile, outside the gates, in the front of the border fortress of Domanial, Cania stands proudly with a smile. She asks her brother whether she should go ahead and destroy the gate, and our protagonist give her the thumbs up. She completely annihilates the gate, and Demaniel soldiers try to stop her, but she deals with them quite easily. She feels like she can handle this alone, but her soldiers rush in after her anyway and attacks the rest of the soldiers. As expected, a swordmaster is the best for breaking through gates. Simultaneously, attacks were coming from the Ernesian kingdom to both the Mirman's empire and the Archduchy of Cheyapen. The king of Ernesia was furious, and rightly so, for this war had claimed many lives. It was time to make the pay. Their targets were the capitals of the Three Kingdom Alliance. Not only had they claimed their border, but they also claimed the borders of the enemy. Sena and Asha could hardly believe that they were once struggling with this battle. Our brilliant protagonist walks in, all relaxed, saying how the enemy leaders must be in utter despair. Asha then asks after Kania. Well, Kania was being worshipped and glorified by her fellow soldiers. They try to ask her about the secrets to her strength, but she could only tell them to eat and train. Back to our prince and his 2 personal guards, he tells them that she was busy, so he left her be. Asha asks whether they should continuing advancing. He agrees, but at a slower pace. With a wicked grin, our protagonist reveals that the plan was to take over the enemy's land bit by bit. Tormenting them was his speciality. In about 3 years, they'd own about 20% of the enemy's lands, and in 5 years, the enemy will completely collapse, although most people will starve to death before that. By controlling the trade, Ernersia will slowly deplete the enemy's finances and push them into isolation. This would lead to starvation, poverty, fear, and civil unrest. Externally, they'd be resisting, but internally they'd be fighting each other. Asha begins to feel sorry for them, but the prince tells her not to, for this was what the enemy had planned to do to them. If they weren't ready for the consequences, they should have never started the war. Unless they surrender, the kingdom of Ernersia will respond so harshly, it'd be remembered throughout history. At least that's what his father, the king, said in his letter. He is very angry. Sena says that war is terrifying, and Asha agrees. But the prince tells them not to worry, as all these would only happen if the enemy refuses to surrender, which they should if they have common sense. In the meantime, they just have to wait and see. Back at the Mirman Empire, the emperor absolutely refuses to surrender. His pride won't let him, for never once have they ever surrendered in the past. His council pleads with him, saying that continuing would only lead to more starvation and the death of innocent citizens. That must be more disgraceful than tarnishing their history. They had lost, and surrendering was the only way to spare the people from more suffering. The king understood this, but still couldn't budge. He believed that the king of Ernersia would not just let this go, even after they'd surrendered. They had openly declared war on his nation and cost him the lives of his people. So how could he? The king declares that they must fight back with every ounce of strength they have left. The Three Territories Alliance eventually chooses to fight with their remaining strength rather than surrender, and our boy is completely disgusted at the foolishness of his enemies. If they had chosen to surrender, he could have negotiated a peaceful resolution. How could they think that they could still win? The fight isn't even worth watching anymore at this point. As expected, the enemy's last-ditch attack ends in failure. They lose their morale, and repeated losses shatter their spirits. They receive a letter from the Kingdom of Ernesia, ordering them to stand down and surrender, so that they could be shown mercy. The king has no choice as he had completely lost. Soon, Ernesia receives their letter of surrender. Our protagonist is overjoyed. He could finally go home. It reminds him of when he got to go home after military service in one of his past lives. He is so done with military battles, those fools at the Three Territories Alliance. He prays he never sees them in his lifetime again. Asha tells him to calm down. Our prince and his troops are finally ordered to return home. Even the harsh weather and snow back in Fahilia is weirdly welcoming. He'd have to order them to clear the snow, for it is time to get back to his sweet, mundane life. At the palace, in the council room, the king and his council have just concluded post-war matters. It is time to decide rewards to those who protected the Bothers. Gold and slaves would be granted to the Mangraves. But when it came to Prince Arel, they are a loss. The council expressed their worries about the prince possessing a powerful weapon such as the massive crossbow. The king is disappointed that his council would even think that way. He tells them that the prince had already promised to leave the management of the crossbow to the palace. As for his reward, he wants to give him the title of a duke, but surprisingly all the prince wants was just the surrounding lands of Fahilia, which was also barren and useless. The prince knows that some people might laugh at him for choosing those useless lands as a reward, but he doesn't care. He notices that the temperature is a bit dry, so he orders Dia to adjust it. It is time to organize his rewards. Apart from the lands, he also gets some gold coins. He's not short on money, so he decides to set them aside for his soldiers' compensation and relief funds. Then there is the slaves. He sees them as less of a reward and more of a decision to send them to Fahilia. The prisoners who weren't ransomed became official slaves of the kingdom, but no one knew what to do with the sudden increase in slaves. so Prince Arel decided to take half of them in, since he now had the space and the resources. The war might have been a hassle, but he got what he wanted in the end. His grand plan is coming together piece by piece. Those nobles who laughed at him should just wait. Back at the kingdom of Demaniel, the king is frustrated and curses the Ernesians. They wanted 2 million gold coins as war reparations, an amount his kingdom could never afford. Paying it off would put Demaniel in a dire financial state for decades to come. His right hand, who had introduced the whole idea of the war in the first place, blames himself. The king ignores him and tells him to go draft a business plan. Punishing him now would only throw the administration into chaos. The nobles, however, who supported the war, would receive no allowances until the compensation is fully paid. At the Archduchy of Chejapen, the Duke receives word that he is being blamed and asked to take responsibility for this mess, which he had expected. In fact, he reckons they are even lucky it ended this way. His problem now are the reparations. His advisor thinks that the Ernesian kingdom is truly a terrifying place, as it brought down the once revered war hero Duke to his knees. He then blames it all on the Mirman Empire and calls them all murderers for sacrificing their citizens and then surrendering, claiming that it was all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, it's a whole lot of chaos at the Mirman Emperor's palace as citizens riot fiercely outside. His servant suggests that he punishes them, but the Emperor cannot. He had anticipated this from the moment they sent their surrender letter. He blames himself for everything and takes full responsibility. Soon, he steps down from the throne and his eldest son succeeds him. The three-territory alliance needs some time to recover from this war. Meanwhile, there's a random lady holding a cute little lizard, and it's time for her to leave. In a flashback, we see the young life of the second princess of Ernesia, now the personal knight of Prince Arel, Kania. She wonders if a life lived exactly as planned is truly a happy one. She believed that her life back home was always so stiff and strict. She couldn't stand all the rules that came with being royal. But she couldn't complain because she knew she was privileged. One day, while she was practicing her swordsmanship, she wished she was as free as the sword she held in her hand. That was when her long-standing desire began. Fast forward to the present, Kania is slightly disturbed. The prince senses that she is being asked to return to the palace, and she confirms it. Both her parents sent her letters to return home. Prince Errol says that she must have stood out too much at the battle. He reckons that the nobles had not believed her strength as a swordmaster until they saw it for themselves in battle. Now those cowards had started to fear that Kania's abilities are too powerful to leave her in a distant territory. It isn't a light matter, for all swordmasters are directly tied to the kingdom. Kania asks her brother if he wants her to go too, and the prince decides to be honest with her. He tells her that she knows more than anyone that she cannot live her life here forever. She was able to grow because of his teaching, but if she chose to remain by his side forever, she'd never grow further. He tells her to go and build her own life and strive to gain recognition, whatever it takes. She has to learn how to be independent as an adult. The princess then tells him that it's hard to take him seriously when he is always lazing about. This catches the prince off guard. He tells her to take some time to think about it. As she walks down the hall, Kania remembers how she was before she decided to give up everything and work for the prince. She was betrothed to a handsome young man, and when she got his picture, she tore it to pieces. She hated the idea of entering a political marriage just because she was a princess that had come of age. She then remembered that the prince had also been sent to a faraway territory. She concludes that his fate was much worse than her own, so on her way to comfort him, she overhears him shouting for joy. She admired him for transforming his fate into an opportunity instead of just accepting it. She decided then and there that she'd follow Errol, watch him closely, and then follow his example. Kania had forgotten that that was the reason she was with him in the first place. Back to the present, Kania makes the decision to stop relying on her brother's abilities. The next morning, she barges into his office, breaking the front door, and announces that she has made up her mind to go back to the palace. The prince agrees in tears. What did his front door ever do to her? So Kania prepares and is leaving the palace. The prince reveals that even if she hadn't agreed to go back, he had already made preparations for her to get recognized either way. Kania wonders if she should beat the other two swordmasters in the kingdom, and the prince is surprised at her ambition. He just warns her not to go breaking stuff, as the bill will be on her head, not his anymore. She promises to keep that in mind. The prince will miss her and will always be cheering for her. After the farewell, it is time to get back to work. Fahilia is as peaceful as ever, and he finds out that some youths are getting married. He then wonders if he should get a match for Frey as well. He reckons that with his wealth increasing, maybe it's time for him to start finance. He's still not interested in politics or power, but in money. For money controls the world. He fantasizes that to fulfill his plans, he will need to build his finances. He comes up with the idea of establishing a bank and stabilizing the currency. He reckons that if he hadn't started this, another person would have sooner or later. He decides to dominate the finance sector and solidify Fahilia's power. He would recruit some talent and experts to serve as figureheads, which is another way of saying that he wants to delegate the work to someone else and do nothing. As usual, as he is thinking of who to hire, he gets a call from his mother. She asks how he's faring, and he replies positively. Then she inquires about his age, and that question sends cold shivers down his spine, as he could already guess what was coming next. His mom is suggesting he find a fiancé. He is dumbfounded. Asha congratulates him. Dick congratulates him. Sena expresses how this is a happy event, and he replies with all their happy wishes with a moody, shaky, thanks. Back at the call, his mom had told him to come back and meet with the candidates the king, and she had carefully chosen for him. But he still wants to play around. He reckons that the age of consent in this era is way too early. He misses Kanya, only now realizing how she felt when she ran away from home. Asha asks about his fiancé, and he reveals that it hadn't been decided yet. They had sent him 10 candidates to choose from, perhaps out of respect. That is why he called them. He needs them to join him in picking out the finalists. Unlike other times when he had to select people, he couldn't look into the minds of the candidates, as they are not physically present. But to his dismay, none of them gave decisive opinions, even Asha, who was a noble. Apparently, she was never involved in engagement matters because of her family's decline, and Sena's people just pick up whoever they like. As for Dia, she strongly believes that he needed someone perfect in every way. But her standards are way too high. They decide to just put their heads together and try their best. Sena suggests one person, but the prince had done some investigating and found out she was being forced. The next suggestion was ruled out because of a huge gap in age. They kept going on like that until they finally landed on one. He returns to the palace with his choice, and his mom looks quite excited about it. The truth was that he had just chosen a lady from a quiet family that cannot cause him any problems. His mom says that his father is quite pleased with the enthusiasm he showed towards the matter. And our boy decides then not to ever tell his father that he was not really interested. His mom suggested they go meet her. At the meeting location, Saria is with Count Tuin. She is the second daughter of the Cowanst family. Although they aren't loaded, they have a good reputation. They greet and get comfortable, making small talk. The prince notices that she is beautiful both inside and out. But that's the problem. The prince worries that she's way too nice and perfect for someone like him, who has wild ideas and freaky plots on a random day. He decides on that note that she's not right for him, and then they part ways on good terms. The issue now is that his mother seems to like that girl, and his father had approved of her. He refuses to put her mom in a tight spot, but his mom already notices and confronts him head-on about it. He's shocked that she noticed, but she tells him not to worry, as his decision would be respected on the matter. His father also agreed to it, which was why the prince was made to choose in the first place. He had learned from what happened with Kanya that forcing marriage would only lead to embarrassing accidents. He politely declines the offer of marriage. For now, our MC really wants nothing to do with marriage. He hasn't even developed coke yet. That must surely come first. As he was still deep in thought, he notices someone, or something, spying on him from the bushes. As he waits to get a closer look, a lizard jumps out and lands on his face. It's not just any lizard though, but a salamander, a fire spirit. The prince knows that nobody in the kingdom has enough spirit affinity to summon a spirit and is confused until the summoner shows up. She asks him to hand the lizard over to her, and the prince realizes that she is Pena Amret Janil, the princess of the Mirman Empire that came to the kingdom as a hostage, but under the cover of studying abroad. The prince never imagined they'd actually meet and realized she didn't know who he was. The lady told him to call her anything, as she didn't care for formalities, especially now that she was abroad. He gave her the lizard, as he made his observation of her laid-back personality. As she turns to leave, he asks her if it was a spirit, and she turns into full panic mode, trying desperately to deny it. But all her efforts are thrown in the trash when the lizard breathes fire. She then pins our MC to the ground and tries to bribe him to keep quiet. This lady really is a handful. Oh dear. The prince is pinned to the ground, with a strange lady on top of him trying to bribe him. He had never even been bribed normally before. He agrees not to tell anyone. Pina is still not convinced, but the prince assures her that she could always feign ignorance if he ever caused a commotion, and there was nothing in it for him anyways. He then yells at her not to go around summoning it if she doesn't want people finding out. But she pleads that she couldn't control it, so it just pops out whenever it wants. It makes sense to the prince because the relationship isn't based on authority, but on mutual consultation. The spirit was simply following her because of her high affinity. The prince tries to teach her a tip. He tells her to command the spirit with a clear purpose, like a puppy. The girl is confused but does it anyway, and to her surprise it does exactly as she says. The prince tells her that he read it in a book, and the girl appreciates him, then asks his name. The prince is disappointed at how late in their interaction she asks. He then properly introduces himself. He was going to forge a name but later changed his mind. He is curious as to how she'd react to one of the people who made her a hostage. But she acted so plainly it shocks the prince. He doesn't even think she realizes that he's a member of the royal family, which makes him realize that she's not interested in politics. She then asks if she can ask him more questions about spirits, but he reveals that he actually stayed in the countryside. She immediately realizes that they kicked him out, and this irritates him as she saw through his situation immediately. He tells her to ask the people staying at the concubine palace if she ever needed to find him, but deep down, he really doesn't want her to. At least at that time, he didn't. At some other place, a dark magician is seen hovering over the battlefield with corpses lying everywhere. He does shady magic that seems to be feeding off the negative emotions left behind by the dead, and is grateful for this unfortunate event and the idiot who caused the war. Meanwhile, back to our prince. He had returned home, and now he had postponed his engagement. He was ready to start his bank. He teleports to an establishment with Asha and Dia, where Hazel Carrot, a patriarch, greets them. He was the brother of Haya, the girl that had fallen for Asha's younger brother Aret. The prince had come there for a very important reason. He wants to do business with the Carrot family. Hazel is confused and points out that the prince already had a store, but the prince tells him that this one would be on a much bigger scale. He wants to establish a bank and introduce a new currency, as the current one had way too many loopholes. He had already run this idea by the king, and the new currency would be irreplaceable dwarven-made coins. Hazel understands the prince but questions his decision to choose him. The prince tells him that he cannot run it by himself and was simply looking for talent. In other words, he wanted him to be the president of his bank. Hazel is still unsure as to how he'd be able to manage all the finances going through the country, but the prince tells him that he will benefit well from it. Hazel is still unsure, and the prince admires his uncertainty, as it shows that he is not foolish and blinded by greed. Hazel has a good personality and a reputation for making good investments. The prince assures him that he'll make it happen no matter what. Some merchants are bound to resist, but it won't be impossible. He then whispers to him that he has the most gold in the country right now. So, he insisted that he join him in solidifying the economy of the country. Hazel assures the prince that his plan will definitely succeed. Still, he is confused as to why the prince wants to do this when he is already very rich. Our MC then reveals to the man that he doesn't just want more money. Rather, he wants to control the flow of money and convert his territory into a flourishing city, then shove it in those nobles' faces. Building a city is not easy, and for that, he needs to establish a bank, as it is one of the cornerstones of a city. Hazel realizes that the bank is just a small step to a much bigger, realistic goal that other lords would have laughed at. It moves him greatly, and he accepts the prince's proposal with honor. Then they shake on it. As they turn to leave, Hazel inquires about the prince's plan with the cost after opening the bank. He offers to have people look into it, but the prince tells him not to worry, as negotiations would come sooner or later. At Sena's hometown, at the southern end of the Ernesian kingdom, the prince, his guard Sena, and magician Dia are there in person, as Sena's people, who were mercenaries, had previously rejected his job offer to become bodyguards for his new bank. As they approach the village, Dia suddenly halts and blocks the prince's path. She senses that they're being watched and uses a spell to locate and electrocute the spies. Sena seems to recognize the spies as people from her village. She explains that it must have been a misunderstanding and politely excuses herself to clear things up. She does so using her native language, which seems rather violent, beating them to a pulp as she explains the situation. Soon they were clear to pass. The name of the village is Nachapanil, and the village chief, Agbena, who is also Sena's grandpa, apologizes and welcomes them. Agbena tells them that he still couldn't accept the prince's offer, and the prince notices that he's unyielding. Dia then reveals to the prince privately that the atmosphere had changed from the last time she was here. Apparently, she had stopped by the village before when she had just come out of the magic tower. She tells the prince that the villagers seem very wary of the outskirts of the village. The prince tells the chief that there is obviously a problem, and he should let him help them. The chief refuses to trouble the prince with their problems, but the prince says that it should be his decision to help or not. Reluctantly, the chief reveals the village's major problem to the prince, the undead. They had suddenly started popping up at the village outskirts, about 1,000 of them. The prince is shocked as to why this was not discussed at the palace. He then inquires after the lord of the territory. Apparently the lord was recently changed. He is the cousin of Count Quentil. The chief reveals that the reason why the matter was hidden is because the village is the only one being affected. The prince is still confused, so the chief explains further in a flashback. Count Quentil had almost wiped away their village because they had failed to pay taxes that year as a result of a bad harvest. It was his son, Sena's father, who strongly fought to keep this from happening. Unfortunately, he was accused by the count, interrogated, and probably killed as a result. But the count was also punished for embezzling funds, so he was removed and his cousin replaced him 2 years ago. The prince reckons that the new lord must be intentionally ignoring the village infestation as some sort of revenge for his cousin. He offers to resolve the issue with the Lord by himself, but the chief refuses and reveals that they were planning on leaving the territory soon anyway. The chief reveals that his tribe has moved many times before in the past, so this is no problem. The Lord is one thing, but the undead are the major issue. They had tried to endure, but they just couldn't any longer. The prince tells him that trying to move now will be very difficult and will only create more problems. But the villagers don't have any other plausible choice. That is, until our protagonist offers to help them solve the problem of the undead. The chief is shocked. There are over 1,000 of them. The prince says he can do it. He just needs their cooperation. He tells him to weigh his options very carefully. If they move, there is no real guarantee of a stable income. But if they agree to him, not only will he eradicate their undead problems, but he'll also buy their labor at a good price. The chief requests some time to think it over. The reason why the villagers were so wary is because recently an outsider who had entered their village became undead. The prince notices that most of the villagers have fighting power equivalent to that of an active knight. He also notices that they are naturally prone to awakening auras. He decides that it would be a waste to leave them under that stupid lord. While he's evilly plotting on how to use them, innocent Sena thinks he's a kind person. After much consideration, the chief finally accepts his proposal, but only on the sole condition that he eradicates all the undead, which our protagonist, who was a pro in his previous lives, plans to do. The undead are wandering in the forest near the village, and the prince and his guards attack and kill one of them. The prince notices that there's no mage in charge of them, and wonders who would have been foolish enough to just create them and dump them there. Sena asks if they're going to just deal with them one by one, but the prince thinks that would be too inefficient. He decides to just gather them up and cremate them all at once. Dia is amazed. The easiest way would have been to use holy water, but that's way too expensive and rare in their kingdom. They don't need that, though, when they have a 6th-class magician like Dia. The important thing is to gather the dead, so the prince decides to use himself and Sena as bait. They camp right there in plain sight. Nothing could be more appetizing to the undead than fresh human flesh delivered to them on a silver platter. Sena is worried, but our MC is as nonchalant as ever. She complains that it's too dangerous for the prince to be out here at night, but the prince argues that he needs to do this himself. He needs the chief to trust him. Apart from that, he knows that if Sena's people had left, she would have surely followed them, and he was not ready to lose her just yet. She relaxes a bit, and just then they start showing, the undead. Sena quickly grabs the prince's hand and carrying him on her back, she starts running, zipping through the forest like a cheetah. This is definitely scary because the dead are hot on their heels, like a freaky horror movie. He feels like he's in a game of tag, and Sena begs him to stop enjoying it. Once a lot had gathered, the prince signals Dia, who had been hiding in the air all this while, and she casts a fire spell, fire wall, on them that turns them into stinky ashes in seconds flat. The prince notices that the caster must not have finished his experiment, as the undead had no defensive spells at all. The magic had attracted more of the undead, and the prince tells Sena that they may have to repeat this a few more times. She might have to keep running till morning. Sena is completely exhausted. Running all night with someone on her back was difficult even for a knight. Our MC praises his companions. They had completely air-fried the entire undead army. Dia reports that she couldn't find any other traces of mana. The undead had traces of undead mana, and they were wearing armor, not civilian clothes. Our boy needs to investigate further on this matter. Back to the village they all go. The villagers all look like they could use a barf bag. The prince and his companions had been running around dead corpses all night, so they stunk. After a fresh bath, Dia shows the chief proof that the prince kept his promise. It is now time to talk business. The chief hadn't expected it to go so fast, but our boy was quite an impatient fellow. He promises to also take care of that dumb lord, and the chief is speechless. Our MC suggests that he thanks him by considering his previous request. All our boy wants are tough bodyguards that can help him guard his future bank. He also pays handsomely well. The chief agrees and the contract is set. Finally, they even had to defeat a whole army of undead just for this one bank. There's one last thing left to do. At the palace, in the conference room, our protagonist, looking fresh as ever, clearly states his plans to a room full of nobles about his bank. One of them wonders why he can't just store the money in like a mansion or something. But the prince tells him that it won't be so safe. He makes reference to what happened with the concubine. A tragic incident our scheming little devil of an MC obviously had something to do with, but is now being used as a case study to defend his point. What a menace. The reasoning was to create an untouchable safe bank, guarded with knight-level security. Not just to store money, but to lend money to capable people. That way they could charge interest. A noble then inquired about the consequences of not paying, and our prince shows him a devilish smile. What did he think was going to happen? The bank would be established to organize the flow of wealth in the kingdom, and then a new currency would replace gold coins. The nobles aren't really thrilled with the whole currency idea, But our boy had anticipated this. He then tells them that the current market system and currency were basically trash, being mixed with counterfeit and foreign gold. He promises to bear the costs and give the currency sufficient value. At the end of his presentation, most of the nobles agree to his cause. He's so happy that he had decided to go around before the conference and politely persuaded them to his side using a few tricks. Finally, everything is ready, and they can start the construction. After the conference, two shady-looking nobles are having a discussion. Count Cain can't let the prince do this. But Dezel, the other noble, reminds him of the prince's new status as duke. Cain tries to argue, but Dezel tells him that if anything happened, he'd be the one in trouble. After hiding 1,000 undead, he really shouldn't bring his mistakes here. Cain tries to explain that, but Dezel's already gone. And just like that, in less than a month, our bank is completed. It is also located on the best land in the capital, since the plan is to establish branches all over. Word is spreading around the streets, and positive rumors are flying around about the bank. In Diesel's mansion, he's speaking with another noble about the bank. He'd still trust his safe more than the bank any time, any day. The noble then reveals that there had been recent attacks from thieves on carriages, but he already knew all too well about that. Well, it turns out they had also tried to attack a carriage carrying important banknotes. Too bad for them that mercenary bodyguards who taught them a painful lesson were present. Dezel couldn't believe that the bank bodyguards were powerful aura users. Cain was behind this and was punished for it, alongside hiding the presence of undead. The bull-headed Dezel started to seriously reconsider his financial decisions and so-called safe. A whole new era has begun to brew in the Ernesia Kingdom's financial sector. Sweet. Errol and his father are discussing the city he plans to build in Fahilia. The king is concerned, though. He worries that Errol may not be able to maintain it. That's if he finds a way to even complete it. The prince understands where his dad is coming from. This decision could make or break a barren land that had barely been saved. People might still not visit barren lands even after they have been developed. His dad then pulls him closer and reveals that he had actually been planning to get him out of there in a few years. Our protagonist interprets this as his dad's care for him, but he still declines his offer. He had already started to build his paradise of a chilled life. He'd take that over hanging out with some dumb nobles any day. He goes on to assure his father that his city would be extraordinary and begs for his trust. After some thought, the king finally concedes and grants him his permission. We have a happy prince. With that, the construction of his city commences immediately. He speaks to his citizens and asks for their understanding. Due to the reputation of his technology, talented craftsmen already come flocking to him, ready to build a proper residential area where people could live with peace of mind. They need a wall first because of the ferocious monsters, although the citizens are already used to it. But for the sake of citizens from other places, this is important. Safety first. And our MC has just the right stone material for the wall, high quality of course, and plenty of it. Other lords had abandoned the material because they lacked the technology to mine it, so it was gifted to the prince after the war. Maybe he'd have his very own statue soon. Our protagonist is not satisfied with just building a city. He reveals that he actually wants to build a tourist destination, like a factory with so many things to offer. He doesn't want to just live his life and get rich. He wants to enjoy himself while doing it. But then again, one step at a time, it's not time for that yet. The prince is tired. He had finished reviewing everything and could now leave the rest to the craftsman. He clicked a button and boom, a portal appeared. He hopped in and it reveals a secret bunker, a place where he could slack off. A man cave of some sort. It isn't in the castle because he needed some privacy. Out of excitement, he had added so many things that the room could now be used as an escape bunker in case of a siege battle. He can now relax and laze about and thinks maybe he should build one with a hot spring next time. But this isn't good enough for him, as he still feels extremely bored. He wants something colorful, like comics, and thinks maybe he should start painting soon. He decides to go ahead and do it, but his relaxation is cut short when an urgent message from the palace arrives. At another place, a dark mage is casting a shady spell. He finally has enough negative human emotions to pull it off. He curses the bastards who look down on his kind as he releases the spell that wakes up the undead and sends them towards the kingdom. A night watch soldier sees them from afar and immediately alerts the superiors. The prince sits with dismay as he reads the letter from the palace. A large number of undead has appeared on the northeastern and southern borders, over thousands of them. Damn it! Just as he was starting to relax. Apparently, all the dead people from the war had been turned undead, as the number matched the number of casualties. Dia points out that the earlier attack must have been just his training. She obviously hates dark mages, but it's too early to determine who was really behind this. The army of undead had split and was trying to cross the border of the kingdom and the Three-Territory Alliance. Sienna suggests sending troops, but the prince isn't sure, as the royal palace hadn't given any orders yet. Our boy is vexed, as this news had stopped his construction and trade. He orders his personal guards to tighten security and tells them not to worry. Our scheming protagonist is about to turn this whole ordeal into an opportunity to make profits. At the kingdom's border fortress, the undead had already started climbing the walls. The kingdom's defenses are at work, trying to hold them off until they have received further instructions from the castle. At the royal castle, the king orders an evacuation for residents near the border. He's glad that his son had warned him. If not, things might have been much worse. One of his council members suggests that they request help from the Holy Kingdom, Zelnian. The Holy Kingdom was a country that was best at dealing with evil techniques like these. But the king wasn't sure whether they'd help him. The Holy Kingdom had this strict belief and only recognized the existence of humans. Other creatures were seen as monsters, but the Kingdom of Arnesia welcomed people of all races, including dwarves and elves. This created a silent conflict between the nations. The king was not sure what conditions they'd impose for their help. An elf also agreed with him, saying that they might try to force the kingdom to start discriminating or banishing other races. He decides to leave, asking for their help as a last resort. Just then, a letter from our boy arrives. There's no need for the Holy Kingdom's help after all when they have a genius on their side. Prince Errol to the rescue once more. Meanwhile, at the Mirman Kingdom, it is absolute chaos as the undead had already broken through and had driven the villagers living at the border to seek refuge at the palace. The new king was highly distressed and didn't know what to do. After his father had stepped down, he still had to try and regain the citizens' trust that was lost during the war, and now this was happening. He couldn't even get help from his allies. He had no choice but to resort to requesting help from the Holy Kingdom and accepting their conditions, whatever they were. He knows that this would mean they can interfere with his empire's affairs in the future, but he can't worry about that right now. The only reason why the Holy Kingdom could exact this level of influence in the first place is because they are the only people who made the very rare and irreplaceable holy water that could dispel evil like the undead very easily. Because of this, in return for their help, they'd charge expensively or impose ridiculous conditions on other countries. At the Domanial Kingdom, they hear that the Mirman Empire had already asked the Holy Kingdom for help. The king worries that because of the influence of the Arnesian Kingdom and the bad blood they have with the Holy Kingdom, they too might not be able to do the same. He is confused as to why the Arnesian Kingdom had not made any move yet. He doesn't dare believe that they have already found a solution. A letter then interrupts his thoughts. To his amazement, the Kingdom of Arnesia is offering to give him the same help as the Holy Kingdom, but at a much cheaper price. It is revealed that our protagonist had already found a way to replicate the precious and rare holy water that was causing all this fuss, with the help of his alchemist not so long ago. Our MC has done it again. The prince remembers that in his 45th or 46th life, he had helped a woman he acknowledged to mass-produce holy water, and thanks to that experience, he can now artificially create holy water. The only downside is that it is less effective than real holy water, as you need much more to cleanse an undead. But the upside is that he can create as much as he wants, and it is as cheap to produce as water. So, of course, he mass-produced it sometime before the undead invasion began. Now, the kingdom uses it to fight off the undead, and it is doing its job very well. They send letters to other affected regions, aka the Three Territory Alliance and some others, and the Holy Kingdom as well, offering help regardless of past grievances. Of course, some idiots don't believe it, like the Mirman Empire, so the kingdom sends another letter saying that the third prince is going to explain its efficiency soon enough. Our boy is pleasantly surprised at how many people want to see him now. Daya is concerned that he might be putting his private, safe life at risk, and thinks there's something else behind her master's plan, and she was right. Turns out our protagonist wasn't doing this for any greater good. Instead, he wants whole nations to be indebted to him. He wants to drill the fear of his power into their minds. And lastly, money, of course. Yep, he wants their money in bulk. On the explanation day, the prince grants all the representatives of nations that reached out to him an audience once. He notices that the Mirman Empire is not present and assumes that they had sided with the Holy Kingdom. The representatives are shocked that the infamous Prince Aurel is just a kid. Dumb nobles don't even notice that the prince could hear their murmuring. He then takes his time to explain the concept behind his holy water. He uses a live demonstration with an actual undead that scares the hell out of his audience. The prince thinks that they are weak scaredy cats with no backbone. The audience, on the other hand, thinks that he's definitely no ordinary child, for he completely cleansed an undead in front of them without any emotions in his eyes. They finally ask for the overall price of the artificial holy water, and it is very pricey. It's cheap, but each nation would need tons of it, making it pricey. But the prince, however, assures them that he would accept future payments, in other words, debt. Unfortunately for them, our protagonist only speaks in money and profit. Another representative asks whether it is similar to the one made by the Holy Kingdom. Actually, the official name of his artificial holy water is artificial mana neutralizers. The prince assures her that the ingredients and production techniques are completely different, even though the effect is similar. He then promises to provide as much as each nation needs, as long as they can pay him back in full, of course. At the Chejapin Archduchy, the battle with the undead is taking its toll on the soldiers. Everything changes once the holy water from the Irnesia kingdom arrives, though, and they are amazed at how much had come in. They quickly use it to turn the tides of battle in their favor. The commander was truly grateful to a prince he had never even met. Apart from the Mirman Empire, every other nation that was affected uses the prince's holy water in different ways to eradicate the undead. Some use mages, while others, on the orders of Prince Errol, use arrows filled with water to attack from a far distance for safety. Once they are done, the forest, once ridden with the undead, looks almost too clean and holy. At night, our favorite shady dark magician, who is directly responsible for creating the undead, is enraged and furious at Prince Errol for completely annihilating his undead army. He could have gotten all he wanted by now. He reckons that even the Holy Kingdom didn't have enough power to accomplish this. He swears to punish the Magic Tower and bring in the era of the Dark Church. Good luck with that, man. Back at Fahilia, Asha reports to the prince that the remaining undead seem to be circling back to their master. Our boy realizes that the Dark Mage is trying to prolong his life by using them as shields. She also tells him about protest letters from the Holy Kingdom, but he tells her to completely ignore them. He asks for Dia's opinion, and she tells him that she thinks it will be better if they catch the culprit on time. She deciphers that it might be a powerful 7th-class mage behind this, but he will still reach his limit, and then get caught. It is going to be quite the battle. The prince reckons that sitting around might be a waste. Right? At the battlefield, the Dark Mage shows up in the midst of a battle with the undead. The soldiers focus their attack on him, but they're no match for his magic. The Dark Mage realizes that he might be reaching the limit of how much negative mana his body could handle. He decides to retreat for now and sends a massive poison cloud to guarantee his escape. He rushes back to his cabin to grab his essentials and leave, only to meet a frightening figure. Prince Errol, ready to punish a naughty mage. Mr. Dark Mage is terrified. Our MC is disappointed. Thanks to the soldiers, it was quite easy to predict his hideout. The prince had hoped to find some useful information about the dark magic system, but couldn't find any. That was only part of the reason he came in person, though. He also wanted to know what in hell gave Mr. Dark Mage the audacity to not only wake up hundreds of undead, but also attack and put everyone in fear. Our boy is pissed. The Dark Mage tries to attack, but before he can cast a spell, he is already on the floor, and Prince Errol's knuckles sting a bit. Mages are just like humans. Once shaken, they lose their ability to focus and use magic. The prince deduces that his plan was to raise an army of undead and attack the neighboring countries. What an immature, foolish idea. The mage, still on the ground, feels insulted, but our MC humbles him even more. Assuming his plan had succeeded, what would he have done next? Ruled over a nation of corpses? That is just sad and empty. The mage curses the MC for ruining his plan. The prince replies that it is only when something doesn't go your way that it becomes someone else's fault. He says that he was a fool for thinking that there was some intelligent reason behind all this, and decides to give Mr. Dark Mage a humiliating and painful end for all the trouble he had caused. The Dark Mage refuses to go down without a fight and awakens his biggest undead to fight for him. Our prince is disgusted. The undead is a zombie made up of the parts of carefully selected powerful dead soldiers. It's Frankenstein all over again. The prince thinks about how to exterminate it but doesn't want to get his hands dirty. Germs are real, people. He has an excellent idea. He uses magic to simply purify the zombie. The Dark Mage couldn't believe that the boy in front of him just used a magic sacred to the saintess of the Holy Kingdom. The prince doesn't get why he is so worked up. It isn't even exactly purification, and it's less powerful than the original. Maybe these saintess peeps were just weak. Well, that display completely shatters the Dark Mage's confidence, and he resorts to begging and bribing. The prince thinks he is being noisy and is getting kind of hungry. I'm sure we all know how this one ends. Once the soldiers who were chasing the Dark Magician finally reach the cabin, they see a brutally mutilated body, and a note saying that he was killed by the past lives pro. The heck? They don't even know whether to be happy or terrified. The subjugation force, which consists of soldiers from different nations, had triumphed over the Dark Mage. Of course, they couldn't tell the public what the mysterious past lives pro had actually done if they wanted children to sleep at night. Everything is finally beginning to get back to normal, even the city construction. The prince is still disappointed that he couldn't get any information on the Dark Church, even after pulling out the Dark Mage's memories. He decides that when he reaches that river, he'll know how to cross it, and wonders if he should laze about again today as usual. At the Zelnian Holy Kingdom, the High Priest Pelzen is furious and claims that Prince Errol and his people are falsifying their god's grace. He turns to the Saintess, Nelvenia, and she shuts him down immediately. For now, their stance is to prioritize the lives of people, so she commands him to stop doing things that are pointless. First, they deal with the Mirman Empire, then Aral Ernisia. He has to be checked out, especially after pulling a stunt like that. Some time has passed since the undead incident, and some things had changed. Our boy is now 17, basically a man now. Frey had mated and now has a baby. The dwarves are attempting to smelt titanium. Of all these changes, the biggest is that 1/3 of the prince's dream city had finally been completed. It's perfect, and the new residents like it too. They're so grateful to the prince, and that makes him feel rewarded. He then leaves to go start scheming his next genius plan. A housewarming party. Asha was more than shocked when she found out about her employer's plan to throw a party. So much so that she had to check if he was feeling well. There's no way the boy she had come to know as someone who hated nobles and social parties with his guts was actually planning to throw one. He tells her to stop overreacting, as he just wanted to let the public know that Fahilia was no longer the barren, frozen land it once was, so as to attract more visitors in the future. Even if people weren't interested in the city, surely they'd be interested in the infamous third prince. Asha understands, but the prince needs her help promoting the banquet. Apart from her, he had no one else experienced with throwing parties. All his other workers were either common folk or introverts. Her nobility was sure to come in handy when making decisions that concerned this matter. She tells him not to worry, as she thinks that many influential nobles would attend. But when he inquires about his father's attendance, she vows to prepare it even if she has to risk her life. Our protagonist begs her not to go that far, but she insists. The prince is conflicted about who to invite. He needs to carefully select a mixture of both rich and common folk. He gets frustrated and decides to just invite everybody. And that takes care of that. The nobles could hardly believe it. The prince, who is normally enshrouded in mystery and never shows his face, was inviting them to a social party? It must be some kind of mistake. He had always given excuses in the past, and the nobles excused him because he was born weak. This is an invitation they certainly can't fail to attend. Prince Arel's mom is delighted at the news, and his father promises to make time. Soon his party is the talk of the whole kingdom. It was a lot of work, but the prince starts to look forward to his party himself. On the day of the banquet, the gate guard can hardly believe that so many important people are coming through the gates of a once barren and forgotten land. They had arrived so early that it is obvious they are interested in the prince. He orders his maid to attend to the guests. The guest nobles are so surprised by how much of the city had been completed. One particular noble is astonished, but still feels that the terrible cold would still be unbearable no matter how nice the city is. Imagine his shock when he steps out of his carriage only to feel so much warmth in the air that some nobles had begun to undress a little. Yup, the prince had somehow found a way to raise the temperature of the whole town. He imagines the look on their faces when he reveals to them how he pulled it off. How exciting. Asha just finishes concluding everything concerning the party, and the prince is grateful. She asks if he's sure about the location, and he replies affirmatively. He tells her she needs to go and rest and prepare for the banquet herself, and this hits her like a stray bullet. Apparently, our boy had forgotten to tell her that she was to attend the banquet as well, like his other attendants. She isn't prepared in the slightest. Not to worry though, because our boy's got her covered. With a snap of his fingers, maids appear from behind and drag her away. Another maid appears and informs him about the magic circle. Cool. His family is here. He had sent invitations to all the members of his family, but only his mom and dad agreed to attend. Oh well, he only did it out of courtesy anyway. He arrives at the circle just as soon as his mom appears. They reunite, and she informs him that his dad is on his way as well. The king would never normally come out all this way, not even for a son. But he made an exception for Prince Errol. Later that evening, it is time for the party. The guests are disappointed that the location chosen for the event is the city square. It is normally in gardens if it had to be outdoors, but there was nothing there. The nobles are already gossiping about this when suddenly the entire square lights up like it's daytime. They are astonished by what just happened, but keep your hats on your heads, folks, because this is just the beginning. Meanwhile, our young prince is looking so fresh as he prepares to join the banquet. Sena, Asha, and Dia meet up with him, looking drop-dead gorgeous. The prince compliments each of them, and they all move to join the banquet together. Back at the party, the guests have already started dining, and the food produced by the prince is of high quality, as expected. As they are beginning to wonder when he is going to show up, something jaw-dropping happens. The water fountain, that is in the middle of the square, suddenly splits into 4. It reveals a platform, emerging from beneath, with a proud prince and a massive statue of him standing majestically. He just casually broke the world record for flashiest entrances. They had expected something bizarre this night, but this somehow still blows their minds. He hadn't changed one bit, always finding ways to leave people completely speechless. He steps down and greets his guests, then proceeds to introduce his city to them. Before he goes ahead to show off his city, he introduces the guest of honor, the king, who also thanks the guests for coming. After all that, it is time to brag about the new technologies of the great Fahilia to dumb but very rich people, also known as nobles. It is finally time for our MC's favorite part of this whole event, bragging about his new technologies. Using magic screens, he carefully displays and explains the city's layout and features to an amazed crowd. The defense of the town is top-notch, with a wall so tall and so strong that it covers the entire city. The material used for the wall is stronger than steel, maintained with multi-layer barriers, and can withstand attacks from monsters, an army, or even a 7th-class mage. Someone then asks about the harsh weather, and our boy is happy to answer the question, especially since he kind of hired him in advance. He then tells the crowd that the odd feeling of warmth they felt once they entered the city was actually a special magical device that was installed inside the city. Someone then inquires if it is similar to the mana house he had previously invented. He is a little shaken, for he hadn't hired this one. But still, he agrees with him and continues his presentation. He explains that the technology is bigger and more advanced than the mana house though, and is able to do more, like actually changing the weather for the whole city. Our protagonist isn't even playing. He had spent a lot of money and overworked mages on this. With that, he concludes his presentation, and the crowd applauds him. After that, nobles start competing over who gets to open stores in his city first, asking about the magic tool, and soon our boy is getting so much attention that his social battery begins to run out. But he has to endure, for the future of his city. His personal guards notice how hard their boss is working, stepping out of his comfort zone to attend to everyone who had a question. Other guests begin to notice them as well. 3 beautiful girls, rumored to be stronger than even the Knight Commander. One of them approaches Asha with the request of having a dance, but she politely declines with the excuse of being on duty. The prince, who is watching, wishes his guards would loosen up a bit. It's only a matter of time before his own predator locks onto him as a target. She asks him to dance, and the prince, who always thought that it was men who asked and not the ladies, is surprised. He then notices his mom staring at him with a beaming smile that commands him to dance right away. It's a trap! He doesn't want his mom to get worried, so he agrees to dance anyway. Plus, he can't be misinterpreted as a fool. He politely tells the girl that he would grant her only one dance, as he was not much of a dancer. The lady appreciates his meekness, and he interprets her as a social pro. Unfortunately, she doesn't know that the person she was dancing with was a pro of many lives who had mastered various techniques and dance moves, swinging her with such elegance. A real Michael Jackson. Other girls are so jealous, but he couldn't act too shy in front of his guests. Once he's done with her, the girl can hardly stay on her feet. He asks for another partner for the next song, and he is not short of fangirls. Once he's done dancing and somehow managed to escape the clutches of his fans, our prince is completely exhausted. Sena points out that no one asked him to go that far, and he makes it clear that he wasn't enjoying himself. He turns back only to see a long line of ladies still waiting to be swept off their feet. He can't do this much longer. He then turns to Asha and has an idea. He asks her to dance with him. He had previously noticed that she wasn't really enjoying herself. He tells her to save him from those women and dance with him a little. She can even call it an award for helping him plan this event. A dance with a prince, especially an introvert like him, wasn't common. She agrees, but worries that she's no longer confident in her feet. The prince tells her not to worry and promises to teach her along the way. With that, they come together in song and dance. The prince and his guard dance so beautifully well, and he keeps his promise to her by teaching her steps as they move. He compares dance steps to fighting moves and tells her to glow with the flow. The envy oozing from the female crowd is so thick you could probably chew through it. You can't blame them though. The prince and his partner Asha look so perfect as they go. After all that, the prince's social battery finally dies and he is mentally exhausted. Just then, he notices some shady-looking people at his party. Daya comes to report to him, but he already knows that some uninvited guards had entered his party. Asha and Sena join them, and Sena suggests they take care of it now, but our MC has a better idea. He tells them to follow him at a distance, as he grants his new guests an audience. They try to protest, but the prince knows one of them. He calls him a prospective client. After he leaves the party a distance, the prince turns and identifies the person who had followed him out as the Magic Tower Lord, Helman Melnia. Helman is surprised that the prince could recognize him and apologizes for the late introductions. He inquires about how the prince recognized him, and our boy reveals that he had recognized him as the fellow who surprised him with the question of the Mana House back during his introduction of the city. Errol reveals that he never thought someone as great as the Magic Tower Lord would accept his invitation, and had always thought that he hated him, as per requests from the Holy Kingdom. He had deliberately poked at a sensitive topic, in a bid to try and test the young fellow. But Helman humbles himself and replies that he never accepted any such requests. Turns out that the prince actually knew that he wasn't lying, and the poor magician is just glad that there is no misunderstanding. To be honest, the prince hadn't expected the Lord of the Magic Tower to be a lot older, but after scanning his mana amount, he can't deny that he is the real deal. Helman praises Prince Arel, but he attributes the credit to the magicians, even though he came up with the idea originally. The Lord then inquires about why the prince came out all this way just to have a chat, and the prince reveals that he had something to chat about in private. But before that, he inquires whether the new friends that had just joined them were his, because they didn't seem to carry an invitation. The prince wonders why dark magicians always wear black, as if they were actively trying to announce that they are shady people. The new friends had come to casually kidnap the man who interfered with their comrade's plan, and the man who'd interfere with them in the future, aka the prince and his buddy Hellman. Errol begins to wonder if he had made enemies because of his holy water, and the Lord blames himself for allowing cockroaches to slip into the event. The dark magicians start casting a 7th class spell, but before they could finish, Hellman whips out an 8th class spell that sends them 10,000 feet in the air and crashes to their doom with ridiculous speed. He didn't kill them, but that definitely hurt a lot. The prince admires his strength and apologizes for using magic without permission, but our boy doesn't mind free entertainment. Hellman then notices the prince's guards that had been following them all this while on standby. He asks if he could deal with their friends on the floor, and the prince happily obliges. After that, they begin their chat, and the prince reveals to him that he needs manpower from the magic tower. Hellman asks what his intentions are, but the prince can't reveal them yet. The Lord would like to accept, but needs time to convince the others. The prince understands and promises to contact him officially. He then turns to leave, but the prince suggests that he stay and enjoy the banquet a bit longer. Unfortunately, he can't, as he has a lot of work to do and needs to have a fun chat with his dark magician friends. He leaves using teleportation magic, and the prince is wary of how he did it so openly, even after he had barriers installed. Back at the party, the king had been waiting for his son and inquired about his whereabouts. Well, he had a chat with the Magic Tower Lord and watched him beat sense into some dark magicians, but he obviously couldn't tell him that. The prince reckons that for his dad to stay out waiting for him, he must have something important to say. The king praises Errol for his resourcefulness in building the city. He then asks him for the last time to return to the castle. The prince politely declines and he accepts his response. He reckons that it might even be better for his son to stay here and be free, and is relieved. He then reveals that his brother, Prince Jael, actually wants him back. It is time to make a decision. The prince reckons that it is because of throne inheritance. Jael had come of age, his reputation had increased during the war, and he had received the support of so many nobles. The prince thinks that he might want to offer him an official position. He is nothing like his mother, the queen. He then promises his dad to contact him later. They'd soon be in another turmoil. What a drag. After the party, people had started moving into their new homes in the city. The castle had given their final approval, and the city was finally opened. A month later, the prince had secretly sneaked out and was now wandering through the streets of his city, inspecting. He notices the new merchants and begins to think that his company should have a new flagship product. Just then, a particular store catches his eye. The Geotal Company, a merchant association with headquarters in the Felsen Kingdom, focused on importing goods overseas. The ship technology is trash in this era, and our boy wishes that his kingdom had a sea. As he enters the store, the merchant in charge notices that his customer looks filthy rich and starts gazing at him like a learned trader would. The prince looks around, but nothing seems to be catching his eye until he notices something. It looks like a seed. He doesn't dare believe what he is looking at in his hands. Cacao fruit. He immediately orders a confused merchant to give him every single one in the shop. Now, Asha and Sena notice how their boss has been busy lately. He has been working on that seed. The prince had finally succeeded in growing cocoa trees. Although he had lost half the seeds and overworked magicians, he had finally found the right temperature in his mana house to grow it. He then leaves the important part to Dia, which is processing the cocoa beans. This might be a waste of magic, but our prince doesn't care. Dia uses her magic to turn the beans into cocoa powder, and once the prince promises to give her the first taste as a reward, her speed increases. He then adds sugar and prepares it, and soon he obtains mouth-watering chocolate. It's been a long while, because there was no chocolate even in his previous life. Oh yes, chocolate. He has never been more glad to have been reborn again. He calls Asha, Sena, and Aiken, the dwarf leader, to help him taste his new products, chocolate snacks. He needs them to help him decide the best snacks to use as a flagship product. Asha thinks that cookies and bread would be very popular among the children. Sena thinks the chocolate fondue is the perfect combo of sweet and sour. The grumpy Aiken doesn't like sweets though, and prefers the bitter whiskey bonbon, probably because of its high alcohol content. Blacksmithing is hard work, so they need the calories. Anyway, they all agree that any of the snacks would be a good flagship product, but the prince is confused as to why they want to leave when the tasting had just begun. The trio watches with terror as maids appear with tons and tons of chocolate snacks. Apparently the prince had gotten a little carried away while he was cooking. He gladly welcomes them to Sugar Hell, Chocolate Edition. Oh, and it's another peaceful day in Fahilha. On the second day, Asha and Sena look like they could throw up. On the third day, he brings yet another new set of products. On the fourth day, Asha and Sena give up. Even Dia, the foodie, passed out, and Aiken had long run away. Our pro thinks that maybe feeding them only chocolate for 4 days was going a bit overboard, and his guards strongly agree. He then warns them that the chocolate is high in calories, and they might get fat from eating too much. They all of a sudden develop excuses to go train or exercise. They won't even look at another chocolate for a while after this. The prince doesn't gain weight though, so he doesn't have any problem eating more. Their sacrifice was not in vain though, for that is how chocolate, which had given his strongest personal guards nightmares, became the new flagship product. Stores with chocolate products start opening up, and the people who were unfamiliar with it at first start obsessing over it. His uncle Luchin tells him that both locals, tourists, and even nobles are seriously investing in it. The prince notices that his uncle has loosened up a bit since he last saw him. Luchin also tells him that selling the chocolate separately as a high-end product to nobles, with special packaging, shipping via teleportation, and obtained only through reservation, was a huge success. He then suggests that the prince increase production, but the prince can't, for there is a limit to the amount of fruit he can grow. This is the maximum he can go at, since there is no other place in the kingdom where cocoa can grow, and expanding his manor house and the magicians is just not possible. His uncle then suggests that he do business with the Geotal Trading Company, and he bluntly refuses. They had openly displayed interest in doing business with him, and technically the cocoa fruit he used was theirs, but the secret recipe and production techniques are still his. He ordered his uncle not to negotiate with them. He only made chocolate for his personal enjoyment, and was never planning to turn it into a grand business venture. He had made a mistake while making paper, didn't watch his competition, and that led to a war. If he repeats that mistake, then he is no reincarnation pro. He is going to keep an eye on them, till the very end. Meanwhile, the popularity of chocolate keeps growing, especially within the noble women. The prince had written to Lady Carrot, Haya's mother, since everyone already knew there was a connection between her house and the third prince. She cleverly introduces her friends to it, and they introduce their friends to it, and that's how the fame keeps growing. This attracts Geotal, the CEO of the Geotal Trading Company, and she asks after the producers of the infamous chocolate while cleverly distracting them with goods she bought from overseas. Unfortunately, she couldn't get any useful information from them and brushes it off. On her way home, she is tired of pleasing nobles, but her attendant reminds her that that is the only way they can enter their territory. She asks whether Errol's company had replied, and the attendant tells her that the prince has no intention of working with them. Geotal finds this odd, and regrets not knowing that useless seed was a treasure. She reckons that the magic tool that controls temperature could be the reason, but it obviously won't be enough to produce in large quantities. She is confused as to why the prince refuses to work with her, but Prince Errol only developed chocolate for his personal enjoyment, so of course she didn't understand. She commands her attendant to keep making requests that may attract the prince. Luchin informs his nephew that the Geotal company is getting desperate, but our boy really doesn't want to deal with them. He tells him that the owner would like an audience, and he reluctantly agrees. No harm in just chatting over a cup of tea, right? On the day of the appointment, they meet. The prince makes it known that her frequent requests were disturbing him and his uncle, and she apologizes for that. He had wanted to test her with that, but she kept her composure. He then asks her to state her proposal, and she does, emphasizing how her company was the best in pioneering the sea and delivering in large quantities. But the prince already knows all this and tells her that it has nothing to do with why he doesn't want to join her. The matter of the fact is, if he allows this deal, it would mean that she would be his only source of supplies. In other words, she'd be in control of his company. The prince had hit her with a death question. The truth is that if the Geotal company was the only source of raw materials for his company, he'd be at her mercy if she ever decides to stop supplying or increases the price ridiculously high. She tries to protest, but the prince tells her that if she were a good businesswoman, she would have at least thought that far ahead, and she did. It is obvious considering how desperate she is. She finally inquires if he had any plans of expanding the business, and he turns the question back to her, asking her what she thought. As he awaits her reply, he uses magic to scan her aura and discovers something. She finally gives up and asks if his mind will change. He doubts it, but promises to hear her out at least if she has a better proposal. With that, she leaves disappointed. After she leaves, Luchin expresses his surprise that Errol didn't accept her proposal. Errol tells him that he had been considering it, for she had a good reputation and seemed sensible, but he just has a feeling that he can't work with her. The truth is that when he had scanned her aura, he noticed something foul and corrupted, beyond the normal private merchant agenda, and concluded that she wasn't an ordinary person. He then orders his uncle to look into her business. Back at her base, Geotal is beyond frustrated and wonders where she went wrong in her proposal. She knows she didn't make a mistake, and her deal was appealing. As she takes a smoke, her attendant then suggests that he might have caught up to a secret of theirs, but she uses a death stare to cut him off and warns him to watch his mouth. There is no way he could have noticed anything. She says that it is reckless to fight him head on, but she hasn't yet. After all that, our nonchalant MC lazes about as usual on the field and wonders what he should do with Frey, who has given birth to 5 baby griffins. It would be difficult to just keep them at the palace, so he wonders if he should sell them and then decides to get other opinions first. Asha suggests that he send them back to the wild, but the prince worries that they may grow up and become a problem to the citizens, and they are still monsters. Plus, they had gotten spoiled in the castle, so he fears that they may not be able to survive in the wild on their own. He begs Asha to take at least one, but she refuses, because there is no space in her mansion. So it's a no from her. Sena also can't help because although her people are strong, raising a beast like that requires funds, which they currently lack. The prince had forgotten that horse meat, which is the griffin's favorite food, wasn't cheap. So it's a no from her too. Dia suggests they cook some, and so it is an immediate no for her as well. As he is about to give up, he asks an obviously busy and grumpy Aiken, who suggests that they help pull carriages instead of horses. The prince doesn't think a baby griffin can pull a carriage, but that gives him an idea. They may not be strong enough to pull carriages, but they can at least transport small stuff like jewelry and precious goods to nobles. And using flight is much safer than land. So he comes up with griffin delivery. He thanks Aiken and starts zooming off. Aiken had wanted to inform him about some metal, but our boy's already far gone. As he is still thinking about the griffin delivery and how it would work, an urgent letter arrives for him, and from the expression of the messenger, he can tell that it's not a nice, just checking in on you letter. Once he reads it, he laughs really hard and rips it to pieces. He has been expecting tricks from her. She was calling his precious cacao beans pagan fruit. What the hell? She wouldn't give up either. They'd just have to wait and see if he changed his mind. This isn't over. At the Holy Kingdom of Zelnian, that same dumb priest Pelzen, who was yelling after the undead attack, was yelling again, this time calling our boy's precious cacao fruit the fruit of pagans. He tells his congregation not to be deceived by its sweetness, and that anyone who eats it will be struck by their god, and he stomps on the fruit. That poor cacao. Meanwhile, at Fahilha Castle, Lucan admits that he hadn't anticipated this. The prince always knew that they had it out for him, but he never thought they'd make a big deal out of plain chocolate. He attributes it to the Geotal Company, but he didn't know they were connected to the Holy Kingdom. Lucan inquires as to why the Holy Kingdom would side with the trading company. The prince thinks it's a bribe. Either way, they might not be immediately harmed now, but they have been denied the right to export chocolate. Although the prince has no plans of exporting for now, he reckons that Geotal's plan was to make sure they could only export through her, and if they don't reply, she'd probably push public opinion further. His uncle suggests they file a complaint, but the prince doesn't think that would work. That doesn't mean he is going to let them go scot-free, though. An evil smirk finds its way onto his face, and his uncle is getting worried. He knows that face. His nephew is plotting something diabolical and evil. Our protagonist always had the policy of not messing with innocent people first. But now they've gone ahead and crossed him, so he finally has a reason to crush them. Lucian realizes that his nephew had actually been planning to swallow them from the beginning, and those poor fools finally gave him a chance to. Pray for them. The prince is overwhelmed by the idea of controlling ships and the knowledge to operate them. That has been his goal from the very start. He tells his uncle to hurry up with the assignment of looking into the Geotal Company, but Lucian complains that it takes time. Well, in that case, our boy has another idea. Back to the Holy Kingdom. Mr. Yelling Priest Pelzen is thinking about how his followers are pigs that get excited over a few words. Just then, he runs into Saintess Nelvinia and starts glazing her. Talk about hypocrisy at its lowest. He commends her for her hard work, but she replies that she has to work hard. Since the last Holy King had died and there was still no revelation from their goddess, she had taken over the duties of the king, like politics and negotiations. He then prays that the revelation comes soon so that she can be relieved. All this is trash, by the way. For the truth is, Pelzen knows that she conveniently took the throne and refused to speak even after receiving the revelation. He is only following her because he knows that she is extremely powerful, both in purification and repelling all mana. It is simply better to follow her rather than oppose her. He is not really interested in the politics anyway, and is comfortable making money where he is. Nelvenia then confronts him about his speech concerning the cacao fruit. He politely reminds her that it's not under her jurisdiction, and asks if there is a problem. But she replies that she was just curious as to who he heard it from. He brushes it off, and soon she leaves him. She then asks her aide, who has been by her side all this while, and she tells her the whole truth, that a believer from the Geotal Company had visited him. Nelvenia is furious and knows he's been bribed. The aide offers to take care of him and exposes her knife, but the Saintess disagrees. She thinks it might not be too late to salvage the situation and gives her some errands. It seems this kingdom is definitely anything but holy. They are some sketchy figures, but this time it's our devious MC and his guards of mercenaries, and his uncle, who had tagged along out of worry. Asha asks if this is okay, but the prince says it's fine. Their target is the Geotal Company wagons that are supposed to pass through the path they are spying on. Although the investigation had been unsuccessful, he still knew they were definitely smuggling something, so he just wants a little peek. He had come up with many alibis and even real bandits to take the blame. Lucian expresses how his mother would faint if she ever found out about this. Just then, the wagons appear, and the prince tells his guards to go, but commands them not to kill. They attack, and sure as hell do their acting job well as fake bandits. So much so that the prince has to ask Sena if they were actually real thieves from her hometown. Once they secure the drivers, they go over to inspect the goods. At first glance, they look ordinary, things like fruits and fur. But the prince discovers a hidden space at the bottom of the carriage. He tells Sena to kindly destroy it, and they're both shocked at what they find. Salt. It surely can't be just salt, and they're right. Lucan identifies the rest as medicines with hallucinating effects and products that were prohibited from importing. In other words, hard drugs. They had got them this time. But the prince isn't in a rush to report them. He reckons that there is a whole web chain of lords involved in this. The most important thing is that he teaches her a lesson and shows her what fair game is. At the Geotal Company affiliated store, the merchant realizes that they have fewer purchases than usual, even though they have better prices than most. He then reports to his boss, Geotal, that the prince's company was purchasing the same products they normally buy at a higher price in all of their branches. Geotal worries that this might develop into a big problem in the future. She can't believe that Errol would make this kind of move, even going as far as accepting losses. The merchant suggests that they report him, but she can't. She knows that our boy is a genius, and knows that he won't take this level of risk unless he has sufficient grounds to get away with it. She then remembers that their wagons had been attacked, and attributes it to the prince's doing. This was beyond normal retaliation. She needs to speak with him immediately. She doesn't know if he'd accept, but this is the only way they'd survive. Geotal sits for hours waiting for the prince. He finally appears and asks what her business with him is. She says that he knows the reason, and he agrees. He was thinking of confronting her, but he thought she'd run away by now. She then replies that shutting her business down would be the same as death for her. She goes on to ask him the reason for his revenge. He then denies having any revenge, but says he's just playing a little prank. If that's his idea of a little prank, then they have vastly different ideas of what the word means. He then reveals all the secrets of the Geotal Company to her, gotten from a well-intended informant, aka Nelvinia's aide. He tells her that he isn't even doing this because of the cacao fruit criticism anymore. She had crossed too many lines, and it was simply time to teach her a lesson. He then asks her how far she'd go for money. She tells him that money is the only goal for a merchant. The prince really pities her if that's how she really feels. Welp! In a sudden change of mood, the prince happily agrees to change his mind and offers her a deal. She just has to hand over her business to him, and all will be forgiven. Of course, he won't leave her in the streets. Geotal can't believe her ears. It has to be some kind of expensive joke. Did he really think her company was cheap enough to be sold over a little smuggling? He totally agrees with her. Smuggling isn't enough. So he thanks his stars that he didn't only catch her for smuggling. There's also bribery and, the icing on the cake, treason. Who would have known she was partially involved in the conflict of some small country? She really would do anything for money. She stops him short and inquires how he got this information. But our boy doesn't kiss and tell. Let's just say there was a particular saintess involved. The prince expresses how he wonders what would happen if this information leaked out. The nobles were involved. The countries that had suffered. They'd all come for her neck. A panicking Geotal tries to salvage her situation by using the leverage of the Holy Church's criticisms, saying she's the only one who can stop it. But the prince reveals to her that that problem had already resolved itself, as a certain high priest was already being punished. Geotal is terrified. She must make a choice. Her money or her life. Long story short, Geotal stepped down from her position and handed the company over to the manager of the Arnil company, Lycan. The merchants and traders were scared that they'd lose their jobs, but Arnil granted that only the signboard be changed, while the rest, including framework and existing employees, remained the same. And as for our friends at the Holy Kingdom, Geotal had admitted to bribing and selling contraband items to Pelzen. He tries to put the blame on the Ernesian kingdom, and Nelvenia admits that their relationship isn't the best, but that has nothing to do with his crimes. He then realizes that it was her plan all along to eliminate him, and screams as the guards drag him away. He really was a yelling priest till the very end. Nelvenia walks away satisfied. His uncle would have a lot to do, but at least the prince had a crew and a boat now. Chocolate is also selling quite well, so maybe he should think about selling to other countries. The prince wonders this while he grants Saintess Nelvenia an audience. The prince didn't expect that she'd come to see him in person. During the Geotal incident, they had secretly exchanged letters and information, leading to them eliminating the people they wanted to, Geotal and the priest. The prince thought there would be no more contact between them after that. But here she is, stuffing her face with chocolate. He asks whether it's okay for her to be here, and she replies that it's fine as long as she doesn't get caught. He then reminds her that this is his territory, but she assures him that she could escape any time she pleases. He notes that she's full of confidence, but then again, she is a saintess. She had come to clear up the misunderstanding herself and explain that what happened was entirely due to her priest's deviation and didn't reflect her intentions whatsoever. The prince jokingly tells her to then allow him to sell his artificial holy water, but she still refuses. She had come to meet face-to-face with the famous Aral Inertia. She reveals that she didn't want to make enemies right now and has taken import into consideration. The prince understands that she doesn't want to be enemies with him, but also doesn't want to be BFFs. He thinks it's because of their mutual dislike for non-human species, as that can be covered up. But she assures him that's not the reason. She just doesn't have any intention of fighting him now. She then takes her leave and disappears. The prince notes that it's different from teleportation. Maybe it's her exclusive ability. He has this feeling that something annoying is about to happen. What a drag. He hopes that the childish saintess doesn't do something foolish. Micah Jacineville, a member of the 16th Order of Knights, is exhausted. The work she's doing isn't even completely hers to begin with. It is for her captain, Lady Cania. She reckons that her captain isn't a bad person but is just easily distracted. Had she known this was how her life was going to be, she would have remained in the countryside. She remembers how she had been recommended to a new order, under the second princess. She had already admired her, and since Cania's order consisted only of women, offers were sent to even the far corners of the kingdom where she stayed. She was stoked to be working under Cania, but now she really just wants to unalive herself. As she's still contemplating, Cania bursts in, almost breaking the door. She scolds her for it and tells her that the prince even sent his sympathy. Cania believes she can hear the prince nagging in her. Micah then tells her to go through the documents she had organized for her, and Cania does so immediately. Micah thinks that she might still be upset from losing a battle with a swordmaster she had challenged. After the battle, the man told her he had only won because of experience, but she had lost, through and through. She wasn't broken though, and still vowed to challenge him again. The reason she was so obsessed with winning was because of the vow she made to her dad, the king. Before her order could be recognized, she must first be recognized for her skill, and one of the ways to get recognized is to win against another swordmaster of the same level. Micah then realizes that if her captain keeps losing, their order will also disappear. She really doesn't want that to happen. Even though she complains a lot, it's not that bad. She decides that she must do something for her captain's sake. This prince goes full noble mode on her. What in hell gave her the audacity to meet him in person? Micah scrambles around, saying that she came for Lady Cania's sake. But our boy's only messing with her. He could never be that serious with anyone. He then becomes anxious as he inquires if his sister had done anything wrong. She then tells him the full story and the deal with his big sis. She had come to him for advice because she was worried about his sister. She complains that if things continue like this, she won't be able to work properly as she was working overtime a lot, and it was killing her. She pleads with him to tell her what to do. After some thought, the prince reveals that he can't help her. He can only give his sister advice if she asks for it herself. Seeing the disappointed look on her face, he decides not to send her back with nothing. He gives her a letter to his sister but with the severe warning that only Sena could open it, as a spell had been placed on it. At Sena's training ground, she lays on the ground, exhausted from training. She then reminisces about her battle with the swordsmaster. During the battle, she had noticed that he was blocking her attacks without breaking a single sweat. She then decided to change her tactics of looking for an opening and just attack with force. Her opponent commended her swordsmanship, but still found an opening and landed a critical hit. Lord Manel and she were in the same realm, but because of his experience, she could never beat him. In the midst of her thoughts, Micah interrupts her with a letter from her brother containing information on how to defeat her opponent. She believes that with that information, they will be able to get their recognition. She is then interrupted by a flick to the forehead from Cania. She asks her if she went to him first because she knew that her brother would never send this. She discourages her and tells her that this wasn't the way. If she beat Lord Menel like this, she would be setting limits for herself. Micah is genuinely impressed by her hero, but Sena couldn't see it. She then promises her most faithful soldier that she would win, with a smile. She goes on to continue training, but Micah, however, is still curious as to what's in the letter. Not long after that, Cania walks up to challenge Lord Manel once again. He's surprised, but our princess isn't planning on giving up anytime soon. He agrees to spar with her, but notices that she brought a different weapon this time. It's the short sword her little brother had given her before the war. The battle begins. With the help of her sword, she closes the distance between them in mere seconds. He narrowly escapes it. He can't let his guard down, so he decides to take this seriously. Kania is surprised that he wasn't fighting with everything before, as he starts raining down attacks on her that she barely misses. He reckons that since his attacks rely on stabbing, the princess must have thought she could counter it by getting close. But unfortunately for her, he can read her movement. As he is still thinking, he realizes that his opponent is now in the air. Kania uses all the power she could gather and gives her opponent a critical headbutt that sends him to the ground. Meika and the other spectators could not believe their eyes. Was that even allowed? But in truth, she had won. She tells him that she bet he had never expected a headbutt from a knight, and the lord burst out laughing. He also believes that fighting fair and square on a battlefield was nonsense. They shake on it, and Lord Manel, as promised, acknowledges her as a knight. As she freshens up, Meika congratulates her on her victory. She's still not satisfied, though, as she feels that the lord had gone easy on her. She then inquires about the letter her brother, the prince, had sent. Since her match had finally ended, it didn't matter anymore. Meika then reveals to her that she had checked, and there was nothing there. Just a blank paper. Not even the magic that was supposed to seal it for her. Meika pleads with her to not be upset, but she isn't, because she knows that her brother sent it to her on purpose. She's already looking forward to her next match, but Meika reminds her of the piles of delayed work waiting for her. So as it turns out, the prince is actually quite friendly with Lord Manel. He brings Dia to help heal the poor old man's aching body. He's grateful and apologizes, just like his father did, for putting him through so much. The prince expresses how, if his sister wasn't recognized by Lord Manel, other knights would look down on her. Lord Manel inquires if he gave her any help, but our prince answers that he didn't. Although her adjutant came to him, he didn't contribute in any way. Everything that happened during the battle was totally her own doing. Lord Manel admits that he had a great time verifying her, and that ends the matter of his sister and her sword. Now, the prince says he wants to go talk business, and Lord Manel wonders what he means by that. He has a scary idea, though. The prince walks into the room where his father, the king, and his brother, the first prince and heir, are seated, and tells them point blank that they need to prepare for war. He reveals that although the previous war has ended, danger still lurks in the kingdom. The king notes that he isn't talking about simple preparation, and he's right, for our genius protagonist thinks that they should strike first this time. The first prince is irritated by the thought of starting a war, but the prince argues with him, saying that signs of a war are already brewing, and if he didn't want a repeat of last time, they had to strike first. This war is coming, whether they strike first or not. He isn't too keen on killing, but at least this way they'd reduce casualties on their side to the bare minimum. He also promises to design all necessary equipment and ends it there. After an intense silence, the king asks what Jael was going to do, as he was to lead the kingdom from now on. Errol also expresses his willingness to follow him as well. The first prince requests some time to think about it, and then leaves. The king tells Errol that they need to have some father-son bonding, but over politics and war matters, and he agrees too, for he had not wanted to take such drastic measures either. The king then reminds him about Pena and his decision to accommodate her, and Errol agrees. He then asks if this war decision was left for him, what he would do. The king bluntly replies that he would never start a war, and the prince understands. But Prince Jael decides the opposite. They will prepare for war, but only if someone obviously shows visible hostile actions toward the kingdom. He tells Errol that he would accept no violations from him, and our boy complies. He then asks his brother to tell him who he is wary of, and Prince Errol suspects the Holy Kingdom, and has reason to believe that they'd invade in the next 5 years. After his investigations, the possibility of war became apparent. He wasn't planning on attacking first, but he wasn't going to sit and wait around either. This preparation was just in case. At the Holy Kingdom, the Saintess lies on her bed, obviously exhausted, and reminisces about the discussion she had. She has warned her people not to antagonize the Enersian Kingdom for now. Someone asked if they were going to evangelize them, which was fancy Holy Kingdom language for invading another nation. She told them that they had no chance of winning if they started a war now. They had to be cautious, and although leaving them be would only give them time to grow, they had no choice. She reckons that she'd have to resort to a troublesome move as she holds up a shady-looking bottle in her hands, slow and steady for the sake of their holy nation. Meanwhile, Pina finally arrived at Fahilha, and Arel is already waiting to welcome her. She never thought they'd meet again this way. He was now in charge of her extradition. Of the only 3 royal family children, Pina is the second child and first princess. She had thought the weather was brutal, but once she entered the city, she was surprised. The prince ushers her in so that they can discuss further. Her elder brother had inherited the throne, and her sister is still a kid. She, on the other hand, came here as a hostage, under the pretext of studying abroad. But the prince reckons that despite her situation, she still remained carefree. He offers her some snacks and asks about her welfare. She responds that she has been living comfortably, although the prince notes bitterness in her tone. As she goes on to compliment his city, the prince beckons her to stop pretending. He hadn't forgotten about their little incident back at the palace. She tries to deny it, so the prince playfully threatens to announce her secret to the whole city. Then she folds. Unfortunately for her, our boy isn't someone they can sway with smiles. She tells him to also stop pretending, and he is delighted to. He tells her to show him her spirit, but she's worried about confidentiality. The prince assures her that they are all good at keeping secrets. He notes that for some reason, she is really conscious about privacy. She then summons it, and the cute little salamander pops out of thin air. She had been practicing and managed to tame it a bit, and our prince is impressed. He then inquires about the confusing letter she sent him through her lizard, claiming that he could teach high-level spiritual arts. She doesn't deny it and admits that at some point, she had started hearing the spirit words. The prince reckons that, although summoning spirits wasn't rare, it was difficult to communicate with them, even for a pro like himself. He asks her what happened exactly, and she explains that she heard numerous voices, but the lizard told her to come to him. The prince is surprised that it mentioned him directly, and wonders if the spirits could see through his identity. As a man living his 101st life, he wonders how the spirit, who only recognizes fundamental essence, views someone like him. Spiritual magic is a lost art, but he agrees to teach her as much as he can, and from there, a new bond is formed between the princess of the empire and the third prince of the kingdom. Sena, Asha, and Dia are having fun gossiping about the prince and his new female friend. Their relationship seems quite casual, and Sena reveals that they actually met during the prince's visit to the palace to find a marriage proposal. These are just female lovesick delusions, as the prince had just been keeping a close eye on her because of her spiritualism. After the tour of the castle, it is time for Errol's special spiritual lessons with Pena. He flips through a book on spirits, and then tosses it out immediately, with the reason that it was too old. He decides to go with the old-school style and teach her by demonstrating. In order to summon a spirit, she must make a contract. Only then can they manifest enough for other people to see them. Although a contract is just a fancy term, unless for high-ranking spirits, a simple nod could do the trick. The most important thing to have is infinity, not that you can't summon without it. He demonstrates this by pulling out a spirit stone, placing it in a circle, speaking some words, and poof, a spirit appears. It isn't really a complete spirit, but more like a limb of one, but he just wanted to prove to her that anyone could do it as long as they had the right medium, which was very rare and expensive. The technique is also complicated, and communication is difficult. The existence of spiritualists had not even been confirmed for over 200 years, because magic just became more efficient over the years. This didn't imply that spirit arts were inferior, though. His goal today is to make her familiar with summoning. He then asked her to try it out, and she does exactly as he did earlier, repeating the same words but without a medium. Poof! Another spirit appears. It's an earth gnome, so cute that he almost seems edible. Pina is excited that she had done it on her first try. The prince can't understand what the cute being is saying, but Pina can. She then puts out her hand, and it hugs it. And just like that, a simple contract is formed. The prince is surprised that she is able to form contracts with two spirits and jokes about the shock her brother would feel if he found out. This throws her off, but she agrees. The prince then confronts her with the fact that the reason she's hiding her spiritual affinity and can't be caught knowing the spirit arts by her empire is because she's afraid of the Holy Kingdom. Basically, the Holy Kingdom hates all non-human species and treats them as unholy. Of all of them, they hate the spirits the most. In fact, in ancient history, the Holy Kingdom always persecuted spiritualists and hunted them more cruelly than demons. Spirits, on the other hand, were sensitive to human malice, which is probably why they haven't been seen much in over 200 years. The empire had started accepting the doctrine of the church. Amidst all that, she is a member of the royal family, so that was one of the reasons she was sent here. She admits to it but tries to explain further, as that isn't the full story. Yes, her brother had already known about her talent, but she was also sent here for something else. The prince finishes her statement with the fact that she was sent here to give the Holy Kingdom a reason to punish the Enersian kingdom. Nothing could get past our reincarnation pro. She is surprised that he already knew that. In truth, it was only a guess, but a correct one based on her reaction. The kingdom of Enersian was once under the empire until the first king fought to make it independent. That is probably why they couldn't stand the kingdom's powerful existence. The emperor is now planning to use the excuse that the princess had been corrupted by the kingdom of Enersian to give the Holy Kingdom a reason to attack. He asks whether the Holy Kingdom knows, but the magic which he had cast on her began to wear off. He had used suggestion magic to make her talk, and with that, he is able to deduce that she disagrees with her brother. She then reveals on her own that she didn't like the idea of her spirits being treated with malice. The prince reveals to her that if their plans come to fruition, she'd also be in trouble as a spiritualist. He then asks her if her reason for coming to him for help was also to use him as an excuse. She denies it, saying that she just didn't want to make any mistakes, also because she believed what her spirit said. The prince then inquires about her plan. The emperor didn't know about this, but she couldn't betray her empire as she was still part of the royal family. He then makes it clear to her that her cooperation would be beneficial to the empire, for it was well on its way to exploitation and ultimate destruction. The prince had already known that the Holy Kingdom planned to use the empire as a shield. He tells her the brutal truth, that her brother was dull and being manipulated. Pina is still undecided. The prince goes on to tell her that they couldn't win even if they joined hands and attacked his kingdom. The Holy Kingdom was planning to abandon them from the start. They planned to spark a war and easily run away if things went south. He officially promises the princess that he'll make sure that her empire doesn't get caught up in this war, as long as she agrees to cooperate with him. Pina then realizes that this was the reason he wanted her here from the start, but is confused as to why he chose her for this task. He then tells her that he believed her spiritual arts were the only weapon against the Saintess without starting a war. She couldn't believe that he was referring to the actual Saintess. She isn't really that loyal to the imperial family, and she definitely doesn't want her country to get caught up in a war. So, the prince urges her to join him, so that he could prove that her spiritual arts are the way and teach those who pushed her a lesson. He tells her to stop hiding, and that opens her eyes, as she agrees to follow our protagonist. The most important thing to have when performing spirit art is affinity. Although his personal affinity is low, due to his training, his mana is close to the natural attributes. He tries to remember the spell, but that's too much work. So he casually rips the Spirit Kings out from the circle he had drawn, one by one. Once he finally has all the attributes, he stops. The Fire Spirit King asks what gave him the audacity to casually rip out Spirit Kings forcefully like that. But before he could finish, our boy casts a magic chain that prevents them from using any of their attributes. The Fire Spirit assumes that he wants to form contracts with them, but nah, our boy wants nothing to do with those creatures. He just needs to ask them a question. He asks them what it means exactly when a spirit says that he can be trusted. The Fire Spirit doesn't seem to understand the question. Just then, he takes a good look at our MC's soul. And boy, is he terrified. The prince notes that he must look different in their eyes. The Light Spirit King behind says that it's been thousands of years, and even dragon lords weren't like this. That's how terrifying he looks to them. He notices that they aren't that surprised to see him, and they reveal that they had actually been one like him before, that existed about 1,000 years ago. Our pro already knows that they are other reincarnators, and he had come into contact with some of them in his previous lives. The Fire Spirit then reveals that the previous one wasn't really nice and forced them to use their power to destroy. You see, our boy has classified reincarnators into 3 groups: the lazybones like him, the goody two-shoes that use their knowledge to help others, and the jerks that abuse power. This guy obviously falls into the latter group. The Fire Spirit Red suggests that maybe the lizard was just relieved to see his soul was good. After they tell him all they know, Red asks if he wants to form a pact, but the prince reminds them that he doesn't need their power. He warns them, though, to tell their descendants never to speak of him again. He then sends them packing but asks Red to appear if a certain summoner summons him. It gives him a medium that can summon at any time and disappears. The prince wonders what he would do with a ribbon. Pina has been practicing as her teacher instructed her. Prince Errol had told her to take one step at a time and keep working on familiarizing herself with summoning so that she could perform it at a moment's notice. She wonders why he was so focused on the basics, but concludes that he just wanted to thoroughly train her in case of combat. The prince, who had been listening from behind the door, wonders why she's so serious when he had basically just told her to laze about and practice some summoning. Dia reckons that it was because of the fact that she was royalty and had been working since she was young. She had been talking about herself too. Anyway, the prince inquires about the engine he requested from the Magic Tower. After he had gotten ships from the Geotal Company, he made a request to get them to move without much manpower. Hellman had liked the idea, but at the same time feared that it might be dangerous. He proposed that it would have normally taken 3 months to stabilize, but now it would take 6 since the manpower at the Magic Tower had reduced due to them chasing dark mages. The prince is still okay with this, as it would have taken them 3 times that time to achieve. Those dumb dark magicians were still disturbing him, though. Hellman had vowed to prioritize eradicating them before doing anything else. The prince isn't sure about this, but then again, it's none of his business. He tells Dia to tell him that he understands and will root for him. Now that all the business talk was settled, a break for our boy is overdue. He decides to bring Pina along this time. So, he bursts into the room, grabs her, and takes her out on an outing. Their much-deserved break starts now. On their way, the prince tries making small talk, but she won't budge. Her progress was stagnating, and even though he tries to get her to relax, she still refuses. She complains that, as royalty, they shouldn't indignify themselves like this. The prince can't believe what he just heard. He is more determined than ever to get her to have some fun now. He takes her to a food stall and offers her roasted rabbit meat. She's obviously interested but can't lose her dignity. The prince persuades her, saying that she's a prisoner, not a princess here. With that, they both try the meat and openly criticize it in front of the heartbroken seller. Just then, a swift figure deliberately pushes her towards him. It's a pickpocket. The audacity of that human, committing a crime in his city. The guards could have easily handled him, but our boy decides to use this as a practical training opportunity for his student. He tells her to take care of it, and she summons her spirits and uses them to trap her target in hard mud, solidifying the earth with her earth gnome and hardening it with the salamander. The prince commends her ability, but advises her to use more threatening means to trap her enemies. In response to that, she sets the poor pickpocket on fire, and although her flames aren't that hot, the prince can still smell burnt steak. He had told her to trap him, not cremate the dude alive. That was too much. The people around think that it's some kind of street performance, and the thief is handed over to the guards. At the bookstore, the prince notices that Pina is more familiar with books than fun, and she herself notices that most of the books were made of quality paper. She then finds a shiny book, and our teenage protagonist, who had been distracted by a dirty rated 18 book, tries to stop her, but he's too late. He just wants the earth to open up and swallow him whole as she reads out the great deeds of the grey wise sage, Prince Errol. The book was meant to popularize him and his city, but he's dying of cringe just hearing what was written. Pina then notices that the writing in the book is uniform, and the prince commends her for her sharp eyes. It is the result of his new machines that print words and pictures really quickly. She inquires about the reason behind it, but our prince shrugs it off. He couldn't tell all of his plans, not yet at least. They start making plans to call it a day. In the Holy Kingdom, we have yet another yelling priest. You'd think he'd learn from the last one. This time, he is yelling about a banned book that had been reproduced as a children's book, easy to read for even illiterates. Saintess Nelvenia urges the priest to calm down, for this was a sensitive matter. As a solution, she'd ban this book as well, but her major problem is that it is from the Kingdom of Inertia. She wonders what Errol's reasons were. I guess we now know what those printing machines were for. She tells them to tell their allies not to bring the book into the church. A priest then inquires how long they'd have to hold their breath. The congregation is getting impatient, and so are they. To calm them down, she decides to give them a clear answer. She tells them that she had finally gotten a divine revelation, and this gets them excited. But she tells them that the information was extremely private and makes them swear to secrecy. After that, she reveals some sort of secret information that gives them some sort of morale. What the hell is she scheming now? After some time, there is celebration in the Kingdom of Inertia. Our pro, who's now 18, sits back and proudly watches his big brother get crowned as the newest king of Inertia. He reckons that his brother should hurry up and become a wise king, so as to divert all attention from him. He would do everything in his power to support him behind the scenes and make sure that happens, all for the sake of his peaceful life. He wishes the peace they felt would continue. Unfortunately, we don't always get what we wish for. Our MC is chilling on the open green fields, wondering what Saintess Nelvenia was plotting. Meanwhile, Pina is practicing beside him, and he asks her why she keeps summoning and contracting lesser spirits when she could make pacts with intermediate-level spirits now, but is disappointed when he finds out it was solely because of their cuteness. Pina is now stronger, being able to summon up to 100 lesser spirits at once. She commands her spirit army of cuteness to attack, and the prince notices that she chose quantity over quality. Unfortunately, that's not enough, as her sparring partner Dia easily counters it with her own fire magic. Dia tells her that she lacked control, as there was a gap in her formation. The prince hadn't expected Pina to win, since Dia is on par with a 7th-class magician, whilst Pina is better than some 6th-class magicians. He advises her to read military books and work on leading spirit units. He then tells them to spar one more time as he contemplates taking a nap, because he couldn't come up with an answer as to what the Holy Kingdom was planning. Meanwhile, during the training match, Pina inquires about Dia's background and how they must be proud to see her as strong as this. But Dia reveals a gloomy and sad truth. Her entire hometown was wiped out by a pandemic. Pina immediately apologizes, and the prince is impressed by her humility. He reckons how Dia's story was unfortunate, and just then a thought strikes his mind. Pandemic? He then rushes out and tells them not to wait for him, as he had a sudden important task to do. There is one thing that can still destroy a kingdom as great as his, a pandemic. He asks the librarian if all the records had been restored as he walks into the historical library. He then asks him to bring him all records concerning the war between the Inertian Kingdom and the Holy Kingdom, as well as other nations. The prince really hates analogs. He had been researching till dusk and managed to find something. It was a record of the war between the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom of Heesel that no longer existed. The Holy Kingdom had started the war, and Heesel was strong at the beginning, at least until a plague spread throughout and caused its borders to collapse. The war, together with the plague, was too much for them to handle. The prince reckons that all this was very suspicious. The flow of events was way too smooth, and the Holy Kingdom offered their help just after. The Hazel Kingdom was later destroyed and was forced to join the Mirman Empire. Yup, that settles it. Our boy has to do something. Later, he asks Dia to help him make medicine. Making medicine is tricky, for a mistake could lead to devastating side effects just as much as it could save lives. It must be considered carefully, but our boy can't just fold his arms when he knows the Holy Kingdom's plans. Dia understands but is worried about the difficulties. Our protagonist was never planning on making it from scratch. He already has all the basic materials they need and has already designed an emergency medicine, just in case. It was something he had accounted for when he was freshly transferred to Fahilha. Along with his private room, he also had a lab where he could develop drugs at any time. As for the name of the emergency drug, he calls it antibiotics. He then contacts Damon to start mass-producing them. Dia is confused as to why he called her for a task that's obviously for an alchemist, but he has something else in store for her. He hands her some paper, and after flicking through them, she's shocked at what she's looking at. He tells her to master the technique, but she questions its necessity. He tells her that it's for the worst-case scenario. He orders her not to tell anyone or use the mono nanoparticle controlling technique without his permission. It is unorthodox, but she promises to live up to his expectations. While the alchemists were busy mass-producing his medicine, and Dia was working hard on mastering the technique, Hellman sent word that he had finished with the engine, which means it is time for a jolly cruise. Asha and Sena are so astonished at how big the sea is. Around the kingdom of Ernesia are just mountains and rocks, so they had never seen the sea before. They are now in the Felsen Kingdom, which served as a trading port for different ships from different countries, of which their company had finally joined. When Asha and Sena see ships, they are dazzled, as it's also a first for them. They are gaping so hard that they start to embarrass the prince a little, and gape even more when their own ride arrives. Pfizer Sky No. One stands majestically as she graces the port with her presence. Aiken and the rest had really outdone themselves this time. Sena noticed that it didn't have any sails, and the prince told her that she'd see why. Just then, Hellman casually drops in via teleport. He came alone, as all the other mages were busy with our old pals, the Dark Mages. Our prince notes that the technique used to make the ship's engine was invented by the Lord of the Magic Tower himself. He could feel the blood and tears of the overworked mages that worked on the ship. Mercy on their souls. Now that they are complete, it is time to take the ship for a joyride. The ship sailed the seas efficiently. She is a one-of-a-kind vessel made of iron, using a magic engine and weighing over 9,000 tons. Asha's face is pale and she's sweating all over. Our MC rushes over to her side, worrying that she might have motion sickness. But in truth, she is just getting PTSD. According to her, her grandpa, who was an explorer, got caught one day by a kraken and ended up stranded on a deserted island. He then used that story to scare her when she was still a kid. The prince then urges her to look at the beautiful scenery to distract her, and the scenery is quite beautiful indeed. Hellman deducts that this ship alone would be able to carry as much as the entire Geodal Company fleet, and our protagonist was planning on adding 3 more. As they both dialogue on the profits they were going to make, Sena spots something, a kraken. Hellman sees it, and the prince confirms it. Meanwhile, Asha screams her brains out. It's quite common to see krakens and other sea monsters while out at sea. The mariner suggests that if they turn around now, they could escape from it, as it was only warning them. Even if it does follow them, they could always throw some food its way to distract it. That's nice and all, but our reincarnation expert has a better idea, slamming the ship into the kraken with full speed like a bowling ball to bowling pins. Asha looks like she's seen a ghost. The prince needed to test the boat's durability, and plus, what gave that dumb kraken the audacity to stand in his way? Asha has completely lost it while they prepare to make an impact. The boat then slams into an unsuspecting kraken, and boom, it really is like a bowling ball and bowling pins. As everyone begins to recover, well, everyone except for Asha, who had already gone to have tea with her creator, the kraken is in pieces, and that's all the proof our boy needs to conclude that the ship was highly resistant to monster attacks and reefs. They call it a day and end their sea trial. After that, the prince tells his crewmates to look for his precious cocoa fruit as they go to discover the southern continent. It won't be long until he can make his precious cola, and the thought alone has him even more mouth-watering than when he made chocolate. The official reason for his Ernesian expedition squad is to make contact and build relationships with the southern continent. No one would ever know that the main reason was for his selfish greed and need for cola. It would be one of the many secrets he'd be carrying to the grave. Meanwhile, at a certain village on the outskirts of the Ernesian kingdom, people are falling sick left and right. There is trouble. The prince ponders over how so many people had begun showing signs of fever throughout the kingdom. Asha reports that the royal kingdom had released an official document confirming an infectious disease. The prince didn't expect it to come or spread this fast. He asks if her and Sena's hometowns were safe, and they confirm it. Although Sena's region was affected, her village was the only one that was safe. He wonders if it has something to do with her bloodline. He orders them to close the gates and restrict access. He is devastated to think that all business and transportation could be ceased so easily. He orders them to handle it using the medicine they had prepared. They are to put all other operations on hold and focus on eliminating the pandemic. Antibiotics can't solve everything, but luckily, healing magic exists in this era. He commands his mages to ask Helman for help if they lack manpower. Looking at the reports, Prince Errol notes that the disease was spreading way faster than it should. He is sure that Nelvenia is secretly behind all this. Just then, Dia knocks and comes in with a question for her master. She asks if this disease was man-made. She had felt, while healing with magic, that she was familiar with the disease. As it turns out, it was the same disease that wiped out her hometown. She could never forget the plague that killed her friends and family. She asks again, and he nods, confirming it. Meanwhile, Pina was secretly listening in on their conversation. With that, she leaves him alone, but before she does, the prince promises to get back at the person who did this. The prince goes to visit the sick, barren, and abandoned lands where the disease first spread with Dia. The Lord warns them to be careful, but he has a magic quarantine tool in hand. He advises him to go, but he couldn't, as that was his territory. Our boy complies. After all, the person who really needs to go is Pina, who is hiding in a crate on the carriage that had come in. She apologizes for following them, but she couldn't just sit back, especially after hearing Dia's story. She then shows him her newly contracted spirit that could use simple healing. Since they were in a rush already, the prince reluctantly agrees to allow her to follow them. He asks if the village has taken any measures, but the Lord replies negatively. The original plan was to burn the village, since they didn't know what disease they were dealing with. He commands Dia, and she begins to cast a spell. He tells a surprised Lord that if this goes well, they might not have to burn the village after all. Dia is casting the mana nanoparticle control spell, and it is removing viruses from the atmosphere. Our pro was basically cheating, but he had no choice. After all that, he uses a test paper to test the effect, and to the truth, all viruses had disappeared. Dia is exhausted after casting, because casting the spell on a whole village is mentally exhausting. The Lord was overjoyed, but the prince tells him not to celebrate yet, as the work wasn't completely over. They then begin restoring the village, treating the sick, and giving vaccines. Soon, the high mortality sickness that threatened the kingdom is stopped in its tracks by our reincarnation pro and his companions, and a certain little saintess is very not happy about it. The saintess couldn't believe that the number of deaths was less than 100 from a pandemic the kingdom of Inertia shouldn't have been able to avoid. After testing it in a certain village, she had verified that the disease worked well. She suspects it was the doing of a certain gray-haired prince and is furious. She needs to move on to the next plan as soon as possible. She plans to use a nation, which is also on her target list, to destroy the kingdom of Inertia. She couldn't guarantee that she'd ever be this lucky again. For the sake of the children of the Holy Kingdom, those dumb priests are confused and start doubting the saintess, as the Inertian kingdom stood untouched. In his carriage with Pina, our prince is glad that the epidemic had started coming down. Pina is about to tell him something but decides against it. They arrive at Fahilha. Even though the prince had ignored her for some time, Pina still seems like a good girl. He reckons that maybe it has something to do with the secret letters she has been receiving. He didn't see any harm, so he allowed her to exchange letters with the Empire. After all, she was technically in the kingdom studying abroad, so sending letters would be perceived as normal. He wonders what she's actually hiding. Pina, on the other hand, just received another secret letter from her brother. The Empire took advantage of the fact that exchanging letters was normal and sent encoded messages that could only be seen using the blood of the receiver. He tells her that he has heard that she moved to stay with the third prince. That was an achievement for someone as dull as her. He obviously doesn't know that her secret has been exposed to the prince and is even learning under him. His hate for the Inertian kingdom is also growing stronger as the influence of his wife, Raminia, from the Holy Kingdom deepens. He warns her about exposing her talent, and she wonders why he despises her ability so much. She remembers the look on his face when she first discovered her power. As she reads, she discovers something shocking and rushes out to meet Prince Errol. Once she finds the startled Prince Errol, she hands over the secret letter to him. Our protagonist feels awkward reading another person's letter, especially a secret encoded one. But once he reads it, he's just as shocked as she is. The Emperor of the Mirman Empire, her brother, is willing to sell his people as low-priced slave soldiers. What the hell? At the Mirman Palace, the dumb human who was apparently the Emperor lays on his wife's lap and reminisces about how his ancestors had hated the kingdom of Inertia. They could never acknowledge a kingdom founded by a commoner who woke up one morning and declared himself king. He thanks his wife for the help the Holy Kingdom was offering, but begins to question his decision to trade his own subjects as slaves. He reckons that they'll understand if they are told that their sacrifice was for the betterment of the kingdom. They were traitors who rebelled against him after all. His devious wife agrees with him and smiles in response. Pina is sure that Raminia is behind all this. She admits her brother won't win the Best Emperor in the World award, but he wasn't this evil. The prince is confused as to why the emperor would blatantly listen to the words of a woman from another country. Pina then confesses that her brother was stupidly in love with his wife and went as far as building a ridiculously expensive church for her, even driving his own sister out of her home. The prince hadn't known this. The prince reckons that the emperor was truly foolish to go this far, even after buying ridiculously expensive holy water to save their pride. If things keep going the way they are, the empire will definitely become dependent on the Holy Kingdom and will inevitably fall. He then asks Pina why she's telling him all this. It's not like he's indebted to help them or anything. She should have known this. This was obviously another mental test from our boy. She then argues that this matter is also related to him on some level. Her spirit had warned her about the Saintess when she met her at her brother's wedding. After piecing the events that were happening, she discovered that there was a connection between the Holy Kingdom and the pandemic, which means they both have a common enemy. But this isn't enough to convince the prince. She goes further to say that if she regains her position as the princess, she'd go as far as selling the empire, or at least something similar, because it would be far better than the situation they were currently in. The prince is still waiting for more, so she hesitantly blurts out that she might even go as far as becoming his property. The prince has no idea what the hell she's talking about. After the brief pause, the prince, now understanding what she meant, devilishly requests that she start her payment now, if that's something she can do. Pina begins to panic but accepts. She'd do anything for her nation, but our playboy is only joking and insists that she stop making him laugh. He had already planned to help her from the beginning. A flustered, angry, and embarrassed princess starts throwing whatever she can at him. He had just wanted to test her resolve and readiness to follow his instructions. He then reveals that the reason he taught her spiritual arts was to get back at the Holy Kingdom's doctrine. It is time they drive out that dumb saintess. It isn't even about politics anymore. The prince is just mad that she dares to mess with him, especially now that he's so busy. He then tells her that in return for his help, she'd have to promise to do business with him in the future. In the end, all our boy wants is money. All this power struggle can go to hell, for he couldn't care less. Pina now regrets putting all her strength into this proposal, but he thought she'd be happy. He suggests that maybe she really wants to be his property, and she refuses so hard. Meanwhile, Saintess Nelvinia steps into the orphanage in the Holy Kingdom. The children there rush to greet her. One falls and hurts himself, so she picks him up, heals him, and kindly tells him to be careful next time. You'd hardly believe she's directly responsible for the death of so many innocent people with the way she's handling these children. The sister in charge then rushes in and deeply appreciates her. The truth is, if not for her, the whole orphanage wouldn't be standing by now. The decision to start assisting orphanages was fully implemented after she had gotten into power. The sister is truly grateful to the orphanage's savior. If only she knew. Back in her carriage, she discusses with her aide, the assassin sister, who tells her that there's a limit to how much they can do for the orphanage. Due to droughts and invasions from other tribes, the number of orphans had increased that year. That is why she hated other races and fought so hard to eradicate them in other nations. She reckons she'll have to try and convince the greedy high priests, who only care about themselves, so that they can continue to sustain the orphanage for a few more years. In this kingdom, where there's little farming and basically no resources, clinging to faith like a moth drawn to a flame is all they can do. To survive, she sold holy water and medicine made with her abilities at high prices, and blessed rich people in exchange for expensive donations. There is no way the kingdom can stand without her, for she's invaluable. She reckons she needs to do something quickly. With the mines of the Inersian kingdom and the fresh farms of the Mirman Empire, they'd never have to worry about weapons or food again. It might be evil to take what belongs to others, but she has no choice. Their god never helped humans. Even if in the future people find out what she did and blame her, she wouldn't care, as long as she gets what she wants. The prince reckons that she couldn't be serious. In a bid to protect her own, she is really willing to eliminate external forces instead of protecting the inside. He swears to break her no matter what it takes. As a carriage approaches, it is stopped by some bandits. They are aura users and want the usual, his stuff. The poor owner had already begun to accept his fate when two cloaked figures show up to his rescue. Pina uses her flame spirit to stop them in their tracks. She tries to threaten them but forgets the words and needs Dia to remind her. The bandit leader then admits to letting his guard down, swearing to slice the lizard that attacked him. Unfortunately, he has no idea that was just one of the 100 lizards she brought to the family. She then orders them to repent and delivers divine judgment. Nice. The bandit leader tries to cut the flames with his aura sword, except his aura sword isn't there anymore. It has been completely melted by the flames. Oh, and that was just one lizard. Imagine the damage she dealt when she used like 10. Soon the surrounding area begins to smell like roasted beef. After it's all over, the owner of the carriage turns to thank the people who had helped him, but they are nowhere to be found. Pina is exhausted after dealing with so many bandits. Fighting them is no problem, but reciting those lines the prince had given her is the hard part. She could die from the sheer embarrassment. The prince had ordered her to go around changing the perception of spiritualists, since the Holy Kingdom had tarnished their reputation with heresy. Due to the fact that some third parties were hurt during battles between the Holy Kingdom and spiritualists, they blamed it all on spiritualists and supported the Holy Kingdom, thereby fueling the heresy. They needed to show people that spiritual arts were harmless, just as how she used it to help heal those people at the infested village. But this time, they'd take a different approach, using it to save people by catching bandits and doing other good deeds. Actions speak louder than words, as they say. Dia encourages her, saying she's doing well, as she's also gaining practical experience from all this. She relates to her on a deeper level, as she too had to fight bandits to gain money that helped her make it to Fahilha. Pina is just glad that she can use her talent, which she had hidden for so long, to actually help people. Dia suggests that they go a few more rounds, but our princess desperately needs a break. After some days, rumors about the girls and their deeds start spreading like wildfire. From catching bandits to fixing bridges, everyone has a different thing to say about them. The one thing that is common is that they always said something about spirits as they did good deeds. This leads to people talking about spirits, and their view on them starts to change little by little. Dia is worried that this won't be enough to completely change the perspective of spiritual arts in the minds of the people. The prince isn't completely sure about the outcome, but what he is sure of is that people don't forget things easily. Even if it's the slightest evil or the most righteous deeds, someone always remembers it. Since they had finished laying the groundwork, it is time for the next step. Meanwhile, at the Mirman Empire, the Saintess graces the Emperor with her presence, and they get right to business. She is to sign a contract, sealing the deal of the slaves being sold. As she sits to sign it, she thinks about how foolish the Emperor was, and rightly so, as her kingdom would soon be loaded due to his stupidity. Just as her pen is about to make contact with the paper, there is an interruption. There is an urgent matter from the Emperor, and there's a message for the Saintess from her spy in the Ernesian kingdom that sends shivers down her spine. The princess of the Mirman Empire has just revealed to the entire kingdom of Ernesia that she's a spiritualist. Just sometime before that, Pina is very nervous, but she can't quit now that she has come this far. The prince assures her that he'd have her back no matter what, and with that, she steps up to make an official announcement to the people of the Ernesian kingdom. After introducing herself, she tells her story and the reason she chose to say it here, and not in her empire. She stills her shaking hand and summons her spirits in front of an amazed crowd. The people start murmuring among themselves about the good deeds that had been done by spirits, including healing the village that had been infected by the plague, catching bandits, fixing the bridge, and so on. She goes on to tell them that she has had the ability to communicate with spirits since she was very young. Her mother had taught her to hide her talents to protect her, due to the fact that her empire and the Holy Kingdom were on good terms. She was scared of what might happen to her daughter if she was discovered. Eventually, her brother, the current prince, found out, which led to him confining her and her mother. This made her mother very ill, and she was forced to hide her powers, considering them a curse. She was sent here to study abroad, and eventually, she met Prince Errol, the third prince, who taught her about her powers' origins and true use. The prince wonders when he did all that but lets her finish. The princess goes on to say that she realized that she had lived her whole life miserably because of the doctrine and heresy the Holy Kingdom emphasized. She preached that magic and spiritual arts were the same. She then states her claim, that this foolish heresy that the Holy Kingdom emphasized must be withdrawn. After the princess has stated her claim, her audience starts to doubt the Holy Kingdom's actions. The prince reckons that since it's been a while since the spiritualists were persecuted, the whole idea had died within the kingdom, as no one who strongly believes is still alive. Thanks to this, public opinion would flow to Pina's side, and the Holy Kingdom as well as the Empire would be blamed. As he walks to her stand by her side, he promises himself to support her no matter what. He then declares to the public that he and his family have decided to protect her. He had studied the spiritual arts, and as a human and a scholar, he couldn't allow an innocent girl with harmless abilities to go on being persecuted by the Holy Kingdom. He asks them about their experiences, and people begin to confirm that the spiritualist princess had been nothing but good to them. Spiritual arts, just like magic, could be used for good as well as evil. On that note, he declares that he would question the kingdom personally for their actions, and anyone who wanted to object should come to him personally. He also asks all spiritualists who had secretly been in hiding to come to him for help. After the public announcement, public opinion drastically changes towards the Holy Kingdom and their claims, although nobles are still uncertain. The prince feels it's time to wrap things up. Back at the Emperor's palace, the Emperor orders that word be sent to the Ernesian kingdom immediately. Meanwhile, the dumb high priests are enraged as they find out that the Empire's royal family had a spiritualist behind their backs and demand all pacts be broken, which is the last thing the Saintess wants. She also orders a letter to be sent to the Ernesian kingdom, but before any of the letters can be sent, one arrives from the kingdom. It seems our genius protagonist wants to have a little chit-chat. When Errol receives the letters, it is exactly what he expected. It seems they also want to talk, so he, alongside Pina, takes a trip to the Mirman Empire. While our boy is busy enjoying the artwork and scenery, Pina is terrified of what might happen next. Our MC then tells her that she is the MC of the day, and she shouldn't be scared, as he has her back. As long as she doesn't make any mistakes, they'll be fine. To cheer her up, he gives her a gift. It's a red ribbon, but obviously not an ordinary ribbon. She already knows it's a summoning medium for a spirit king. He then offers to put it on and braids her hair in the process. Our playboy of a prince knows a thing or two about women from his past lives, of course. After this, she relaxes, and they go to meet their hosts, the Empire and the princess. The Emperor goes straight to the point, asking Errol why he taught his sister spirit arts. But our boy casually argues that he did nothing but bring out the princess's talent. He yells, asking the prince if he knew what spirits are. Before he answers that, the prince casually deviates his attention to the senseless without losing his composure like a certain foolish emperor. He tells her that her god was referring to evildoers who happened to use spiritual arts, and not the arts itself. He goes further to explain that spirits were just mana in the air with a conscience. So, calling them evil would be the same as calling living things evil. Nelvenia tells him that he's going too far, but he doesn't stop, and tells them to consider reassessing their doctrine. One of the dumb priests loses it and yells that the proof of the spirit's evil is the fact that the Saintess's holy magic can eradicate even a spirit king. Bingo. He has been waiting for the opportunity, for a live demonstration. He invites the princess to join him, and Nelvenia doesn't want to believe that a spirit king who hasn't been summoned in 100 years was about to be summoned. Pina then carefully calls upon the great spirit king of flames, and he appears, somehow looking more majestic than before. What a glow-up, literally. They couldn't believe that the spirit king was actually real, let alone the princess being able to summon him. Red asks why he was summoned, and his summoner tells him about the doctrine that claims they are evil beings. He is vexed at their foolishness. Spirits are beings that exist in nature, infused with mana. They are no different from the earth or the sea. The prince also happily adds that the Saintess thinks she could take him on. He tells her to go ahead, but she refuses. She admits that they might have been a little mistaken, to the dismay of her priests. The prince then asks her if she admitted to the maltreatment of other spiritualists, as about 250 people had gained courage from his speech and come to him seeking aid. They too, along with the princess, should be compensated. The priests are shocked that the priestess isn't doing anything. Oh, and as for the icing on the cake, our MC shows proof that someone had deliberately caused the pandemic from a record sphere he had just developed. Someone who could easily teleport anywhere and do anything. Saintess Nelvenia. The record sphere, which had been installed to catch thieves, had caught her red-handed spreading the epidemic. The prince could have comforted her about it, but decided to expose her instead in front of her own people and other countries. He apologizes for taking action without asking for a formal investigation, but he had to expose her before she made any deals. The Saintess tries to deny it, using the long-lasting friendship between the Holy Kingdom and the Mirman Empire, and the fact that the Empire needed their help as leverage. But then the princess steps in. She believes that their financial problems could be solved if they put their hands together and do business with the Ernesian kingdom. She then shows her brother her plan, which is sure to put them back on the right track. He tries to protest, but she argues even more strongly that selling her slaves is not the way. Prince Aurel reckons that the Emperor could not be that desperate for quick cash, and the Fire Spirit King notices something in Princess Pina as she is trying to convince her brother. Nelvenia then stops her halfway, saying that the Emperor had already made his decision. Our pro then notices that she is using hypnosis on him, and blocks it with his own magic. He believes that neither of them should interfere with what is going on, so calm down, lady. The Emperor, now free from the hypnosis, decides to have a talk with his subjects on the matter and shuts down the protesting Saintess. Speaking of which, our protagonist isn't even done yet, as he uses this chance to accuse her of not being a real Saintess. The priests are dumbfounded and start suspecting her immediately, as if they were on hold all this time. Meanwhile, Nelvenia tries to use hypnosis on the Emperor again, but this time Red, the Fire Spirit King, blocks it, as he can't keep tolerating her nonsense. Backed into a corner, Nelvenia decides to show her true colors and attack, and Aurel tells Pina to get ready to attack. Meanwhile, the priests interpret this whole thing as a miracle. Then again, they are dumb. The dumb priests are basking in the glory of their Saintess's power, well, until that same power begins to engulf them. The guards who try to call for help are also affected. They're not dead though, so Prince Errol immediately deduces that she can attack the mental realm with her power, which was how she got her current position. Pina enlists Red's help, and he complies. He attacks Nelvania and begins to overwhelm her, and Pina adds the power of her other spirits as well. But Nelvania casts a spell that attacks her directly and mentally. It attacks her in the form of her dead mother, who scolded her and cursed her ability. She refuses to believe that it is real, as her mother had always tried to defend her till the end. This distracts her, though, and weakens her connection with her spirit, giving Nelvania the opening she needed to get Red and envelop him. Once everyone had been knocked out, she finally relieves the spell, wondering how long she could last after using a critically burdensome spell. Even if she dies, she must fix her kingdom. She then commands everyone who was now under her spell to forget everything that transpired that day. Also, that Princess Pina and Prince Errol were killed by rogue spirits on their way here, and that the treaty between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom concluded smoothly. After laying her commands, she goes over to MC to kill him. But before that, she decides to extract all his skills. She is grateful to him for handing her his skills on a silver platter. As she accesses his memory, she is overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information from all his lives. Our prince then peacefully wakes up, bored and disappointed. He is now thankful to her for providing a space where no one would bother them. She is shocked and terrified because she didn't know that our protagonist was actually a pro with over 100 lives. There was no way Nelvania, who was actually living her second life, could beat him, a master of the reincarnation game. Now he decides to return the favor and view her memories instead. You know what that means? Time for a flashback. A few hundred years ago, a girl named Ramila was born in the Zelnian Holy Kingdom. She always prayed every night to their god to help them, but never got any word. 2 years later, she was selected as the next saint. She reckoned that there were so many greedy people in her kingdom. Priests who used faith to extort money, and a holy emperor who was blinded by faith. She swore to take a different path and not devote herself to them. When you become a saintess, you gain a new power that is used only for the sake of the church, and it varies from person to person. But Ramila was different. She returned the ill-gotten money and suppressed the holy emperor with her new power. Many were saved by her hands, but that wasn't enough. Even with the temporary stability, the root of the problem wasn't solved yet. Refugees from the war were flooding the kingdom. She knew she had to cut them off. Humanity couldn't be saved by compassion alone. There were limits to what she could do, and her target was the Holy Kingdom alone. So, she sold holy water and made deals on the surface while branding countries that crossed her as heretics and destroying them. She didn't mind being called a devil as long as the Holy Kingdom was safe. She continued like this until she grew old. As she aged, her power grew weaker, and soon she couldn't keep tabs on the priests, and as a result, they fell back into their corrupt ways. There was no worthy successor to take her place. On her deathbed, she wished desperately that she had more time, another chance. Just one more life, and she got it. She was reborn into this era as Nelvania. After Ramila died, the next saintess was incompetent, and soon the kingdom was in crisis again. When she arrived, she got rid of the emperor with a disease and drove away other races to expand their territory. Since she had done it once, it wasn't hard for her until our reincarnation pro came along. The prince argues that all he did was sell paper and make some money, but she had her whole kingdom try to kill him. But he hadn't just made some money. Bro was filthy rich enough to save her orphans from starvation. She asks him if he has never acted for only himself and those he loved, and he admits that he has, but had never gone as far as killing other innocent people. A saintess devoid of compassion was nothing but a devil. She admits that she can't possibly win against him, and promises to take full responsibility for everything she has done, begging Errol not to be angry, as she did it all for the children. But the prince scolds her, saying that just because she had lived 2 lives doesn't give her the right to decide which lives have more worth. But she still begged him to promise not to hold this against the Holy Kingdom and to punish her instead. The prince assures her that he'd be doing the bare minimum, and that the rest was karma. Before she goes, she decides that leaving those corrupt, dumb priests would cause harm to both her kingdom and Prince Errol, so she kills them. After that, she meets the prince to accept her fate. The princess wakes up with a jolt. She remembers that she had to stop the saintess, but to her surprise, everyone is smiling and cheering because the battles are over. The story is that Princess Pina defeated the evil witch with her spirit, the Fire Spirit Master. She then confirms that she gave the final blow, and that is how the 3 countries resolved the conflict. The imperial people changed their minds because the last thing they saw before they fell unconscious was Princess Pina fighting the saintess, who had attacked them first. And with the removal of the hypnosis, the emperor came back to his senses and apologized to his sister. Their prejudice against spiritualists disappeared too. As for the Holy Kingdom, the prince threatened, or let's say negotiated with them, since their leader had disappeared. They even made an official apology to the princess and other spiritualists. When the news reached the public, the evil plans of the former saintess were revealed. The Holy Kingdom then drove her out, and the country slowly began to heal. As for Pena and the prince, since there was technically no need for them to remain in the kingdom of Inertia, she had to say goodbye. She is grateful to him for keeping his promise, and he assures her that he always keeps his promises. Before she leaves, she feels something. Something for the third prince and our reincarnation pro. Trade between the Mirman kingdom and the kingdom of Inertia went smoothly. Princess Pina contacted the prince and asked him about cacao beans and selling chocolate in their kingdom as a luxury item. But the prince argued that the production means were low, as cacao beans were rare. Pina insisted that was why the boat was modified, but in truth, the boat was for his cola needs and nothing else. The spiritualists from her kingdom also wanted to follow him, as they found out that he was the one who taught her. She scrambled to explain that she was only role-playing back at the battle with the saintess, but the prince urged her to quietly take on the role of the perfect model for new spiritualists. He told her to send them to him and proceeded to hang up, but before he did, she promised to repay him for all he had done. He wondered how she was going to do that. Oh, and as for the Holy Kingdom Zelnia, they started to decline after the loss of their saintess. They could only survive on the condition that they abolish their old laws of hating other races. The kingdom was renamed the Zelnian Kingdom. After this, a rumor spread that anyone who went against Prince Errol would suffer greatly while his friends enjoyed. Our MC really doesn't think he is that scary. Time skip to 2 years later. Our boy, or rather man, now 20 years old, enjoys life over a bottle of cola. In the 2 years after the incident with the Zelnian Kingdom, his boat had returned successfully with cola nuts. After various crossbreeding and experiments, they were finally able to plant the cola tree. And after working so hard at the manufacturing process, he finally made cola. This brought a new wave of wealth for him and his kingdom. He wonders if he should ask the empire for some cola nuts. He had finally gotten the sweet, peaceful life he wanted, and even though there were the occasional troubles here and there, his forces handled it with ease. Nothing could disturb his peace now. His mom had come again. Even when he fought the saintess, he only considered her a nuisance, not really a threat. But his mom, on the other hand, is terrifying. He tries to explain that he's been busy, but his mom won't hear it. He was already 20 and she needed in-laws. He then picks up his baby sister and tries to use her to defend himself. Leah had come in last year and is now the 4th princess of the Inertian Kingdom. Once he heard the news, he truly respected his parents for going strong even at their age. He had checked, and his sister is a normal girl. But in return, her brother is the wealthiest in the world, so maybe she'll have an even more comfortable life than he ever will. The maid then collects the child from him and insists that he stop using her to make excuses. His mom understands that he's busy, but he can't keep refusing marriage proposals. He then argues that his big sister Kania had not married yet. His mom replies that her own mom was handling it as a serious matter. The prince then promises to consider it, but in his mind, he's thinking of ditching this one like usual. After he leaves, the maid senses his true intentions and tells his mom. His mom was worried before because he was a lesser prince, but now he's powerful, so she must intervene. The maid worries that her mistress, Lavinia, was back to her old self again. When she was still a maid, Lavinia was an odd lady, which was how she fell in love with the former king. After having the prince, she started restraining herself, but her weirdness would slip out any time she was anxious. The truth is that Lavinia, the prince's mom, had gotten a letter a while ago from a particular someone, and she feels like this time her son would get married finally. At the chocolate shop, the prince wonders how he has held out this long. Not only his mom, but other nobles are interested in his marriage. Depending on whom he marries, the status of his kingdom in other countries could be shaken, so he pretended to be careful on purpose. But now the pressure was getting way too much. He blurts out that marriage is a serious pain, and the shop owner, who got married just last month, hears him. Just then, hands hold him from behind as he is about to leave and go play. It's Asha, Sena, and Dia, and they somehow found him. They had come to drag him to the palace. The prince notes how they were strangely motivated. He had thought he was safe, but they bribed the shop owner, and she gladly snitched on him. They drag him to the teleportation circle, at the request of his mother, for a meeting much against his wishes. Our prince is being kidnapped. His guards beg him to accept his fate, but he doesn't understand why he has to be tied up in order to attend a blind date, not necessarily a crippled date. He's picked a struggle already. Earlier on, his mom had contacted them behind his back, asking for help with his upcoming marriage meeting. She knows that her son was planning to run away again, like usual, and the trio, knowing who the prince was, totally agreed with her. She pleaded with them to try to restrain him, as the prince was a slippery snake who could make himself scarce if he wanted to. They promised to try their best, but Asha is worried that forcing the marriage never works. Lavinia was quite confident this time, as his proposed partner, Pina, was quite motivated as well. Pina had sneaked into the city without the trio knowing, because she had wanted to surprise Prince Errol. If everything goes well, she is to become the new Mrs. Inertia. Lavinia reckoned that it is common for members of royal families with lower chances of succession to get married. Pina asked if they were not happy, but they were. In fact, they had been secretly putting bets and cheering them on back when she still lived there. Pina was determined to see this through, and they agreed to help her. And that is how it all happened. Soon our boy is being pushed to his doom like an inmate on a death sentence. He is reunited with Pina, who looks and talks fancy about the weather. The prince notes that she came prepared for him today. He had never thought she'd be the one to initiate this kind of meeting. He inquires about her actions, but she just starts talking about the weather again. The prince notices that she's pushing herself to pretend and wonders if it's because people are watching them. She suddenly bursts out with a request to take a ride on a boat in the lake. Her determination is fierce. Pina had heard that nobles normally had meetings on the boat, but the prince quickly changes her opinion on that when he tells her that a couple had fallen over in the lake, and that's how the tradition started. That's the reason behind the new magic-powered boat they now rode on. After the cringiest silence, Pina complains that he didn't notice a green light even when it was shoved right in his face. The prince is glad that she has come back to her normal self, but Pina is mad that he didn't even notice that she dressed up for him. The maids, who had no idea what they were saying, adore them from a distance. Pina rants on, saying that she had persuaded, the nobles just to come here. But the prince is sure he just heard her say, threaten. She admits that she had learned a lot from him, and the prince is worried about his sin of teaching her so many not-so-good things. She tells him not to worry, because even her brother doesn't dare go against her now. He asks whether his mother approves of this meeting, and she replies that her mom was overjoyed and even thanked her. Guess all the karma from running away from all those dates had finally caught up to him. Pina knows the reason why he can't find a partner is because he can't find someone who can match his crazy, but she's had experience living with him and would accept his true nature. The prince still thinks that she'd regret it, but she argues that, in order to avoid marriage being an obstacle for him, it'd be best to do it with her. The prince feels like he's negotiating a business proposal. She promises not to get in his way or into useless politics, thereby preventing him any headaches. Plus, they are the same age, so that checks out. Our MC then begins to seriously consider it. He had been putting off marriage, and she had a hard time proposing because of her situation. But she really believes that they were meant for each other, and then they have a moment, right there and then. She admits she had her own reasons for this. Marrying him meant goodbye to constant nagging from her people, but in truth, she is confident in her ability to understand him no matter what he does. Then again, she had still loved him even after he had teased and tortured her back in the day, but he was also the only one who tried to help her without any prejudice toward her spirits. She then leans really close, like breathing distance, and asks her savior what his opinion about her is. She is prepared to give him some time. After everything that had happened, it was the only thing she could do. But she should have known that our protagonist really doesn't like to wait. This time he leans towards her and Pina is flustered. He had made his decision, and this is the perfect place to announce it. He then calls her full name, and that sets her heart on a marathon. He fully accepts her proposal, all smiles and rainbows. Now they could finish the kiss that was obviously trying to happen. She had started it, so she'd better finish it. His guards and maids who have been watching all this while are flustered. After that special event, they continue with their date, and it goes successfully. His mom is happy and proud of him. She apologizes for forcing other girls on him when he already had a crush on Princess Pina. But he tries to correct her that it wasn't like that then. She doesn't budge but is just happy that her son has finally found someone. He'd have to let this one go for Pina's sake because, from now on, they'd be spending their lives together. After several months have passed, his cola business is going so well that soon he'd be able to provide residents with free drinks. But that's not all. He had also completed the second part of his city, a resort. Now after you visit the city and enjoy its wonders, you can sit back and relax at the resort. His dream paradise had finally been completed. Daya asks whether he has planned on throwing a big opening party like he did before, but he doesn't think so. The last time, the banquet was meant to spread word about his city, but he didn't need to do so now because the rumors were spreading on their own. And plus, he is preparing for another event, his wedding, that his mom and Pina desperately want, so holding two events in succession could diminish the excitement. He decides to just invite a small group of people and hang out a little, just a break, since he's going to get busy soon with the wedding. At the Mirman Empire, Pina just received a letter from her fiancé and immediately starts delusionally assuming it's about marriage. People had already started bugging her, and she had to make up excuses. The letter is actually an invite to a resort he had finished building. He also sent one to his parents, his big brother the king, and his big sister Kania and her knights. On the day of the banquet, he welcomes everyone and then makes an opening toast. After that, the party begins properly. He and his dad do some bonding time at the steam room, where they take a steam bath. His dad is glad he had passed the throne. If not, he wouldn't have been able to come here. The prince thinks that his brother, who couldn't make it because of his kingly duties, would cry if he heard him say that. His dad decides to be visiting here often, and Prince Errol agrees. Princess Kania joins them and greets her brother. Errol notices that her knights are enjoying the specially made massage chairs he had invented. They didn't just massage, but they also press vital acupressure points that circulate energy throughout the body. Kania is worried that her knights were too tired from following her instructions, but the prince reminds her that not many people could keep up with her. He tells her to go get some food, and she takes off immediately. The prince wonders if she'd ever grow up, but is glad that she's happy. After that, he goes to the mixed and clothed bath, where he goes for a dip and starts to relax, until Pina joins him. She's mad because everyone is asking about them, and she always has to make excuses. She enters the bath and immediately calms down. The prince has always wanted to create a place where people could come and relax like this. Soon she resumes her nagging about their wedding. The prince assures her that he has everything planned out and then offers to massage her shoulders to relieve stress. She interprets it as him trying to dodge the topic, but once he starts, she calms down again. Meanwhile, his mom and guard are right outside the door, eavesdropping. His mom wishes she were a knight so that she could see through, and starts to consider it, but Sena strongly opposes it. They had no idea the prince could totally hear everything they were saying from the inside. Everyone was so noisy. After all that, everyone is totally relaxed and their skin has improved. The prince calls their attention to make an announcement. He then pulls Pina to his side and announces his upcoming marriage to his fiancée. Pina is surprised and flustered. Our prince is always full of surprises, isn't he? Everyone congratulates them, and they really look like the couple of the year. It seems like a happy ending is near at hand. The wedding is the talk of the entire country and beyond. The third prince of the Enersian kingdom is getting married to the first princess of the Mirman Empire. The prince walks into a cave, which is lonely and quiet. Perfect conditions for him to work on something special for his lady. He remembers when he was born, he had made a jewel then too, back at the concubine palace. He never cared about this kind of embarrassing stuff, but this time is different. He finishes the jewel, and it looks like something that would cost a ton. Back in his room, a maid comes in to remind him to get ready, and notices the jewel necklace he has made from all jewels. It was a gift for his wife-to-be, and he hoped it would be enough to express his sincerity. He tells her to give it to Pina. The maids help him dress up, and while they are applying makeup, the maid makes fun of how he hated these things when he was younger. He asks after his bride, and they inform him that she is getting ready, so he has to be patient. He reckons that it would take much more time to put on a dress. The maids commend him for his bravery, and the prince, who is obviously shaking with nerves, is flattered. The venue of the wedding is magnificent and grand, just as people would expect from the third prince. Someone from the guest list says that marrying a princess from another country was definitely better than a noble from this country. Soon their presence is announced, and the couple begins their procession down the aisle. The guests are astonished at how beautiful they look. Her necklace looks so beautiful on her too. The priest then begins the vows, and it's just as beautiful as you'd imagine. His mom is starting to tear up, and his dad looks so proud. His big sister is so happy for him, and his guards are there too. Once the priest finishes, Pina swears immediately. Just then, our pro begins to reminisce. Let's take a stroll down memory lane for that split second. There lived a fool who had the ability to retain his memories after he died. At first, he was confused, but soon got excited and started using his power. Having memories from his last life was a privilege. He could do anything he wanted, and people supported him. He started having delusions of being some kind of god, like the fool he was. The truth is that only the world, life, name, and outer appearance would change, but inside, he kept living an endless life. Eventually, he finally got fed up. He saw no use in saving a world if he was just going to leave it for another, or gaining riches just to leave it behind and move on to the next life, or loving someone just to watch them leave or leave them behind. The gift he had, called a privilege, became a curse, and he couldn't find any meaning. Soon, instead of saving something, destroying it increased. He'd become a threat to the world on a whim. After wasting so many years, he finally realized that he was nothing special, just a human who had lived a long life. He only got bored because he gave up. The value of life doesn't wither, no matter how long you've lived. He swears, and the priest pronounces them husband and wife. He kisses his newly wedded bride, and they hopefully go on to live happily ever after. Scholars will forever remember the period he lived in as the most turbulent time since the beginning of history. If not for him, the kingdom of Enersia would have been destroyed by the army of the undead or the Holy Kingdom. His industries will become the foundation of human history, and he will gain the nickname, the Never-Ending Spring. There will be some argument about whether he truly did all he did just to have fun. His legacy would be continued by his children, starting from his eldest daughter, Arna Inertia. In any case, an undoubted fact will remain standing for generations to come. The birth of the third prince of the Enersian kingdom, Prince Errol Enersia, had a great influence on the founding of the great kingdom of Enersia.